10 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
No, it's really not here, and this is with a new lineup as well. They're bringing in Drew. We saw how Drew was able to play on Boom. It was I never felt like he was the star on that team. It's always kind of been Makoto, and we see how Drew is able to continue having impact on 496. Like you said, they're struggling early, and so is Signal Ultra as well. So this could be a bloodbath of a series, either team trying to get that first overall win. And I'm intrigued though that we had some of those teams kind of cancel out of those other tournaments, because we always see like China, China. They have these third-party tournaments where it's like official scrims in a way. Yes, it's not DPC, but there's a little bit more on the line, and you can just have that official scrim time where you can try some new things, because in the DPC you don't have the window to be able to do that. All the games, exactly.
You got to use it as like your official testing grounds, and they're going for a first phase Centaur Warrunner, huh? So I mean, it's something that Van likes to play a decent amount. I wonder how it's going to go into this DP though, and just from the picks alone, I'm feeling much stronger about 496s. The Death Prophet we saw during the Singapore Major, it was played in basically every single position imaginable. I think it's not a 5 anymore, just because of the nerf to the movement speed.
Radiant team
attack damage got reduced a little bit, so you can't harass quite as easily. But core DP is so strong now with the reduced mana cost of the max level Crypt Swarm. I feel like you should just be able to spam out constant abilities, maybe go into like an Eternal Shroud or a Bloodstone build to be next to unkillable.
I feel like the answer though from Signal Ultra with the Lion, it gives you a capability to burst that Death Prophet down before you can get a couple of those Spirit Siphons off and then really take DP out of the fight, because that's a hero that likes these long drawn fights. And then the Centaur kind of provides you, like you said, Van, really comfort on it, but it kind of provides you a way to reset the fight. As soon as Exorcism is committed, then you can decide as a team that we want to get out of dodge, force this Exorcism cooldown and then go back in. So we're kind of seeing Centaur rise in popularity with a lot of these buffs though. So I'm intrigued to see how Signal play. Do you like 496 Ants in the Tusk though? Because we constantly are seeing like a defensive support that DP really thrives with. Is the Tusk as defensive as what you were hoping? Like, we see sometimes the Oracle, Abaddon in particular. Is the Tusk just overall out-round just such a strong position for right now?
I mean, I feel like they could still pick either of those, the Oracle or the Abaddon. The Tusk can just be played. I mean, he's good at defensive capabilities, right, with a Snowball, but one of the best offensive heroes in the first 10 minutes of the game. Easy rotations, tons of ways to control the team fight. You mentioned the Centaur Warrunner with being able to just pop the Stampede and run away. It's a little harder, if you're getting stunned up by the Snowball, if you're getting blocked up by the Ice Shards. It's a decent response when you do ban out the puck, because there aren't many heroes that can stop you from just stampeding away. Probably maybe they might opt to go for an Ember Spirit, but with a DP already picked up, probably a bit less likely.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
You're already kind of revealing a potential lane combo. We can see the Lion a lot of time as that 5. How do you feel like a Disruptor is right now in the meta? Because I think you said Puck is pretty good versus Stampede. I think Disruptor with Glimpses as well. We don't really see Southeast Asia put a lot of emphasis on the Disruptor though.
No, it's a little bit weird, right? Because it's one of those things that does reward you for successful team fights, which Southeast Asia tends to love. Maybe just feeling it's a little slow. Like if you're picking a support, it either needs to sustain or locked down. And, yes, you can obviously lock down people with kinetic field static storm. And, Glimpse works on one person, but I feel like, they're heavily prioritizing. Even the Nyx Assassin is getting picked a little bit more, right? Even though the break doesn't apply with the Vendetta anymore. So, I don't know, just the multi-man stun. I think maybe it's just a little bit too slow, and you are in a rough spot, of course, as we always talk about if you ever are playing from behind. Not great at wave clear either. Something that Grimstroke does excel at. It doesn't matter if it's played as a 4, 5, as long as you got that Stroke of Fate, you can stand way behind the towers and keep them safe.
And you take a look, Signal, they've just got stuns. Stuns on stuns can make Dota so easy to play. You've got really good lane combos at the moment. The double Hex, double Finger Death. It's can be really difficult here. And now it feels like 496. You've got the Death Prophet already picked up, but you really would have liked something like a Storm or a Void or an Ember. You can still flex the DP in the off, but really feels like now that Signal have these two squishy supports that you need a way to bring them down before they get their abilities off.
I do think the Storm is probably a really good pick here, right? Because exactly what you're talking about. These supports, they want to go a bit greedier. You see the Grimstrokes always go for like an Aether Lens into a Shard or into like a Blue or something like that, just to be able to get off those key Soulbinds. And same sort of thing with the Lion, right? Not too many times that you see the defensive stuff, the Glimmer Capes, this, that, and the other. But you're going to need to go those items if you've got something like a support. And I feel like if you combine that together, you're so strong in like the first 10-15 minutes just with these 3 heroes shown by 496 that if you've got something like a Storm and you take a tower and you win the laning stage, then, I mean, these supports just cannot show on the map because they're just going to die.
Yeah, and with that early tower advantage that the DP can provide you, the capability to be able to take Roshan with the Exorcism and the tag team, Storm can just get further enabled in a game like that. And see, the Queen of Pain's going to get picked up. So 496 are lacking some lockdown at the moment. It is so annoying to play into the silence, and they don't have like the easiest way to start. But if you get one like Initiator on 496, now this game could get a bit dicey for Quap.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, like you mentioned before, though, they are lacking a little bit in terms of, the instant initiation. You're going to rely pretty heavily on the silence. I feel like Jamesy is good enough that he's not going to be getting caught out, too close with blink off cooldown. He's either going to want to blink in onto the backlines or make sure he's out of that silence radius. See, though, I mean, it's a lot of lockdown. 496 are going to be breathing a sigh of relief that they do have the freedom of having that Oracle or the Abaddon. Just look at all it. 2 stuns on the Lion, 1 on Centaur. You've got a stun on Grimstroke. You've got Shadow Strike on the Queen of Pain. Heavy magic damage as well. So Fate's Edict is going to be just as effective as Oracle's remaining tool.
And in the Morph, how do you feel about this 18th pick here for 496?
I mean, it's not too bad, right? Like, sure, you've revealed the fact that Quap is going to be your mid on Signal Ultra's side, but I mean, you probably don't want to show your mid now, right, if you're 496. Much rather make sure you're picking up the Morphling. Signal are going to be able to respond to it anyway with their last pick, so better to just ban out the direct counters to the Morphling.
Yeah, you see the Antimade's already taken care of here. I'm trying to see what else they might want to get rid of against a Bang's position 1.
10 seconds remaining.
I just want to see something that's got like
5 seconds
an early-ish BKB
Radiant team
on
back.
496, just because outside of the Quap, you really can't do anything once you've got that BKB online. These supports are just going to melt. They have no escape potential. They've got no defensive capabilities, and you're just going to get run over.
10 seconds remaining.
Are we wanting this last pick to be the... Like, I'm trying to see, do we think the DP is going to get flexed in the offlane to then pick up some mobile hero to jump the Lion Grimstroke, or do we think it's a DP mid and they need some way to initiate for 496 in the offlane?
Sand King, could it? The old Sand King
could be, yeah, Sand King Morph, yeah.
Radiant team pick.
Sand stands ready.
Can't say I was expecting that.
I cannot say I was expecting that. So they're putting Morph mid?
Sure.
This can't be like some Sven Shenanigan 3, right?
No, I wouldn't imagine it. But who knows? It's 496. They've been known to be a little bit
10
wacky
seconds remaining.
with their gameplay.
5 seconds
Is
remaining.
whoa? Is this really farm intensive now from 496?
That's my
You
big
may
issue.
now
And
select your heroes.
another farm intensive one. Not that they have too many heroes that are going to punish this Faceless Void, right? Okay. So it is most likely going to be having a decent time in the lane, you know, with these picks. You don't have too many things that are going to deal small instances of sustained damage, which is what Faceless Void absolutely hates laning into. You've got a decent amount of damage that can go into the Chronosphere, of course. Queen of Pain, Sonic Wave, Grimstroke can even get off a good amount, Lion, Finger of Death, so it's not like... I'm liking how Signal's synergizing, and again, they have just got so much lockdown. You catch out that Morphling where he's not morphing into strength, he's dead as a dodo. Ton of burst, ton of instant lockdown as well, which is always pretty deadly.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, the lockdown potential they have, and you take a look at all the burst as well. Sonic Wave, Finger of Death, 496 have the Oracle Tusk, and you want to be able to burst heroes down before they can get that defensive factor off, and the Death Prophet is a hero that really thrives in long drawn out fights, not even to mention the Morphling, before he can utilize that attribute shift, maybe Sven getting a BKB. So this is on being able to execute, get that quick pick off with their burst potential, because if the fights get dragged out here, then you've got to be worried about that Exo, you know, the Morphling potential, Sven using that full combo and the God Strength. But it's a bit of a draft from 496. You said they can, you know, they often like to pull out a bit of a wonky draft, but do you feel like it's a good game for it? You know, this Sven last pick for Drew?
No. to be really frank about it, I feel like Signal have the better draft. I mean, going into this series again, 496, they're the team that's come from the upper division. They've got multiple players across different teams that were in the upper division. They've been the only one out of these two teams to even take a game, let alone a series, off of anyone. They 2-1'd against Southbill. 1-2'd rather. But I'm still feeling like Signal have got this in terms of at least the draft. It's going to be heavily dependent on how these laning matchups go, though.
Yeah, is there a laning matchup that we should focus on between the three lanes?
Even look to... They wouldn't try lane to start. Sven would have a horrible time. I mean, if you maybe trialing with the Sven, leaving the DP on her own, still got a decent amount of survivability. It's not like Faceless Void can do all that much against you super early on. Get a kill. I mean, the thing is, though, it feels like it would have to just be a First Blood as opposed to full-on committing to the tri-lane, because with these supports, you've got a Tusk that needs levels to be able to roam, and you're sacrificing that pretty damn heavily in the lane, so you need to crush it. One of the best heroes to crush it, but doesn't happen, then you're in a rough spot.
Yeah, and the Void is a bit of a tricky carrier to lane into. I should say to play in the lane. We don't really see as many of those hard defensive 5 supports anymore, and which I feel like the Void always needed that little bit of babysitting.
Mm-hmm. The other thing as well, I mean, yeah, if Void just catches one person in a Chronosphere, just use the Oracle ulti on them as well, right? They've got multiple ways to save a 496. The other big weakness I'm seeing on Signal's side is that, I mean, who wants to frontline? It feels like a sort of lineup where you need to get a pick off before you actually start pushing into a tower. You know, it's not one that you can just stand behind someone like the Death Prophet, for example, and or even the Morphling, right? Like, the Morphling is just going to be able to at least stand at somewhat range, midway between Agi and Strength, and get some tower damage done. But Signal, it's not like you want a Centaur just standing there hitting a tower.
Yeah, you really don't. I guess Van can definitely tank up this game. You know, we could see him go for a build that allows him to fulfill that role, like you were highlighting, because that, you know, they're kind of missing one of those heroes. So we'll see how Van wants to play. But he definitely, I mean, he's going to need a blink this game. Eris is not going to get one at a rate where he can be the one initiating. So, you know, if it's going to be that Vanguard into blink build, or, you know, if he's even going to go like Vanguard Hood potentially, I'm really intrigued how Van wants to itemize on the Centaur.
just launched our predictions on the stream. Let's see if people get amongst it. We've got 1,000 people in chat so far. Hopefully that'll continue to grow throughout this series. But the thing that I haven't seen just yet is I'm seeing a lot of Let's Go Dyers and a lot of Let's Go Radiants. No giveaway entrants just yet. I mean, I set the bar reasonably high with 5,000 points, but some juicy stuff. So if you don't know about it, we'll talk about it between games 1 and 2. But we've got a smoke to start things off with a Tusk lineup. This is exactly what you want to do. It's popped. Good positioning by Grims though.
Oh, he's still in the area. Drews, does he see him right now? He's got a little bit of vision. He's picking him out, but it's such an awkward spot.
A very quick glimpse of him. Oh, don't think they saw him drop that second observer ward.
Yeah, they're just gonna see where it's all placed.
Oh, they stuffed up the sentry though.
Oh yeah, they put it on the wrong side. And Yassi's like, no boys, that's wrong place there.
Get that done,
Radiant,
you know.
on this high ground, Yassi's actually going to be pretty careful.
Tusk, you need more.
Void wants to level up the bash. He needs help. He's actually going to snowball through and maybe try and steal the bounty before he dies, but Grims will pick up first blood. There will be 3 bounties for 496, but they give up the first blood to the Grim Stroke there.
Don't think that's what you want. I mean, we talked about the potential for the tri-lanes. Tusk is going to TP right back down. If they could pick him off one more time, that's going to be a long time out of the lane, and then you could start to heavily bully DPC. Oh, he's here.
They might go now. Yeah, they saw they pinged it. They'll at least put out a decent amount of damage.
Exactly what you want as well, right? It's not like he's going to put any aggressive pressure on. You just saw he leveled up the snowball. No tag team. I see no aggression, but snowballs in onto Eris. Exactly what a Biggie wants, though. And Grims, they're doing a pretty good job of staying out of experience range. They're not going to be able to avoid it for these next few, but at least able to get a couple of creeps.
So this does leave the Van Centaur in a solo matchup right now versus the Sven and the Oracle. Is this a lane where you just see the Centaur maybe playing for pulls?
I think you kind of have to. You need to get your super early levels. They're going on him pretty heavily, but not yet level 2 on Bombi, so you don't have insane burst potential. It's going to be enough.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, you need is a couple of the stun from Drew, the root from Bombi, and the good old right clicks is plenty to bring down Van.
And that's going to be really rough for him. Yes, you're letting Drew get a lot of experience now solo in the lane. Bombi getting onto level 3 makes Centaur's life horrible.
Yeah, now it gives them that kind of burst potential they need. It's falling low. They get the Inkswell stun, and Yassi's going to follow a Bingy. Picking up his first kill of the game here. And we see both safe lanes going well. It looks like Eris just going to try and get a refill of the resources here. But a lane we haven't seen at the moment, taking a look at mid, is Hung on the Morphling up against James, his Queen of Pain. Do we feel like this lane's... How is this going to fare between the two?
I mean, of course, as a Morphling, when he scales, he's always going to have a bit of an easier time now. Got this bottle picked up by the Morphling, and let's do his own rotating towards the runes. Going to get punished or get it denied away by Jamesy. Be able to pick up his one in the bottle, though. I mean, the thing I'm a little bit surprised about is that he's got the 2 points into the Shadow Strike. He's been able to get them off reasonably well onto Hung, and we can see with that Adaptive Strike used, he knows that he can continuously harass him. It's not like he can waveform away from it. Gone on a little.
Taking a bit of damage. Van just hit up that level 3, but with Drew swinging on over, he's going to try and push back the Lion, but Van's got enough damage regardless without the help of those extra last right clicks from Eris there. So they pick up a kill, and that's very nicely done for them. Eris TPing back, getting the items after a solid start to their tri lane, and then coming back up top to help Van Centaur.
Not too bad at all. We can see Bombi's been able to at least get the remainder of these creeps before they can try and manipulate the lane a little bit more, but it's going to mean that Bombi struggled to collect all of them here. Again, still about half a level away from this Oracle's level 3. That's the big key timing for 496 in this.
Yeah, unfortunately Drew's lacking a bit of mana. I mean, he's got stick and a stun available if they get aggressive when Bombi hits up that level 3. So maybe if Eris over positions, or I guess Bombi's got some mangoes he can even use, but they're going to go in. Nice 2-man stun though, and now Van turns it. Bombi just chews up all his health. Drew's still looking to fight though, even with the help of Bombi's 2 points in the Purifying Flame, but Eris gets a little bit of extra space and he's fine. We did see the Grimstroke end up falling, however, across the map here. That was a death that got picked up from Yassi's Tusk.
See now, Bombi's obviously putting a lot more mana into harassing down Eris, so he can't stay in this lane until at least he's finished up those Tranquil Boots and he's going to be able to, you know, just regen it up. Not often that you're going to be able to get in range for the right clicks, but as long as you just are only taking that magic damage, you should be okay for the sustain side of it.
Yeah, you know, we're going to see at the moment, I mean, Hung is having a good lane. As you said, a bit surprised that Jamesy's put that second point in the Shadow Strike because of the harass. Isn't really going to do much versus a Morphling, especially with the change to the attribute shift. It's just so much easier to play around with these early levels, and you know, this is a hero that, you know, kind of likes having the bottle early on as well, especially with the change to all the runes that you can play with. But Yassi down bot. He's got Snowball to dodge the Ink Swell. He's going to push through a Bingy, but with a bash after the Snowball, should land in that kill there.
This is not how you want a Tusk lane to go super early on, though. You can see, obviously assisted somewhat by the first blood that Grims was able to get, but he's already a good 300 gold ahead of this.
Yeah, 3 deaths early here for Yassi is really not what you want. He's going to try and help out Hung. Doesn't really need, you know, that BB's lane's in a pretty good spot right now. No need to soak up that experience. So, how about your Morphling? Maybe even see how you can play around with Hung's replicate now as Jamesy. He's got the blinking. You know, we're going to see Jamesy can get a lot more impactful here on the Queen of Pain than what Hung will be able to. They're going to snowball in. They're going to be careful of Jamesy's burst potentially if Morphling plays in a bit of a low health pool margin as, well, they'll drop the ultimate to find the kill on the Tusk. And meanwhile, because Tusk was playing away from that BB, it gives Radiant a great opportunity to bring down the Death Prophet.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You normally think about this Tusk as the hero that can do a lot of this punishing. Oh, getting with the Haste Rune coming up there by Hung, but no, Eris has probably been the MVP so far this game. You know, he hasn't died at all. He's been part of 4 kills. He's rotated to mid, he's secured runes, and he's made sure to punish this Fen Oracle combo.
Yeah, and he's given Van at least a decent time. He got that kill for him, and you know, about to be 29 last hits for the Centaur. Vanguard already completed, so, and our Centaur is going to be able to farm very fast with this build. You know, he's got 3 points Retaliate. You see, it's just going to complement his item build incredibly well.
We'll see if they, no, he actually TP's back into mid to help now that the Vanguard is finished up. I was thinking maybe he's going to try and go top, bully the Sven out of the lane so you can make full use out of the Siege Creep, but they were already able to take it. Case is just going to make it a 3v2 actually.
A Bingy, nice. Chrono. They're all grouped up as well, so they get a double Ink Swell along with the stun from Eris. Hung is going to come down along with Bombi. They haven't found any kills just yet, and now that BB with the sustain, they're going to look to turn on a Bingy. Timelock's still on cooldown of the Stampede. Doesn't give you an opportunity to disengage. He was forced to stand his ground and man fight. A Signal Ultra lose too, and they're probably going to end up losing Grims as well. The root doesn't even require as Hung gets the kill with the Adaptive Strike. That's a double for the Morphling, and that's also the Chronosphere getting nothing really out of it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good attempt, right? Connecting onto 2, great chain use of all of your abilities, but at the end of the day, Faceless Void, not the highest damage super early on, unless you get super lucky with those time locks, and it wasn't a Biggie's day this time.
It was, with how he got them positioned in the Chronosphere, it was perfect. We saw that double Earth Spike. They were close enough together for the Inkswell stun as well, but just some on-point rotations from 496 there. And you know, this is that factor. If you don't burst the heroes down fast enough with someone like the Oracle nearby, someone like the Death Prophet who can get those Spirit Siphons off, and well, it can be very awkward. James, he's going to maybe think about bursting through Hung. Seeing if you can do the calculations top lane. They're going to lose the Tusk here. A Bing coming over, Eris, and even actually Grim showing up. So Signal putting a lot of emphasis on infiltrating the safe lane of 496.
Makes total sense, right? You've got this more farm-heavy lineup with the Sven and the Morphling. You know that there's only so much farm on the map. You're going to need to take some away from the jungle. You're taking away this tier 1 tower makes it a lot harder to play in this, at least these two camps where Grims and Eris are controlling through right now.
Been very impressed though with Bombi. He's constantly stacking on the Oracle. We see him already at the Triangle camp trying to get a stack, the Ancients and the Hard, and well, he'll be successful. And yeah, Drew already, he farmed his way through. Well, Stampede. Van's not going to tick out to the urn there. But yeah, we saw that Drew farm from top all the way down to the Ancients, going through multiple stacks there. So Oracle's just done a really good job, and this has kind of been enabled because of the Centaur mainly being solo for a period of time. And you know, Sven's going to free farm that matchup.
God strength as well, so he's going to pop it to take out this Ancient stack. Hopefully. It's going to help somewhat and clear him out enough time. Jamesy should have known that this Observer Ward was up here in the mid lane as well. As he was positioning to try and take out Hulk there, as he does just now, he was actually hit by the tower once when he was standing just to the left of the line of trees. And the only way you're going to do that is if there's either a ward, you know, down next to the tower, or if there's one up on this high ground.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Top lane? Yes, it's fine. So we saw that bump. Yeah, Han just got absolutely murked by Jamesy, but also he's got a Boots of Trouble first item here on the Morphling. So is he just looking to try and make a lot of space here this game and give it over to Drew so he can have a lot more of the safe farm?
I think that's exactly it. You know, you got to pick one of these heroes that's able to actually make use out of that. If you've got the movement speed, you've got the waveform, you've got a little bit of survivability. There are very few heroes in the game can do it. Like Weaver is another one that can. Any of the spirits are able to actually take farm in these more aggressive positions. So I think that's going to be his role this game. It's a greedy way to go. I mean, if it's not punished, we've seen so many times, you know, greedy builds, the enemy team just sits back and farms.
Oh, Yassi just walked up, denied the catapult, and just drops. They both Void and Tusk drop a good old chat line there, but he's like, alright, that's time for me to get out. I got Chrono, let's use this big ultimate. They don't have the Sonic Wave, and Morphling's able to get the attribute shift. Let's see if they're going to be able to burst through the Death Prophet now. They need to switch their target now that Morphling has got that attribute shift off in the nick of time. And now Bumpy coming over, False Promise, drag through with the Snowball, gives a little bit of extra space here for that BB to play around with the Spirit Siphon. He's even going to drop the Exorcism, but they control up the Queen of Pain, and they find the Faceless Void Kill as well. 2 will drop on Signal Ultra, and they're more than likely going to end up losing their tier 1 tower, maybe scratch that, maybe even extra hero as well as Ven without the Stampede, and they're going to dive underneath the tier 2 tower. They're going to be careful about the glyph. These multi shots are stacking up here. It's a lot of damage, but a great silence stops the stun lockdown from the Eris Lion there. And now 3 will fall from Signal.
That is so different if Signal had the level 6 on the line. He is 1 creep away from being able to burst down that deep pit. Well, he finally gets it. Maybe they're going to be able to try and get some sort of retaliate here onto at least the Tusk. But
oh boy!
They're going to pick it up, but still, 2 minutes now where that Sonic Wave is on cooldown. And if you've got this farm-heavy lineup, you're totally cool with that.
And Grims as well might just bruise, as that's a lot of damage. 3 points Crypt Swarm, 4 points Purifying Flame. James has got a DD, wants some revenge, and now Eris with that Finger of Death that's going to come into play, and even Bombi is going to end up losing his life as well. So Signal to lose a couple of heroes, and like, alright, time for us to get a couple kills as well, and maybe even some pressure on the tier 1 tower. You know, 496 diving deep to that tier 2 wasted a lot of the Exorcism duration there, so they didn't actually do a whole lot of tower damage in the end.
Yeah, barely scratched it, and well, being able to get those couple of kills there on Jamesy, as well as Yassi actually previously, he cleaned up 3 kills out of that entire lineup, but it's going to bring him a lot closer to that Orchid. And, you know, we talked about all these different spirits that can punish supports if they're trying to, you know, keep lanes pushed out. I mean, Morphling is kind of in the same boat, at least until he gets, you know, key item. He's going the E-Blade to start off, give him a little bit more burst damage, because we talked about before, they are good in these long-standing team fights, but they don't have a ton of burst potential right now on 6, which you're going to need if you're going to try and take care of this Faceless Void when he gets a bit more.
And you take a look right now at the net worth disparison between the position ones. I mean, Drew is just so far ahead, and he's been enabled because of the stacking from 496. You take a look at the last hits, it's 168 compared to the 70. You know, yes, this comes into play that I mean, he just picked up his farming item in the Maelstrom, and he's actually going to get kind of lucky here. I think with the tree positioning that Dai didn't see him, although they would have seen the creeps pulled away from the hard camp there, but they smoke up, get the kill on the Grimstroke. They're even going to drop the Chronosphere on 2 here, and Signal coming over with the Stampede. It means that Eris can lock in the Oracle, and they're going to look for the kill on Yassi as well. Shards gives him some distance. That baby is even going to commit for the Exorcism. I mean, they've got the outpost, the rotations are coming through. It's just Drew at the moment, and he can't really close the distance. He's now going to turn his attention to the river, as now with the Stormhammer stun, locks in Jamesy.
That's a big misplay coming through from Jamesy. All you needed to do was rinse and reset, and they just used the Godspeed. They just used the Exorcism. You survive, and you're totally cool to go in again with your Orchid. Now potentially they could look to rotate, get a lot more of your jungle taken away. It's going to be a lot harder for them to take this team.
Are you worried that the Faceless Void might not be able to keep up with like a mid-game timing that Dai could hit right now? Because, man, Drew is stupidly farm, and he's a hero that doesn't really need as many items in the mid-game, and Faceless Void really does.
Yeah, of course. And, you know, you've just seen so many times in these team fights, even just the War Cry on its own is so effective with this team, right? Gives that percentage-based movement speed, very effective with having a Death Prophet in your lineup. Bounty. Just allows the team to get that extra, you know, meter or two of space away from everyone else. So it's just night and day between the Faceless Void, that unless he's got Chronosphere, he just cannot be part of anything.
Yeah, I mean, it really puts you on a big window here on when you can get involved. You know, the cooldown 160 seconds maxed out with the ultimate for the Faceless Void, and you know, you're now giving away a lot of space for 496. They've accumulated a 4,000 net worth lead, and you know, what's the Morphling still working on that E-Blade, so he's got the Ghost Scepter. You see his net worth is, of course, not keeping up to the Sven's, but playing Yassi, he's got the blink already. Silence is a bit late, but the Snowball can follow him down, so they don't really get much distance with the Stampede. And even Drew now jumping on forward. Dai can really think about taking Roche. Maybe not right now, because Exo's down for 20, but they're going to smoke up, maybe for another pick-off here. It was underneath the Observe Ward in the river, though, so Signal Ultra do have information.
They're going to back up with enough time. At least these creeps are going to be sniped away by Drew, which is really nice to have. Don't know what Grimm's Courier is doing up here, but it'll live for now.
Maybe just anticipating a ward to get placed up there. He's already got a sentry in the area.
But at least they were able to get the tier 1 tower. You know, that means that they are opting to go for this Exorcism attempt. They're kind of second-guessing themselves a little bit. Only half a level away here on DPC from his level 2.
Oh no, they walked up into a ward and they did destroy it. They just walked straight past the Observe Ward, and now with the shot as well, Van's going to get caught in place. Bing is going to drop an Iron Chronosphere here. It's on to 2, but once again with False Promise, if they don't catch Bombi, the Snowball dodges the Sonic Wave damage as well, so the Queen of Pain has to retreat with the blink, but not raiding. They can't really continue with the fight, even though with these 2 buybacks coming through from the supports. They do burst through Hung thanks to Eris's Finger of Death, but oh, it's 2 buybacks there for the 1 kill.
It's on the Morphling, so it's not terrible, but yeah, you mentioned it right. You got an Observer Ward next to you that's placed pretty aggressively when you were just in the area and had just placed down a sentry. You know they're still around, and well, they got picked off from it. Good blink reveal coming through there from the Sven. Found this time Tusk, but he's actually found Eris. That's going to be a dieback.
55 seconds down on the deck.
Can't rush. No Exo, no God Strength. So, you know, probably just going to opt to go for a few towers if they can. Chronosphere is not available. We saw Sonic Wave used. It was a really nice dodge. I thought Yassi played that fight really well, making sure to be in the right position to be able to catch out the right people. Oracle got Promise onto him, and even Snowball dodged the Sonic Wave.
I love how aggressive they're playing right now. Oh, Jesse gets bashed up maybe a couple more times, but Silence, Stampede, nope, shot's gonna counter that, and now with the perfect chain lockdown and faceless boy, it's gonna get brought down in our van. He even shows his face in the wrong neighborhood. Hung utilizing that Centaur replicate. They're gonna find an extra juicy Centaur kill here. Oh, man. Posturing from 496 was just so on point. You knew the Lion was dead. You knew the abilities were on cooldown from Radiant. Let's just walk up the high ground aggressively, and now they can go back into Roche. God Strength, tag team. I think this is... No, Medallion's not picked up just yet, but it's not really required here.
Looking good though. I mean, you can't ask for too much more from Yassi here. Again, he was just on point with that initiation, making sure to get that chain lockdown through onto the Faceless Void. Of course, assisted by the rest of the team with the silences, stuns, everything else coming through, but having a game to remember after that. It's a pretty disastrous early game. You know, 3 deaths by a Tusk in the laning stages. He never went wrong. He's redeemed himself.
He has indeed, and I was going to say, you're going to see how difficult it is now for Signal against a lot of the defensive factors that Dire have. If you drop a Chrono, but if you don't find the Oracle, we see that false promise coming into play, and even for the Lion initiation, if you don't get the toss, then he could just blink forward Snowball and disrupt the combo.
And you saw it was the Morphling that actually ended up taking the Aegis. Obviously a lot less cooldown reliant than the Sven or the DP. Once they pop the God Strength and the Exorcism, they're much less useful. You're gonna waveform just to get to neither and Hung, but it just enables him to again play that more aggressive style, right? He's got the boots of traffic, he's got the waveform, he's got the magic resist from the Nether Shore. Magic damage can't hurt as well, but now he's even got the Aegis, so it's gonna take a very heavy commitment from Signal Ultra to try and take him down. Meantime though, they were able to get the tier 2. Signal probably getting the best possible trade they could have, taking out the Ancient stack, which is quite nice.
Radiant are scanning.
You see that? I mean, Lion's got this blink queued up. Van has just had a tricky game here. Did he go that Vanguard? Oh no.
Now he's got that medallion, so you know you've got this lineup that includes a Sven. It's just gonna mean you're melted.
Double damage.
And he's accumulating a lot of gold right now. We're going to see that broken Solar Crest get picked up very shortly. You know, both the Morphling and the Sven are absolutely going to love that.
You love to see it. You've got the God Strength available. Exorcism still, again, 70 seconds away, but playing around there. Honestly, they're not playing around each other amazingly. They're just punishing poor movements coming through from Signal. Solo siege creep, though. Coming down towards the tower. Will they start to tank it up to make sure it survives? Cardi,
Don't let it die.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Oh,
Feels
poor Cardi's life. He just wanted to hit some towers. Just wanted to be a friend.
Is under attack.
See, this tower might have died like a second or two faster now. Means you could have contested those bounties. Maybe farmed an extra camp. But you're just greedy. You didn't want to take those 2 tower hits. God damn it.
I hate it.
Dominating! Axis, please!
Hung,
oh no.
Again, like, this is the other thing. You've got these supports that are not able to save themselves if they get jumped on by something like this Morphling. Nethershall not just going to be able to, save him from the Finger of Death, from the Stroke of Fate, from the Queen of Pain abilities.
Radiant's middle tower is
That
under
offensive
attack.
damage. Well, I'm hearing a bunch of ultimates being popped. They found... Oh, just able to jump away in time on the block.
You know, we were highlighting in the draft that... Oh, Yassi. Gonna blink on Centaur. Is
Radiant's
still
middle tower
really
is
hard to
under
commit onto, although Drew wants to. I say he's hard to commit on. Drew just chunks him down. They drop the Chronosphere on 2. Nice use of the Soulbite as well with Finger of Death, but once again, they haven't been able to catch out Bombi. He also sidestepped the Sonic Wave there, so the Oracle's not going to get bursted. And on 496, he's going to be able to chase inside the base with all the ultimates on cooldown. Signal, they don't even have buybacks regardless. It's an Ultra for Hung. The sole survivor from Signal Ultra nowhere to be seen. He's opting to try and cut the mid-wave. The problem is getting shot in as well. P3 Tower's going to get cleaned, and Signal now going to lose some objectives inside the base.
And that's what happens when you don't have the pinpoint position when you're going for these ganks, right? It just feels like one person is picked off every single time. And again, it's all about the burst potential against this 496 lineup. So many times, snowball save. So many times, false promise save. Waffling again, just move away. Sven, he's tanky. Very few ways for you to die right now. 496.
You just have, I think Centaur's dead as well. Yeah, he is. I mean, Sven might get bashed up here one more time. Drew's actually going to end up falling here. You also see the backline. James, he got the kill on Bombi. They're going to buyback coming through. Van wants to try and punish this with the Stampede. James is still in the back as well. Nice use of the silence. Van's going to jump in straight on top of that BB, but they're able to turn and get the kill on top of Jamesy. That B's still going to... Oh my lord, that's... Yes, he's just so much outplaying them right now. This Tusk keeps that BB alive. You know, he's going to be able to TP out. The Tusk won't make it, but he's done his job. They got the kill on Jamesy. You got the Death Prophet out. Yes, you did lose a couple heroes than what you were hoping for, but it could have been a lot worse there from 496.
Yeah, much worse. He says, well, I tried in the old chat, but... I mean, I think he did more than try, my man. Being able to protect a core, they forced a buyback out of Van there. Really solid play. It honestly feels very tough to find a scenario where they're going to come back into this game. Queen of Pain, one of those heroes that absolutely needs to snowball if you're going to have any kind of effectiveness. It's not like you've got that level 25 safety net anymore, where at least you've got the fear coming through from your prerogative talent.
Oh, Riberas. Oh my god. Oh, maybe Grims as well, honestly. Van. Nice use of the hoof stomp there. Gives some space to his support. But Hung Hung's still chasing, and along with 496 as well, that BB is actually going to commit the exorcism, but they can still connect with the Death Prophet and tank the tower.
Yep. He needs to smoke on the back. I think he'll take him down quickly enough, that's the question.
Chrono? Onto 2. Where's the damage? James is going to blink on the back. He finally able to catch up Bombi. Now with the Orchid Sonic Wave, they bring him down, but Drew, they find the kill on Jamesy. Even though he popped the BKB, they've got the burst potential. Now with the control on top of the Faceless Void as well. Signal Ultra, the cores just can't sustain all the damage right now. 496 have accumulated way too much of a net worth lead. The levels and items showing up big here in these team fights.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they were finally able to, like you say, catch out that Oracle. A little bit of poor positioning coming through there. He had the Blink Dagger, so he didn't need to be standing right in the middle of the team fight, but the Orchid Silence ends up taking him down. Again, though, you just got so much damage on these other 3 cores. It punishes the fact that you weren't able to get aggressive enough against the other team. We see it time and time again. And it's not like... it's not something that we say too often, you know, see teams lacking aggression to be able to punish too deep movement.
Yeah, usually you see that it's the C teams that are all out aggression here and can do that, but it's just a game where 496 looking really, really clean. And, you know, this was I guess a draft coming into it, we were kind of questioning, you know, the Sven last pick, putting the Morphling mid, the DP in the off lane, but 496 just had the game plan and they executed.
I'm still of the mentality of I really don't rate Faces. He just does nothing in the first 25 minutes of the game. It's not like he's even landed some bad chronospheres. I feel like Biggies have been pretty damn good. But again, you're just lacking the damage to be able to contest into this heavy, you know, burst resistant lineup.
Oh, this is not good. Ben, he's disconnected away from the team. They have been able to run into Yassi, but they're losing their offlane right now on the Centaur, and even Morphling just murks the Lion as well. Gets the Stampede off just before the death, but Drew's got the Abyssblade, a Bing, Stormhammer, doesn't get the BKB off fast enough, down with the last second Time Walk. A Bing just makes it away, but they're going to lose the Queen of Pain. A Bing has now turned, but he's going to still end up falling, and Signal, they got a couple of buybacks, but it just doesn't matter. Down so much gold, and they're going to have to call it quits here. It's 496, too strong.
Yeah, way too strong, and they were just lacking the damage, lacking the synergy. It's hard, right? Because they needed to be able to pop everything onto one hero just to be able to kill them, and then if that didn't work, GG, essentially. And even if they did get the kill and turn it into a 4v5, I still feel like they're not lacking too much damage on 496, so... good synergy coming through from them to be able to withstand that early pressure that was put onto them, but it felt like Signal, once they lost a couple of team fights, they lost their mojo a little bit, and they tried to, well, they did retract into their shells. Ended up biting them.
like level 3 or 4 significant versus Batrider. You have to remember you are quite high strength game, so it does, it's still painful, you know. Sure, it's not your main attribute, but it still is going to be painful whenever you get hit from these spells.
The battle begins!
Death in particular.
See, VP setting up there, see if they can find something, but PuckChamp not going to walk into the traps that VP tried to set.
So he's hit level 4, feeling very strong now with level 2 reactive, but he's got backup.
He does, he's got a lot of backup. Kingslayer coming over as well. They'll get the cask down onto the Wraith King. Crit's in trouble. He's going to pop pretty low here to the Maledictics. In fact, he's dead. Yeah, he's not going to be able to keep himself alive, as that is going to be first blood, taking down Crit, and also taking down Astral TM. Tower hits are coming in, but he's got the Salve ready to go, and he's able to walk away alive as VP take down the 2. GPK. I mean, they're going to have to snowball, but Desperate, he's very low. We'll pop the Fairy Fire. And now they actually look at a turn. They've trapped GPK in the arena. GPK got any measure to jump out. In fact, he's going to try and get back in onto Desperate, but further backup comes in. They bring down GPK and keep Desperate alive. Oh, and now safe.
From Astral.
Radiant's bottom tower is
damage
under
for this
attack.
won't be quite enough. Too hard with the jug.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Kingslayer. He's going to go down. The Omni Slash. All last 2 bounces not working in Nightfall's favor as Melez. He's going to be fine.
Welcome.
It is quite strong if you're sticky.
Okay.
That's great.
They've got the damage. Yeah, with the Maledict. It's going to be very little they can save, and they'll buy him some time in the Snowball. Is it actually enough to save him against the ticks of damage? It is. Another nice move from Astral. He's probably going to die. As they put the Snowball. Silence out straight away, and no struggle at this point of the game. They have that sort of
bottom.
Alright. To get the Firefly off again, is he able to move over the trees and far enough away? Oh, the slash bounces the wrong way! Oh, Melezi just casually tanks 2 ultimates and walks off. Oh, that's gonna feel bad.
It's like a mistake there if Nightfall maybe spins instead of using Omni. Perhaps they have enough.
So that's what they're gonna try and get a fight going here. At this stage, they do have. Oh, do they? The Stars is gonna last long enough. He's still alive. healing wards down. They couldn't quite kill him off this time round as DM's fine. Backup comes in as they'll lose Desperate. They will manage to find Kingslayer in return. DM, they're still trying to focus him. He's actually going to miss the timber chain. The Firefly does come to an end. Mella's trying to stack up the napalm. Get the flame break out on the two of them. Remnant will grab onto Astral, but Astral crit and Mella's, they're still going to continue to push back VP. They won't be able to find anything more than the wisdom.
Champions. And now VP, they're not as cooldown reliant. They're going to look to pick back immediately.
Oh, they are. And PugChamp aren't quite ready for this sort of quick movement off the back of the last fight as they catch Desperate by surprise. Maled's looking pretty dead this time round. The Maledict's down, Death Ward as well. The stick charges, and as he's careful as they try and turn towards Kingston Melez, he'll still tick out to the Maledict and get him in. They could use to aggressively fight with the reincarnation.
Yeah, he's strong damage-wise, but he is unbelievably fragile. He has very little armor, and he's versus a Timber Saw, as well as heavy magic damage from the side of VP.
Right, a little bit slow on the response there. Nightfall, he just allows himself to get Rainfire blasted. As there's no response from him at all, they will lose Mars in return. Finger comes out. Crit will die the once. But VP's having to back off. They've lost two of their members. I mean, he
didn't have vision.
Sure, I guess he just wasn't prepared at all. The fight not over quite yet. They are going to jump back in onto Crit, and Crit, he's going to get bursted by VP as VP see a chance to get back in as PugChamp hang around for a little too long. They might even lose more here, PugChamp, as Dakalis is getting surrounded by GPK, TM, and Save. It's going to be another kill here for VP. Or is it Dakalis? Yeah, they've got him. Mella's trying to fight back, but with a step back up. That big kill, get Kingslayer on top of it. Still up to hang around. Bottom lane, Mella's, Omni smashes back up, he's dead. And over to the side, Save and DM, they've got another catch. They found Astral. And Astral, he'll try and escape over the snowball. DM's going to be sure to chase this, though. See, he's not letting Astral get away. VP getting out on top now with these kills as even when PugChamp makes a move, they're losing more for in return. A little bit of time left on the DD. It's about to expire. I mean,
bit of a bold one.
VP's not heading over quite yet. So we'll see if VP. They're not even going to commit for it. They're too scared of VP being able to get in and fight him in the pit. They've actually stepped back for now, but Roshan is so low.
Nightfall popped the healing ward. I think he was going to use it to scout. He like sent it into the pit for a second, but well backed up, and it's got the long cooldown.
VP VP just stepped right back. They didn't even try and make a move aggressively into the pit. DM's feeling confident, just holding on to the tap, showing himself. Melet's already scouting things out for the trees. He's going to be able to get the jump on stage. Arena's down for Desperate. They're able to pin Witch Doctor over towards the wall. Kingslayer goes down. Melet's still alive, actually, as he's off to the side. They will chase him down with the Blade Fury, take him out. As there's the back gone. But they've lost both supports for this VP. We'll move over towards Crit. Bring down the Wraith King once. He's ready for round two. Can they kill him off a second time? Desperate also coming in. Has the stun follow up onto the Judge. They've found Nightfall, focusing him over towards the side. Blade Fury's back up. It doesn't matter. They've got the physical damage to take him down. 3 dead on VP. Desperate very, very low. Is he able to blink out? He's away to the high ground, but GPK will hunt him down. Just in with the Astral Step. It's a cleanup by VP. DM getting the triple kill. As PugChamp, even with the Aegis, the reincarnation from PugChamp.
And he's got Spell Amp.
They're going to try and have a punch at them here from the smoke. They have got the BKB.
Yep, 2 of them. Right? I don't think the third one's online just yet for Melis, but they do have 2 BKBs on the board. So
yeah, they're going to be able to start the fight onto him. Melis is gone, and TM's already timber-chatting up to the high ground. He's found the backline. Save able to line up the stun onto the 2 of them. As they jump, he's burst down. He's controlling Desperate completely. Will come in with the BKB, but Chris having to use the rest of the BKB to TP out of there. Same for Desperate. And we'll get they get a couple of supports.
It feels like a monumental difference in that one. It does not feel like a 2K difference at the moment.
And now they found Desperate.
Radiant team back.
Trying to box over to help out.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Do I just sound normal now, by the way?
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Welcome back to the PGL LoL Division Season 2. We got Signal Ultra taking on 496 Gaming, and Denog, we saw 496 have a incredible game one. I think we were all excited to see how this team was able to head into this series, because it was a bit of a shaky start for them through their first couple of weeks. Same with Signal Ultra as well, and in that game one there was some bright points. You know, the laning phase I think went well, but overall it was just too strong from 496 execution wise.
Radiant team pick.
Man, these are some early commitments coming through from both of these teams. I mean, that is one of those lineups, the Storm Spirit Grimstroke, that's able to punish you pretty heavily, but how often? We've seen it actually a couple of times, more with Lil Gun, I believe, with Hishki's Lina, that they were able to pick it up super early on. But
10 seconds remaining.
we've seen it from Signal just yet. I mean, we've also got the flexibility of being able to
5
move the Lina
seconds
into this
remaining.
mid lane, which I feel like I've talked about it a decent amount, where I feel like this meta with the water runes really favors these heroes that want to be spamming out waves constantly. Of course, you've also got the magic stick that you're able to just have. You don't even need the wand, just the stick in a lane against the Storm Spirit. It's going to be really good. And if you can bully Storm out of the lane super early on, then you know that impact of having the early Orchid is obviously going to be lessened quite severely. You just got to make sure that you've got some really nice vision to be able to protect from any sort of rotations. Speaking of rotations, the best one in the game is still in the pool. Tusky Dusky. Picked up by anyone here.
Now, do we feel
Radiant
like
team ban.
I'm intrigued if they were going to go for the Tusky Dusky just because of the Lina getting picked up, and you kind of want that flexibility between the four. Yeah, we have seen teams, and we've seen teams flex the Tusk in the 5, but yeah, then it would have kind of revealed how they were
10
playing it, or really put them in a bit of a not as flexible of an opener as they wanted. Now they go just for the duo here of that ultimate burst potential and a lot of lockdown as well, but it always feels like Storm's one person that hates versing lockdown, but loves versing these squishy range heroes that often have a lot of lockdown. It's an interesting kind of contrast back and forth there.
Yeah, I mean, they played around each other okay on Signal that game. They just didn't have the damage for it. Now you've definitely got the
10
damage with the
seconds
Lina and
remaining.
Lion combo to be able to pick off anyone. I wonder if they're even going to go for any kind of
5
like
seconds
bait
remaining.
plays. You know, I mentioned before, if you've got something like a Storm Spirit and you
Dire
lose the laning
team
stage
back.
and he's got that early Orchid, if you show yourself on the map, you're just revealing yourself as potential bait to be able to be taken down. So maybe it'll be, you know, assuming it is a Lina 4, for example, you know, he's just shoving the lane out a little bit, but Lion's actually just hiding right next to him in the trees. He zips in, you still get the Hex off, and
10
you're actually able to get the
seconds
counter
remaining.
kill onto the Storm. I wonder if they might be thinking that could be
5
Radiant
seconds
team
remaining.
ban. Yeah, so who knows if we'll see like a defensive support from 496 picked up, but it would feel a bit wonky though to go. I'm trying to think what defensive support you can pick up here. I guess Tusk, honestly. Like I don't think you can. The Oracle already got banned out from
10
496, but I don't
seconds
think you can fit some of the other ones into that category because, like you said, I
5
think
seconds
your Storm is a
remaining.
hero that's always, you now have the capability to get that instant stun with the Lion, and the Lena can provide that as well. I really feel like this matchup can go back and forth. Like, if this is a core Lena and you have a good start, you can snowball this matchup with yours. The Storm Spirit Zip has got too much of a cast animation.
team
Lena's
pick.
going to be able to hit that on point, but it can
Radiant
go back in the
team pick.
opposite way, where Lena, super squishy, really doesn't want heroes up in your face, and Storm can provide that, and the Earth Spirit can provide that as well. And Daniel, this is a duo that we see a lot across Dota, especially Southeast Asia. The Grimstroke, Earth Spirit, it just, they can cover their tracks so well together.
10
They cover their
seconds
tracks really well,
remaining.
and even just like the brothers, the Storm Spirit and Earth Spirit together,
5
it
seconds
provides so many
remaining.
different avenues for initiation that you're not just very readable at all stages of the
Dire
game. So,
team
you know, you can. The Squid's a pretty tanky hero. You know, he's a strength hero. He's got good strength gain. He's able to, you know, be that frontliner again.
Radiant
You've
team
got the
pick.
damage and stun that comes through with the Grimstroke and Darkseer. You don't see that all too often, but I think it's a perfectly fine pick. You know, again, they're just going to be putting a lot into either of these Spirit Brothers, and it's a ton of damage. Like, are you going to be able to withstand it all is the big question.
10 seconds remaining.
They already banned out the anti-mates here from 496, so you get rid of
5
the counter to the
seconds remaining.
Storm Spirit. You get rid of a really nice solid lane counter, I think, against the Darkseer. So now this, I feel like now you're really thriving as an offlane. Are there some other position ones that lane well versus the Darkseer?
Radiant team
I mean, you
back.
could just go something that's
Warrior.
like, this is okay, but again, you need to be up there in their face to be able to get a lot of this stuff off. Maybe they're going to rely on the support, whoever it might be. You know, if it's a tiny 4, for example, you're going to get those boots of speed. You're going to be able to pull the lanes so that Darkseer is not going to have
10
as easy of a
seconds
time.
remaining.
I mean, it's all about that
5
initial
seconds
burst, right?
remaining.
Whether it be Signal going for the aggressive movements with the smoke, with a blink dagger on the tiny, for example, or if it's going to be these turnaround bait plays coming through. Ursa is one of those heroes that can actually withstand a lot of this early initiation coming in onto him, provided he's not silenced, right? That's the bane of their existence, right? Being able to be silenced up before he's
Dire
able to
team
pop the
ban.
array.
Now, what are we feeling for 496? Because I have a feeling they could just go back into the Sven. I mean, we see it with the Darkseer a lot. Great with the Grimstroke. But the Earths are now getting picked up from Signal. Kind of, does it give you a bit of a warning for picking up the Sven because you
10
can't really
seconds
man fight him?
remaining.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit more challenging. I mean, it even could be something like a
Radiant
Monkey
team
King,
ban.
perhaps. Who,
Mhm,
you know,
yep.
it is still hard to fight into him, but at least you've got that lifesteal capabilities. You've got a little bit more movement speed, and of course, you've also just got the Darkseer that can surge you away if you are just in a 1v1 man fight. Once the stuns are used, of course. Whoever the position 1 is, they're going to need
10
to play
seconds
pretty damn
remaining.
heavily
Dire
around
team
their
ban.
BKB. They even jug?
Radiant team
Oh, no, it's
pick.
banned. They're just getting rid of all sorts of cleave as much as they can. Taking as much away from this position 1 as possible. I mean, what's left in the pool? Is Troll been banned? Yep, Troll's out. No, yeah, they've got a lot of lockdown for a Weaver.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah,
Yeah, and again, a lot of bursts as well.
5
Yeah,
seconds remaining.
Tiny doesn't have a lot of armor. Lion, Lena, could be squished.
yeah, I guess you just kill everyone else and don't leave the Ursa to last.
It even helps with
Dire team pick.
being able to take up big stacks, right? And that, well, maybe not now against the Centaur, but like you just put the Ion Shell onto the PA, use the blur, stand on top of an Ancient stack, for example, and take all that a little bit
Choose
quicker.
your hero.
I was talking about playing around those BKBs and making it a little bit more difficult for, of course, the Lena, the Lion, and the Tiny to have an impact. 1v1, Lifestealer doesn't have a fantastic matchup against.
No, it really doesn't, but I feel like Lifesteal this game, you've got the Storm Spirit carrier, you got the Earth Spirit. Lifesteal is surged up. Iron Shell is a massive, massive issue to deal with the Lion, the Lena. These are two incredibly squishy supports, and with 496's roster, it really seems like they have the capability just to assassinate these two supports at the start of the fight and then they can deal and kite with the rest of the heroes. As long as you can kind of tank through that one combo from Tiny, and then you should be able to get another kill when that's on cooldown. And the matchup versus the Centaur as well is pretty solid too. You got the Grimstroke in the lane, so I like the lifesteal getting picked up from 496. Like you said, my only worry is like, can you've got. You play with the Rage, but you're going up against someone with an instant stun in the Hex, so you've got a way to get bursted, and you're going up against the Ursa, so you can't really man-fight him. Those are the two issues.
I mean, Ursa needs to be either the last or the second last hero to die in every single team fight. 496 are going to win, right? You got to clear up the Lina, you got to clear up the Lion, and then go for the rest. You know, James Z, yeah, he's a bit more tanky, so you could probably leave him until a bit later on, but it's just going to be the game of kiting out this Abingi Ursa. You've got a lot of potential to do it, right? You got the zips, you got the slows, you got the movement speed. Really, all that's lacking is lifesteal having a little bit of movement, but even the Surge is able to save.
How are we feeling about this? Do we think 496 are going to be able to take their first victory of the Season 2 low division, or can Signal to push this to a Game 3?
I think it's just going to depend on, again, how they take these team fights, right? We saw multiple times that they were just that little bit short on experience for example, the Finger of Death, or you didn't quite have the level 2 ultimate your mid laner last game. But this time around, I think what we're going to be seeing 496 in particular play around is the BKBs. You know, if you're able to get a BKB super early onto Hung Hung, that's going to be nice. Sure, yeah, so Yassi's going to get the urn first. I wonder if he's going to go into a Spirit Vessel, or if he's just going to straight up rush the BKB like we see a lot of Spirits go now.
I love this part!
We'll see. Yeah, and he's got a Darks here as well, so he's going to be so active through that early to mid game here, and it could be very, very difficult. We saw that Van Centaur struggled in the last game. His laning phase when started off rough, but he was solo, then got a little bit of help, of course, from great rotations from Eris, but it was just not a game where Centaur was able to thrive like they needed for Signal, and it kind of looks like it's required once again, because if he doesn't have a strong game, then who do they put in the front line? Like, Tiny's doesn't want to fulfill that role. You really need to play on your blink initiation to burst one hero down, and Ursa not really going to fulfill that role either.
Yes, he's got to be careful here. He ends up rolling away from with the Watt, drops the Watt. But yeah, I mean, there was no way you could take a fight on your own against the threat of this many stuns that Signal's able to throw. Feels like Signal do need to play around that counter gank, I guess. You know, try and lure 496 to overextend a little bit. You know, hide out those BKB timings when they eventually do arise. Why is he keeping that? Yeah. Oh, he's no experience for you, Yassi. It's all for me. I hate them so much.
And Tiny's someone that wants, the Earth Spirit can get some experience as well. Like, getting a decent level 2 is not bad for him. But yeah, Storm's like, nah, all for me, all for me. You get the gold. That's at least that's good enough for you.
Free son of a bitch. Well, he's been able to, roll in onto Grims, and it tickles him. The tickle in the bum.
Poor Grims. It's just... Let's see... This could be... I mean, down bot's pretty devastating, honestly, for either team. It's a Lion Ursa. It's stunned with this hero that can get super aggressive in the lane, but... You've got that BB with the surge capability, who's able to move pretty goddamn speedy now.
Nice little pre-pull there by Yassi again. He's going to roll in onto Grims. He's always going to need to be careful of this, right? Because if he's off the point and aiming towards that T1 tower, you've got the lockdown, you've got the slows to be able to take him out pretty damn easy. Not quite those so far, though.
Can you get the big creep? Oh, we got it.
Radiant's bottom tower
I might even get the
attack.
choreo. Never mind. We do see how's top looking right now. True. And we'll see this lane's going to get a lot more difficult for Van and even for Eris as well. I mean, Drew's got the boots of speed queued up and it's coming out in the courier now. So once he's got that and also a couple more points in the levels for the Grimstroke, they can really get aggressive here on Eris. But he's going to take up some right-click damage. That Light Strike Array getting the connection along with the Hoof Stomp, and Drew has to pop the Fairy Fire. It's going to get selved up, however, from Bombi. So you see, did Drew come out to the lane with regen, or was it actually just the good old tango trick that not really seeing enough lately?
I think he just got the one set of tangos, so he should be just fine. He's already got the courier actually needs to go to you, Drew, and eventually ends up being delivered. But I mean, he already has very fast movement speed on this lifestealer, now 370, so it's going to be a lot harder for them to be able to take him out. You might just go for the one value point into the rage. It's obviously very easy to pump fake the Light Strike Array.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Trouble here, actually, is Eris the one in trouble?
Drew's got some stick charges, but yeah, he's going to be careful how he postures right now, although Eris is still holding his ground, and another Stroke of Fate will be available for Bombi, and even Drew thinking about coming back over.
Yeah.
Bombi, though, on point there with the stroke, 2 points in the queue. It's enough damage to get the kill. That's first blood for Bombi.
Trying to harass a little bit here onto Van with the 2 points and the Feast. Will withstand relatively well. Get the harass in before Eris comes back to the lane, so nicely done there.
See the... How do you feel like Lifesteal is a hero now with that change that we saw through the last patch? I mean, the Feast, a little bit of that max health damage getting reverted back, and see the Ghoul Frenzy is pretty nice in the laning stage too.
Yeah, I mean, it's not near the level of busters that it used to be, where you also got the attack. Like, you actually need to skill up at least one point into all 3 abilities at this stage to get all of the previous benefits that you had. Attack speed and other stuff too.
Yeah.
I think it's good. Like, it's a solid like A-, which is what I want to see out of heroes. Like, everything should be an A-.
Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of viable heroes right now, which is everything you want to see in a game of Dota. Just keeps the meta a little bit fresh as Eris is getting chunked down. You see Drew though. Van didn't have enough mana for the Hoof Stomp, so wasn't actually going to push them back. But Drew really is not last hitting well up top on the lifesteal. I mean, he's only got 56 damage. It's getting buffed up a little bit thanks to the Quelling Blade, but he's struggling at the moment. It looks like he's putting a lot more pressure on trying to zone out and bring down the resources a signal.
Yeah, but I mean, when you're going up against stuns, it's always going to be really effective, right? I do like, again, I'm going to talk about shards again, but lifesteal is...
Bot lane Ducks here. He's going to end up falling there. They got the control just as he used the Soul Ring, so he lost a lot of health without using any abilities, and now Yassi as well is going to get caught. This lane from Signal can be super up in your face, and Ursa with the stun combo, it's a lot of damage, and Bing went for that phase boots early on, so you see he's just looking to dominate the lane and find kills with this itemization. He's complementing it really well with his playstyle.
He's pretty damn farmed. He's already got the Tranquil Boots, 500 towards his Blink Dash.
Top lane. Hung He's just gonna TP in for the kill on Eris, and Hung's still got the Vortex to drag back Van. He can play around with the Hoof Stomp, but there's still a lot of damage that's going to come through. Hung even might be able to drop another Overload if he wants to use the one charges there, but Van already with the Vanguard is a pretty tanky beast.
Haste.
Now they take away this big stack. Not sure actually who was the one to build this up. We know Bombi's the stack king, but in a lane with against the Centaur, wouldn't have been surprised if it was him either.
Yeah, we already see what Bombi could do last game. Mid, yes. Yeah, he's right. Yeah, we saw what Bombi could do last game on an Oracle, and that's not even an easy support to make stacks. And now you got someone like the Grimstroke makes it even easier, and it's already showing right now as Storm's loving life.
Nicely done by Yassi as well to manipulate the creep wave, making sure that the 2 melee creeps that were remaining were dragged out of range, prioritize the siege creep. Yeah, he's gonna die again though.
So, looking very rough here for the Darks here. 3 deaths at the moment. Jamesy swinging through down bot. looking to get involved on the Tinies. It's his first kill participation in the game.
No, I'm a fiend for my Aghanim shards, but I really like Lifesteal's one. You know, now the fact that deals 2% of the target's max health per attack on the target when you use that open wound is going to be real nice against the likes of Centaur. I mean, not so much Ursa, but Centaur and Tiny for sure.
Drew's baiting at the moment. He's got rage, stick charges, and also with 3 rotations coming through, there's the sticks coming through, so it gives him enough health to be able to trade away. And now with the roll as well, catches out Van. Perfect target prioritization. They use enough resources to get the kill on the Lina. Meanwhile, Yassi rolls in and stops the Centaur from being able to retreat away from the aggressive movement that 496 were dishing out there. That's a great bait from Drew.
Great bait, mate, and more importantly, unlike on the bot lane with the Lion, it's the carry that gets both of these kills. So Drew's right back in it, even though the last hits aren't still looking that great for him. He's right on target with the rest of these cores, and I mean, that's the thing, right? You've got a Centaur, he's very tanky, but if you get on top of him and lock him down, he's not at that point yet where he's going to be, you know, too much to handle to, you know, he doesn't have the Stampede, he doesn't even have boots yet. He's going to be able to get away most of the time, whereas Darkseer, at least he's got the Surge. He's going to be able to survive most of these early initiatives.
Now, we are... Yeah, it's been a tricky lane though for DatBB, hasn't it?
This big pull coming off here. DatBB hasn't been able to scout it out just yet, with the nighttime not quite having the vision. Really juicy for him if he was able to spot it. He actually is going to be the one ending up taking it.
Hit a brooch for a Tiny. Oh, it's the dream. It really is the dream. You see James is rushing that blink as well, not going for anything like the phase or a stat item in between, so recognizing that he really needs to get involved and make his mark on this second game here.
And just a little bit more harass being put in onto Drew. He's farming happily under his tower though, and again, you've got this roaming gang squad. Yassi, Hung, Bombi. They're all playing around each other. Real nice. Could be trying to bait out. I mean, they left that Founder in there for quite a while. Jamesy to come into the lane. Will he go for this on Yassi?
I take what I please.
I don't know if they can kill Jamesy. They've got heroes in the area, but without seeing Grims right now, and you're highlighting that Signal to always have that capability of baiting a hero and then Grims popping out of nowhere with the Lion and turning it around, and you know, they were thinking about making a similar play.
This is the Blink Dagger reveal though from James. He's only level 8 and he opted to put the 1 point into Grow to be able to withstand a lot of this right click damage. Van, he's trying to kite out as best as he can. He might need to use the Stampede, but he's silenced before he can.
Oh, now with the Stampede allows Grims to just close the distance so they can get that chain lockdown, stopping the Storm Spirit from disengaging, and Dyer, they're still going to drop the Observer Ward though. Bombi's got to be careful because the Delta split coming through. They wrap around on both ankles here, so 496, just those 2 heroes at the moment. Even Drew right now as well. He's able to man fight Grims. Yassi with the roll in. It's a nice LSC on 2. Jamesy has got some 1 charges to use the combo, but now with the Infest allows Yassi to retreat away. DatBB's coming over. It's a great use of the wall on the high ground. Forces Jamesy and Eris to rethink how they want to play this fight. And it looks like they actually have to retreat away. Sven is going to be the sacrificial lamb here. Maybe he gets a deny, but meanwhile, actually, even Hung a long zip in, catching out Eris.
Value of information again, right? Just dropping that that Observer Ward on the way before starting that fight. Preemptively having that one up on Signal ends up costing them a couple of extra kills.
Oh no, they got an Observer Ward. Oh no, Illusion. No, he's still going to get brought down. Cute attempt, but didn't disjoint the right click as the Lion was there for the control, and that's 2 quick deaths there on the Storm Spirit. You saw he was on target for a very good timing in this Orchid, but early blink from Tiny putting a little bit of a stamp.
Dyer's bottom tower.
Yeah, I mean, Jamesy, you can't fault too much about how he's played that, right? He's now 3-0-1. Good effectiveness of that early blink timing, and now he's going straight into the epicenter. So again, it's all about this solo target burst. At least this time around, they don't have the heroes that can save, so you can feel so much more confident about going for these 12 minutes coming up. So be some value runes coming through. He's going to use the Blink Dagger to be able to pop it, and ends up being the right decision. The Haste rune.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Man, Bombi. Oh, sorry. If Abin gets that kill, he's really close to the Battle Fury. He's probably going to get the tower gold as well and all the creeps. So, a bit unfortunate that Van got it, but it's still going to be an incredible timing for Abin on this Battle Fury.
Under attack.
Coming from Van. The middle of the map. Trying to put a bit more pressure onto this mid tower. Of course, the retaliate. Assist with chunking through this. He's got the Vanguard, so he's able to withstand a lot of the pressure onto him. What they found out here is Darkseer. Oh, really nice.
It's been a real awkward game for that BB. I mean, he's still got more farm than the Centaur Van, honestly, but 4 deaths is giving away a lot more kills than what he was more than likely hoping for his mid lane. 496. They bring the reinforcements to try and protect that tier 1 tower. It does end up falling, and with the Stampede already used from Van, he's not going to be able to reset. And we're going to try and roll in. It's the Orchid picked up on Hong Kong. LSA only finds a connection on 1, but Signal on the high gun. They got the numbers to at least turn and dish out their own amount of damage here as the Earth Spirit loses his life. They're unable to find the kill on Jamesy.
And there was that return burst potential that I was talking about. This time around, they didn't fall for it on 496. They didn't want to commit too heavily, just tossing out Yassi's Earth Spirit on the front lines here. But now you can see they've got this deep ward up. They know that Ursa is hanging around this ancient stack. He's going to go for 1 extra pull, but
oh, even Stampede as well there. And now they're going to take the stack away. Radiant, I don't think they can contest it. So that's a lot of net worth going towards the 496 series. And even Grim's going to be careful. He's already got a blink on the line, but now Tiny with the combo. Nice use of the silence. He doesn't have enough burst potential. Now with the Orchid use as well, Hong Kong stops Van from being able to run in and utilize that hoof stomp as they're just losing hero after hero. And now even Storm's got a regen if he wants to go back in here, but Eris to be able to reset and get back underneath the safety of the tier 2 tower. But such a solid fight there from 496, utilizing that deep observer ward to their advantage, getting the Ursa kill and then linking that into more kills as well.
Hung's just, I was about to say he's just keeping his regen rune going, but yeah, it was mostly expired by that point. Are they able to get this follow-up onto him? It's a good amount of burst.
He's going to claim the kill there. You see Hong Kong just posturing a bit aggressively. Unfortunately, this is a game where they don't have that defensive support like they did previously from 496, and you kind of have to respect what Radiant can dish out damage-wise. That wasn't even without the Laguna Blade. That's just 1 stun, and Ursa, you know, getting the Fury swipes to add up there.
Yeah, respecting the fact that, look, Earthshock's not going to be that effective against this line, right? I was talking about before. The only person that's going to kill is probably the Grimstroke. He's not the main target in all of these engagements. It's going to be picking off a Darkseer, an Earth Spirit, or a Storm Spirit that just extends a little bit too far. That point in the overpower is enough to pick him off. And we've also seen here, I'm liking this from Bombi. You know, he's just gone these little items that have high effectiveness. The fluffy hat, the cloak. He's finished up his tranquil boots, and then he's just going straight into the shard. Why not? They're going to find out Van one more time as well.
Centaur just can't have a game once again. Struggling. I mean, he pops the hood, Stampede, and that's actually enough, but it's really seen so far this game. It's been Stampede's very defensively and not netting them a lot out of it at all, but I guess it keeps his life, and he's somewhat going to be happy with that.
This is actually a really cool game for the Darkseer to go the Axe. I mean, now it is very much the standard build for him outside of the mech, but I mean, both the Lifestealer and the Storm and the Earth Spirit all would love to have it. So just being able to provide them with that little bit of extra tankiness, and of course the damage that comes from it. It's got the Ion Shell Radius as well instead of the armor, so even though he's that position 3 Darkseer, playing much more of that backline role.
Yeah, and like you said, there's a lot of heroes that this Darkseer wants to be giving the shell over to. So just having that plus 20 seconds, the 2 charges can really give him a more freedom with how he wants to use it, and maybe that extra health could be enough to offset some of the burst potential, and Signal might not be ready for that. We'll see how that can come into play. We haven't really seen that baby get involved though on the darks. He had a rough laning stage and has been looking to catch up, and you know, again though, it's showing in the net worth that at least right now he's ahead of his counterpart in the off lane, and we'll see how he's going to be able to use that net worth to their advantage then.
He's even got the nether shawl as well. Doesn't end up keeping it for himself. Maybe the Ghost Spirits can grab that one. This is an early Roche attempt. I mean, it's not a bad idea, you know. 496, they're being a little bit greedy. They're wanting to make sure that they're splitting up on the map as much as possible to be able to get their next key item. But if you're able to take this, and you know, more importantly, not just getting Aegis itself, but also resetting the timer for the second round. Just as effective with that Ag Shard coming through. No, it's going to be at around the 26 or so minute mark. What out Bombi here?
Very nicely done with the Orchid. Grimshark still just runs back in, kind of puts his body on the line there. It's like, alright, you know, tanks up some abilities, tanked up the smoke, and they do see Van running solo right now. I've got very good vision in the area, but they a bit afraid that Signal can link up with the tanky Sentinel before they're able to bring him down.
This is the Ags though, the Darks here. 18-minute
Half 1 and 6. Hung's got a regen as well, so he's got that in the arsenal. They gave him the nether shawl. To get the kill on Van. Let's see, is he tanking off? Hood hasn't been popped just yet. Maybe rotations coming through. Stampede on cooldown, and well, they're gonna get the kill before the rotations are fast enough. It looks like now the answers are coming out. Hung actually gotta look to turn before he resets. He's got that regen, so a lot of mana to play with, but Bombi will end up losing his life. 496, they're still coming over with the numbers though, Drew. Along with that BB, we'll see these potential Aghanims come into play on the Darksea, but they have to kite the Ursa. A Bing's damage way too far through the roof. Maybe they can kite James as well. A nice bash. Damages are there. They're back into wall on 2, but the LSA is unable to find it. Nice use of the infest as well. Hung gets a massive amount of health back, and that they've left the Ursa to last. He's got that Aegis to play around with the second life, but it's not enough when you don't have extra heroes. Orchid's out. Stampede, can he get up on the high ground? There's no control just yet. Hung, he's used a lot of his mana, but Drew's still hunting. He can close the distance. Now, might look to turn his attention to Van as well. That BP surge back up, and now Grimm's nice use of the Finger of Death. Unable to pop the Rage. It was still on cooldown, unfortunately, for Drew. So, overstepping the mark just a little bit there on the Life Stealer. But you do see, this is something that we were speaking about in the draft. 496, they have to play heavily around on kiting the Ursa and leaving Kim to last, and that's where they can be successful in these team fights.
I mean, they played it pretty damn well. I feel like maybe just underutilizing the use of the Surge on the Lifestealer. Realistically, what can the Lion do? He's got the Blink Dagger. What can the Lena do? She's got the Ghost Scepter, so it's not too bad, but a lot of these heroes, once you use that initial combo, they can't do anything against the Lifestealer. Like, even Jamesy, right? He's got a Blink Dagger himself. He might be able to hit a couple of right clicks, but got 2,200 health. You don't really want to be contesting right clicks into a Lifestealer, especially one that's got Ion Shell, plus 300 health, and the burn radius coming.
Stonefall.
Let's see. They were trying to bait. It's actually Radiant that have the Observe Ward. They're going to jump on forward. That ward on the high ground that instantly gets dewatered, but Hung's going to try and zip in. He's going to be careful because Ursa's still nearby. If he doesn't burst the Lion fast enough, he needs to reset, but he gets the kill, and now with the Stampede, but Radiant coming over. It's a great hoof stomp from Rand. Now with the follow-up as well, with all the lockdown. Signal Ultra just burst through 3. James, he gets a double. Hung able to just zip away with his life there, and now we're seeing Radiant. You know, the team fight's starting to stack up here for the boys on Signal.
It's good, right? Like, it's one of those bait situations that I was talking about before. The fact that you lost the line, it's not that big of a deal, but again, Darkseid just staying around that little bit too late. I feel like there needs to be a bit more heavy communication coming from Hung in particular about when he can continue. Now he's even got the Fire and Sand, which is really nice for being able to sustain a little bit.
Are scanning.
One of those items that we're just seeing through 7.29, that mana regen amp 30% to 50%. It's getting a lot more love through a lot of heroes right now in Dota. We'll see how the Storm's able to utilize a lot more of that regen throughout the mid game now.
You can see the Spirit Vessels picked up on Yassi. Like, it's nice. I just don't feel like it's mega necessary. Because the Ursa's always going to be able to enrage it off. It's decent against 2 Blink Dagger carriers in the center. Tiny and, of course, high HP. But I just feel like having that earlier BKB would be so much more impactful.
We got an even game here though in our second game. I mean, 496 at this stage were able to grow a pretty solid net worth lead that was difficult for Signal Ultra to feat there in the first game, and at least
half minutes. It was pretty damn fast after this.
We definitely got a second game that's going to be action-packed right now heading into our mid-game. We got to smoke up from Signal, and we'll see who they're able to find here. Are there any key targets that Signal need to bring down? There's no like defensive support, so is it just always jump the Storm if you can?
Honestly, jump the Earthstrip at the moment, and they're going to pick him off, which is quite nice. I feel like being able to take out the Darkseer is pretty damn important as well, right? You've got that extra HP that you're able to provide.
This is deep. Soulbind, but they can still run away with the Stampede. Van's linked up right now with Eric. It's going to allow the long zip on top of the backline as well. If they can kind of bing, and they're doing so at the moment, but the Ursa unable to dish out any damage, and they're going to try and look to deal with the Bing, but it's still got the Enrage, but the rest of Radiant, they've just retreated away from the Ursa. Bing's getting no love at all from the fellow Signal heroes. And Yassi's still trying to look to catch. I mean, maybe Jamesy can burst him down. Nice use of the silence. Disrupts the combo from Grim. So now that 496 heroes are coming over, Drew looking to get involved. Arismore holding back a little with the light track raid, but they've got the Surge up and available. Finger of Death with the tower hit. That'll find the kill, but it's meant that Signal Ultra have had to stick around here. They even get the X-Ball stun just in the nick of time as Lion. He pokes his head out of the tree line, but it's going to cost him his life there as 496. Another fight where we see them do an incredible job to kite the Ursa, and Signal just kind of gave up all hopes to keep it being there and alive.
And again, that's the use of the Axe Shard X-Well. So you just, whoever you pop it on, you can be committing that little bit extra. It means that Hung, Yassi, both of them, even though they don't have the BKBs yet, they're confident enough to be able to go in super deep. And even then the Lifestealer, right? You've got that little bit of extra safety net once your rage is off cooldown.
It is such a crazy talent. It's just, it's nuts. It's so nuts. I mean, they nerfed it a little bit through 7.29B.
Not enough.
But even then, it just feels, not enough. It just feels so stupid. And you see, like,
take away the heal and damage component, and it would still be pretty damn strong.
Yeah, because getting any hard dispel for 1,400 gold is ridiculous. Like, there's not many heroes that have a hard dispel in this game, and you like, a Grimstroke has everything. Like, he literally does everything. Wave clear, silence, stun, strong laner, BKB piercing control, team fight. Now you add kind of a way to deal with a lot of illusion heroes, kind of with that Aghanims, like it's pretty decent. Now you've got a defensive hard dispel, like what?
Yeah.
How can this hero actually have everything? There's a reason why he's busted right now, and we see him so often.
He's the strongest hero in the
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's showing himself a little bit here. He's going to opt to put the look, he's safe. Not safe entirely, but we're safe from the stun from Van at least.
I guess it was just aware that there was a potential roast spawn, so I guess getting the information, making sure that Signal, it wasn't a fast spawn, but who knows, it still could be up, they're not aware. So 496 have to keep tabs around the area of Roshan here.
They're going to be ready to fight soon though. It's a minute and a half away. They don't know that, but you've got the BKB now coming out for the Storm Spirit. It's going to coincide somewhat with the respawn timing here on our Grimstroke. No charges in the Spirit Vessel is a little annoying though. They'll be wanting to try and get a kill onto the Lion first. Quickly burst him down so you can get those Vesper charges. Leader will do too.
That's just a good hero to be able to get those charges over. 2 now for Yassi to play with. They pop the Stampede, and this is a lot of information for 496. They actually want to go for the Ursa up top, who it looks like Bombi's setting up for at the moment, and they're kind of in the area to link forward with Bombi as well. So Bing's going to be pretty careful. Oh, Bing and Rage. It's popped early on. Now with the long tip forward as well. He's away from the team, but it's not going to matter. Even though they got the T1 tower, he doesn't have this damage mitigation here. But the ultimate is going to attempt the TP up with the Expo stun. It's there in the nick of time. That's just such good awareness from 496. You see that Signal Ultra were away from the Ursa, and instantly the Grimstroke goes to try and find that setup of the pickoff, and now they can get a T1 tower. And more importantly, this is right before Roshan, so they can get some deep absorb wards down around the triangle, which can give them a lot of great map control for this second Roche.
They're lucky enough that they at least have this deep sentry ward down, so they're going to be able to de-ward here. Might cost someone their life because Drew's still kind of hanging around. Doing? He's been cutting the wave. He's a madman. You're up against a Laguna,
Dire's
Finger of
bottom
Death,
tower is under
Link
attack.
Stun, Tiny Avatos combo.
He ain't give a damn right now on Drew. What's the next item you think for the life sword? Does he commit on the Abyssal as down bot? Storm? Grims has got Finger of Death. It's level 2 as well. Hung pops the BKB, but no, Jamesy. The last swipe of the tree. Stampede into the TP yard. I think Jamesy should make it. No, the vac from that baby is actually there at the long range. Just finds the Tiny. So they do get a nice kill on the Storm Spirit, but it costs Signal Ultra their own position too.
I wonder if they're even considering buying back for this, forcing... Because we mentioned before, right? Second Roche, Ag Shard, super important for this Ursa to be able to commit into these teams. If he doesn't have that, the game becomes very, very difficult for him as it progresses. Lifestealer, he's nearly got the Scardy. See you later, Eris.
Bombi as well just gets bursted. Eris is actually going to be okay. Now with Van, Sort of Stomp, nicely played Signal. They now have the numbers advantage, and they're going to be careful with that BB. Looking to come over and counter initiate. Maybe just giving a little bit of space to Drew because he can man fight. And now Eris is actually going to be pretty careful here with the Rage on cooldown. 496, they can still push on forward. Drew at the moment is just too much for them to handle, especially with the backup of the Darkseer. You give him Shell, give him Surge, and Drew will go to work.
He's still Centaur dead though, and it's still a bunch of ultimates popped to be able to get that early pickoff. And well, this is Roche. I want to see that Ag Shard go over to the Lifesteal. I feel it's going to be so important for the quicker pickoffs over onto the Tiny, onto the Centaur.
Now you've got the Aegis in the hands of the Storm Spirit Radiant. They're coming over. You gotta be careful because Dai got very good vision, and Yassi can just roll straight on Grims. I mean, he's already got the Aeon disc, but he's still gonna feed away his life, and even Eris should die as well. Hung's got a lot of mana, but Eris, well, he's able to get away here. So Aegis getting claimed. Lifesteal is actually the one to pick up the Aegis.
Yeah,
he's got shard as well.
Radiant's
I like
top
it.
tower is under attack.
And again, more sustain. Who needs defensive supports if you've just got this much sustain on your team? Even the Lotus Orb would be quite nice for being able to counter out any sort of chain lockdowns onto Storm Spirit in
Radiant's top
particular.
tower has
Who
fallen.
even has an Arcane Rune and a BKB and a cheat.
Ah, yes. 10 worth lead for 496, and looking like a game where just zip in, Lena. If it goes stepped up, you can still pull him back, and Harry's just going to use all that burst potential.
Like, there is no way for them to kill you. They're going to try and burst around and turn it onto the Storm. But
Let's see. I mean, Infest, maybe get the cheese off, yeah, but the BKB is still a little bit late there. Wall's going to get dropped, but Radiant, they can push on forward past the wall. Yassi's still going to drop the Magnetize. Drew's able to man fight. You've got to keep him up. And Lifesteal's got the Aegis, so it means that Signal Ultra have to deal with the rest of 496's heroes. But can they do so? As Drew's just able to man fight the Ursa, you can't do anything on a Bing, and now it's up to James and Grim, so they have the burst potential. The Finger, Laguna, both on cooldown right now, so 496 is still able to chase inside the base here. Drew's got the backup, and it's mainly because of the Darkseer. The Iron Shell, along with the Surge, they can't run away from Drew. He'll find a triple kill and double the open wounds as well. Jamesy, nice to have a toss combination, but Grimstroke's able to tank up through the combo. Now with the Glimmer Cape, he's going to protect it. So the ultra kill for Drew. He's going to try and turn this into a rampage as well. James's Blink's still on cooldown, and he should be able to make it as well. Runs through the ancient, and he should be able to find it. It's a rampage for Drew. Put him in the grave here as the life stealer just goes to work. What an incredible performance. Oh, the BM as well, just dancing inside the base there.
I mean, you're going up against a Darkseer lineup, so you're not expecting the Lifestealer to have the spider legs as well, right? I'm sure Tiny was thinking, oh, at least I'll be able to get away by running through the Ancient. Nope, I'm a spider as well.
You just... What do you do? Like, you just... It seems like Ursa now can't even stand his ground. I mean, Drew's 15, 1, and 13. It's been a really solid series performance from Drew overall. 496 you got to keep in mind, but really I've been impressed from Drew as well.
I mean, they've done everything possible to enable him as much as possible. He's got 8,000 gold, by the way. You can spend some of it over here now.
Buy next, he's so farm.
He's got the Scaldy queued up. I feel like that's pretty damn nice. Maybe he'll finish the Abyssal Blade. Would be horrible. Obviously nowhere near as strong as it used to be, but yeah, he's got Solar Crest is about to land on our Darkseer.
Middle tower.
They're going to try and burst down the Darkseer. Let's see if they'll be successful at doing so. He's relatively tanky at the moment. It's FDP as well with the Infest bonus health. He's going to be able to keep his life, but meanwhile, Signal, they just end up losing 3, and now Bing's going to have to retreat back up with the high ground, but they got the bash now, but the life still going to work. Signal Ultra. I mean, you successfully killed off the Darkseer, but what did it cost you? The buybacks are coming through. Fornex are going to be careful how deep they dive, but it's not going to matter as Drew's now on top. But Jamesy, Hung playing around with the regen, but he's going to be careful. If Bing's on top of him with the bash as well, Glimmer doesn't matter. Underneath the tower AoE, so they've got the detection. Stormsweeper got a buyback as well. Tossing back, they got the Earth Spike, and now maybe they can control him. The first life is there. Hex is going to come back up in the nick of time. Let's see, Grims, can he chain lock him down? Drew, just in the time, gets rage, but now with Bing as well, deals with the Grimstroke, but they're caught outside. Hex, silence, it's all there as Ursa will fall. No buyback. In fact, he's going to be down for 110 seconds here once again, trying to play around with the toss. They'll do so successfully. No, Drew, again, he's in the fountain. Drew, that's not where you want to be. Nice use of the tosses. James, he's got to pop the buyback there. 496, time to get outside the base.
It was some nice tosses coming through. It ends up costing them a few buybacks, and of course the dieback going away the way of the Ursa. But I mean, his Aegis only had a minute or so left. You could afford to go that little bit extra, maybe a bit deeper dive than they needed to. Storm Spirit actually ended up buying back as well. So I mean, a little bit of a win condition has opened up here for Signal Ultra. If you're able to take away the Storm Spirit, that's a ton of their damage potential that's taken away from them. And even Yassi going down, was that a dieback as well?
Oh yeah, I don't even know where Yassi died from. Did he buy back? Yeah, let's see.
He previously.
Yeah,
in
he
the
did.
previous team fight, I think he did.
I mean, it was about a 17,000 net worth lead. It's only 14 now, but still Signal. I mean, you got a range racked mid. You got a full set of barracks down bot. Okay, we'll see what they can do here. At least some mainly signs of life.
Signs of life is a good way to put it, you know, for all intents and purposes, 496 have got this, you know, just don't die of the tower. It feels like that's, sorry, the fountain. That feels like the only way that Drew's going to die. You know, he ended up giving up a very juicy kill streak. It actually ended up getting split between Japesy and Eris, but still, a lot of gold going to a bunch of supports. You've now... Ooh, I'm liking this. You know, he's building into the accent here on the Lena, so even that the BKB or the Rage is going to be enough to save him a lot of the time. Lamp as well. Shard to follow up after that.
Do you rate the Lena Shard? Haven't really seen it too often.
I have never seen it effectively used. I've seen it purchased, but never seems to work out.
Yeah, the effective one is the question. Like, yeah, you can pick it up, but do you actually get good usage out of it? That's the real question.
Illusion.
Dire.
I mean, there's only 2 heroes in the game with buyback right now. It's the Lifestealer and the Centaur. Drew.
This nice spot for the illusion bait. Oh no, they pop Stampede as well. They've got a reset on high ground here, Signal. You got to be so careful right now. You're caught outside the base and you have to retreat as a team. It looks like Dire, they're just going to reset. They're actually going to go inside the base with this massive wave that's pushing in top. Someone has to deal with it. It looks like it's going to be Van, but he's away from the team, so they just have a massive opportunity to be able to burst through the Centaur. He's got buyback at least. Now a second full set of racks. There's the toss, but it's not inside the mountain as what we saw previously was enabled them to find the kill on Drew. He's able to turn a man-fire the parallel walls as well. Bink's going to move on forward with the Earthshock, and now they're controlling up Yassi, so the Earth Spirit's going to fall. Okay, Signal. They get the buyback there from Van. Does net them one kill on the Earth Spirit.
Alright, so if I'm Signal's coach in-game right now, not that they have one, but if that existed in Dota, I would be like, right, we need to funnel the level into Tiny, get him to level 25, get that triple toss back into the fountain. That's the way we're coming back into this game.
What, so blink in, toss back, pop refresher, somehow blink on top of the toss back, and then do it again?
Yeah, it's easy.
No, they just ran through the wall, so I don't know if they were seeing that, but Bing was smoked up. Who they? A Bombi? The classic case of a support roaming ward. Pops a smoke. Snows is still in the area with James is smoke popping there.
Check that man for back bans on his account because he went right on top of him. It was a pretty good kiting coming through, but fine legs on its own, not enough on foot. It's only going to be 40 seconds until the next roach. We're not sure what goodies it's going to have on it, but there is a DD rune in the river, so I think 496, they're going to be pretty happy with that. Not sure why you've got a Sange queued up when you've already got a Sange. I didn't know Sange and Sange was an item. Imagine that.
Didn't you know Sange stacks?
True.
It gives you 40 strength, 100% status resistance. It's just broken, Denog.
Imagine that 100% status resistance.
It's such a stupid concept already. It's actually, I hate status resistance pop. Ursa, they got a lot of burst potential. The LSA just does nothing. And where's your buyback? Why are you there? Oh no.
This is always the threat, right? Oh, it was a plan. It was Jamesy's level 25. It's got the 3 toss charges. Gonna push in this tower a little bit and playing a little bit more defensively than the Ursa just was, but they've been able to spot out Roche. They're kind of in two minds though. They're like, let's take Roche, let's get the free refresher. Nah, let's just push bot.
Radiant's bottom tower
Creeps are in the base.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, why not here? I mean, Solar Crest, Iron Soul, AC as well, 4,300 health on Drew, got the Penta Edge Sword. I mean, Tiny's just... it looks like James is looking for gold for that AC.
It's a bounty room, bro. Take the bounty.
Oh, no. No, that's enough. Mega creeps now. Oh, they can now just...
On the top side, it is not there. It's going to be right in front of Roche. Gaben's smiling on 496 right now. He's got a second Sage coming out to him.
Does he actually? What's going on?
I want to see what the reaction is. Is the chat wheel going to happen? Hello? Hello?
It backpacks the phase boots and puts the Sange in instead of the Aegis, surely.
I mean, maybe it can break, you know? We're playing a little bit of Dark Souls lately.
He's got Sanjin Yasha queued up. That's so...
Maybe that's what he wanted.
You already know that. Fair. Drew, that's interesting. You're gonna try to chain lock it down, but the roll from Yassi. Now with the parallel once again, nice choose the back with Stampede. Can give him some distance. They're gonna try and drop the Laguna Blade, but Hung Hun with the Aghanim's drags back both the supports. Now they've got the refresher as well to utilize Hung Hun once again with the Vortex. 2 down from Signal Ultra. They don't have buybacks. Eris gonna get chased back inside the base as well. James in the next to target. But he's got a BKB. At least we'll keep him some protection with the magic immunity. But 496, they'll use that opportunity now to just deal with the tier 4 towers.
To go for the toss, but no, he's going back behind.
Let's see, Jamesy. Nah, unable to do it. Hong Kong pops the cheese, and that's all she wrote. Signal Ultra, they're going to call it quits as 496. They'll take their first series of the lower division season 2.
And it was a lot more competitive. That was a fun game to watch, you know? Double Sand builds, you know, everything that you might want to. I mean, it feels like that's just the way to play. Pick Grimstroke, win game.
It's still painful.
Exciting and close game. Can PugChamp bring that against the real champs in Virtus Pro? Go now to Odie Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, champions. So a real test indeed here for PugChamp. You know, this is it's going to be a challenge for them. The team coming up from the lower division and now.
Go farm anything. I'm going to go farm anything. You have to just play aggressive. And if they can get this lane set up, they get the Bat Rider versus the Timber. It used to be incredibly strong. You just start taking over it. Like level 3 or 4 significant versus Bat Rider.
Hi guys, thank you.
How you doing, Drew? It was
you have to remember you are quite
I want to start off with asking, did you notice she has double Sunge as well?
Which is not your main attribute.
We were talking about that earlier. We're intrigued about the 2 Sunge pickup.
Battle begins!
See, VP setting up there, see if they can find something, but PugChamp not going to walk into the traps that VP tried to set.
So he's hit level 4, feeling very strong now with level 2 reactive, but he's got backup.
He does, he's got a lot of backup. Kingslayer coming over as well. Get the cask down onto the Wraith King. Crit's in trouble. He's going to pop pretty low here to the Maledictics. In fact, he's dead. Yeah, he's not going to be able to keep himself alive, as that is going to be first blood, taking down Crit and also taking down Astral TM. A tower hits are coming in, but he's got the South ready to go, and he's able to walk away alive as VP take down the 2. Hey, GPK. I mean, they're going to have to snowball, but Desperate, he's very low. We'll pop the Fairy Fire. And now they're actually looking to turn. They've trapped GPK in the arena. GPK got any measure to jump out. In fact, he's going to try and get back in onto Desperate, but further backup comes in. They bring down GPK and keep Desperate alive. Oh, and now save.
From Astral.
Radiant's bottom tower is
damage for this won't be quite enough. Too hard with the jug.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Kingslayer. He's going to go down. The Omni Stack. Last 2 bounces is not working in Nightfall's favor as Melez. He's going to be fine.
It's quite strong if you're sticky.
Okay. That's right. Got the damage. Yeah, with the Maledict. There's going to be very little they can save, and they'll buy him some time in the snowball. Is it actually that enough to save him against the ticks of damage? It is. Another nice move from Astral. He's probably going to die. As they've got the snowball. Silence out straight away, and no struggle at this point of the game. If they have that sort of bottom. What? To get the Firefly off again, is he able to move over the trees and far enough away? Oh, this last bounces the wrong way. Oh, unless he just casually tanks 2 ultimates and walks off. Oh, that's gonna feel bad.
Maybe a mistake there if Nightfall maybe spins instead of perhaps they have enough.
So that's what they're gonna try and get a fight going again. At this stage, they do have. The stance is going to last long enough. He's still alive. Healer walks down. They couldn't quite kill him off this time round. As DM's fine, backup comes in as they'll lose Desperate. Will manage to find Kingslayer and return TM. They're still trying to focus him. He's actually going to miss the Timber Chain. The Firefly does come to an end. Bella's trying to stack up the napalm. Get the flame break out on the 2 of them. And then grab onto Astral. But Astral, Crit, and Melas, they're still good to continue to push back VP. They won't be able to find anything more than the wisdom.
Champions. And now VP, they're not as cooldown reliant. They're going to look to pick back immediately.
Oh, they are. And PugChamp aren't quite ready for this sort of quick movement. Off the back of the last fight as they catch Desperate by surprise. Melez looking pretty dead this time round. The Maledict's down, Jeff Ford as well. The stick charges, and as he snowballs, they try and turn towards Kingslayer. Melez, he'll still tick out to the Maledict and get him in. They could use to aggressively fight with the reincarnation.
Yeah. He's strong damage-wise, but he is unbelievably fragile. He has very little armor, and he's versus a Timber Saw, as well as heavy magic damage from the side of VP.
Yeah. Right, a little bit slow on the response there. Nightfall, he just Swift allows himself to get Rainfire blasted. As there's no response from him at all, they will lose Mars in return. Finger comes out. Crit will die the once. But VP's having to back off. They've lost 2 of their members. I mean, he
didn't have vision.
Sure, I guess he just wasn't prepared at all. The fight not over quite yet. They are going to jump back in onto Crit, and Crit, he's going to get bursted by VP. As VP see a chance to get back in as PuckChamp hang around for a little too long. They might even lose more here, PuckChamp, as DeCarlis is getting surrounded by GPKTM and save. It's going to be another kill here for VP. Or is it DeCarlis? Yeah, they've got him. Mele's trying to fight back, but with a step back up. That big kill. Get Kingslayer on top of it. Still up to hang around. Bottom lane, Mele's Omni Smash is back up. He's dead. And over to the side, Save and DM, they've got another catch. They found Astral. And Astral, he'll try to escape it with a snowball. DM's going to be sure to chase this, though. He's not letting Astral get away. VP getting out on top now with these kills. As even when PuckChamp makes a move, they're losing more for in return. A little bit of time left on the DD is about to expire.
5 seconds remaining.
It's still painful.
Exciting and close game. Can PuckChamp bring that against the real champs in Virtus Pro? Go now to ODPixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Cap. Yes, a real test indeed here for Puck.
5 seconds remaining.
Look at them! Oh, too bad.
Prepare for battle.
Stopped.
Behold!
The worms will have you. Rolling out.
Thirty seconds to battle. The battle begins. the temple. Dire's top tower is under attack.
And it's already icing over.
Axe is impressed. Death and good are linked. Thanks be to you. The worms will have you. Nothing.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Thanks.
scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Feed the tree.
Transfigures.
Too bad. You can get blood from a stone.
But it hides from the unworthy. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Money changes hands.
Blessings.
Denied. Look out for fallen rock. Invisibility.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Silence! Here I am!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Killing spree!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Swiftly to the temple's defense. Dire's top tower has fallen. I can't hide anything from you.
Come to me.
A prize!
Bounty.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
You depart this life. Thank you. I shall reconsider your worth.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
The worms will have you. Dire's middle tower is under attack. The seeds of fortune.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Lion's heart. Mega kill! Too soon.
Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
The harder they fall.
Really hope to amount even to nothing.
Invisibility.
Come, come!
Dire are scanning.
Nature's wrath!
To restore the void within.
A prize.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Killing spree!
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire are scanning.
Behold! Silence! Stay near!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Killing spree!
You fence me. You thought to take double kill! To hell! You die so that others may cheer. I'll be creeping while
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
bounty.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Look out for fallen rocks.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
with the pack.
For heresies unknown, the temple decreed your death. Radiant are scanning.
This'll come in handy.
Blessings. Dire are scanning.
Invisibility.
Killing spree!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your Shan has fallen to the dust. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
What have we here? A bauble from the void.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Victory. 5 seconds remaining.
Look at them! Oh, too bad.
Prepare for battle.
Behold!
The worms will have you.
30 seconds to battle.
Thank you.
The battle begins.
For the temple.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
First blood. And it's already icing over.
Axe is impressed. Death and gold are linked. Thanks be to you. The worms will have more. Nothing.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Thanks!
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Feed the tree.
Transfigures. Oh, too bad. You can get blood from a stone.
But it hides from the unworthy.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Money changes hands.
Blessings.
Denied. Look out for fallen rock. Invisibility.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Silence! Here I am!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Killing spree!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Swiftly to the temple's defense.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I can't hide anything from you.
Come to me.
A prize!
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Bit more, but not as much as Notechies, but still Kuman and Young G coming from this new generation of CIS players that will be facing some of their previous teammates as well. Quite a fascinating matchup when it comes to the storylines. Let's hope it delivers. As Hellraisers, they have nothing to prove, but Notechies, they need to win a lot right now, because if they don't, they're going to be in a really bad position in the leagues. Back to you, Richie.
Thank you, Mr. Rebel+, for breaking down the storylines for us. If there's one thing this guy loves more than anime, it's following the players' storylines, and I think he shows it there. We've gotten the G from Rezo, we've gotten the G from Solo, and now we have our draft, our opening picks just beginning to now drop on in. Why not jump straight away into our draft for game number 1 between Notechies and the Hellraisers.
Radiant team pick.
Puck!
Oh boy, the puck already here, as we can just now start to see the opening picks. We do have Paul Bunyan, Johnny Appleseed, the Axeman, still available in the pool. He's not been banned out. Instead, it's the Whirling Axeman rather than the Wild Axeman that's been banned by the Hellraisers. Both heroes, actually both teams play a ton of the Troll. Both carry players really like to play it, so it's no surprise to see that one getting axed out. No pun intended. And this Doom ban is actually a position for Doom that Hellraisers really like running, so that's going to be a respect ban, because Zayak does like to pull that out. Speaking of the Axis, we will see Hellraisers open up with the 1-2 punch of the Beastmaster and the Lion.
Yeah. I like to start by Hellraisers already. Notechies had some difficulties drafting, so I'm glad they at least don't pick up the Mars. I mean, he got banned, but I'll take it, you know. Whatever makes him shift away from that Mars pick that hasn't been working for them too much. I think the start by Hellraiser is already really strong, particularly because of the flexing position of Beastmaster. Rezo can easily play a Beastmaster, so can Young G here, so that potential flex between two very different styles of play, right? Like a magic damage nuker that has to be caught to, and kind of a utility plus pusher in the offlane. It's difficult to counter both styles with the same draft, and Notechies will struggle against this. I love the Lion pick as well against the Puck, so I think we're starting strong for Hellraisers. Notechies, though, they go, you have Hex, I have Hex. Not because they have anything to counter, but, you know, both have Hexes.
Yeah, the Shaman's going to be an interesting pick here. Is very vulnerable to the Beastmaster, especially if it's a mid laner, because, you know, having a channeled ability makes you extremely vulnerable to just eating lots and lots of these axes. Again, if it is going to be the Beastmaster mid lane that we sometimes see. I believe I saw a stat yesterday on the NA broadcast I was watching, something like Beastmaster mid lane with the Ags is something like 36 and 18 or something around there. So it's got a nice win rate, but it has been, you know, defeated time and time again. And even yesterday, if you guys caught the upper division coverage for the Eastern European region, I believe Team Spirit were able to dispatch of the mid laners that was from Windstrike's mid lane Beastmaster. So, you know, if it bleeds, you can kill it. And this region especially has shown, I mean, we even saw it fail yesterday, actually.
Yeah, I don't think it's that strong, to be honest. I mean, I know people are going to ask for a ban, because especially in pubs, this hero can be really impressive, because it's much more difficult to take advantage of its weaknesses, particularly its slow start of, like, honestly, until minute 14, you're not really a hero, right? Just farming forever, which is not great. That's very static and very easy to counter. There's a reason why Naga Sirenus get picked up. It's very similar with a Beastmaster mid. Of course, Beastmaster mid's a bit more, a bit faster, right? And a bit more impactful once he gets it. But I still think it's the same idea. And as you mentioned, being able to catch up to him, being able to burst him, it's just, like, there's a lot of ways to deal with a hero. And we're starting to see picks like Storm, Void Spray just against them. Of course, they also have their own weaknesses because of Primal Roar. It's not impossible. I don't think he's that strong. I just feel like maybe teams don't want to condition their drafts to the Beastmaster, because he's not usually a hero that you go, oh, there's a Beastmaster, let's counter him, like you do with the Alk or with the AM. But I think you just gotta do that. It's just accept it. You know, heroes played in a really weird way. Except you have to counter it. That's it.
Exactly. Rezo and Solo both banning out there. I expect to see a position 5 ban here for Solo, perhaps the Disruptor, as Solo is going to go ahead and ban out Lil's Oracle there. I always think it's real interesting when we get to see some support bans in the second phase.
10 seconds.
Lil's scary with the Oracle. I get that, though.
Oh, he is, and Solo's scary with a Disruptor. I mean, so that's why I think it's the very, very valuable bans. They make a lot of sense. I don't question the bans themselves. I just always like seeing support bans in the second phase, because we have most likely both position 4s. They can both flex to the 5 if you really need them to, but for the most part, you're probably going to know that this is going to be a Lion in the offlane and a Shadow Shaman in the offlane. Both are going to rush that first item. Blink, maybe Aether Lens instead for the Shaman. Kind of depends on how the lane's going to play out. Okay.
I was going to mention, in the case of white binding supports, particularly for Lil, I think is impactful is because he is... So, I honestly would still put him as one of the top guys in terms of great map awareness. And it's a very unique thing to have as a 5. So when you pick him up like an IO or an Oracle, 2 heroes that he excels with, it's scary because you're like, he has so much save, but somehow he's also rotating early to get kills, which shouldn't happen. It's usually the weaknesses of these heroes, right? And this makes it very scary to have to play against this from Lil. And you just stop that. I don't even know if it's because they're good or just because he's annoying as hell. Like, you just want to not have to deal with that for the rest of the game, and I understand that.
Yeah, me too. I think like position 5 is like they can condition you if it's not the right position 5. Obviously, in an Oracle, he's got to go first in the fight. But something like the ET perhaps is not going to be as enticing as a target first. So when they're that annoying to you in the laning stage, sometimes it comes back and you just want to get rid of the support first, and that's where you tend to forget about the cores who can just stomp your backlines just as easily, if not quicker. The ET, though, is going to be out for the Hellraisers. Should be the position 5, I think, is where they like to play it. Versus the Shaman as well, it's really nice to have. Shaman, he really struggles because he doesn't have any cast range increases naturally, especially because his talents got removed. But you know, most importantly, in the lane, if we just examine that, it's insane if you can get within melee range of the enemy heroes, but so is ET. And ET is going to kick Shaman's butt here, since they don't have a Dispel available.
Interesting choice. Versus Void seeing this, the Phoenix. Usually not considered a counter to Phoenix, because Phoenix kind of hurts you a lot with the spirits. Like, well, it just stops your damage to the Chrono, and then the Supernova as well. It's kind of difficult to Chrono the Phoenix before he uses it. If you use a Supernova outside of Chrono, you're like, what do I hit people in the Chrono or outside of it? I'm surprised. You don't really have a neg hitter at all either, so... Like, you have 4 melee heroes. I'm not sure about this Faceless Void. I mean, it seemed like they just wanted to get ET Faceless Void no matter what, but I think it's the best.
I'm also a little bit surprised to see it. As I recall correctly, we saw, I think it was Lil, or maybe it was Notechies, also play a Phoenix against a Faceless Void, and it didn't end up working out. I think... Like, you know, if you were to look back and go through the replays and be mean to supports, as a lot of people like to do, you'd be like, oh, well, the Supernovas weren't too impactful. Because it is really difficult here for solo to make sure that it can get close enough to the Chronosphere to threaten, you know, dropping a Supernova. A Sunray is super difficult to deal with because not only is it going to heal the person inside the Supernova, inside the Chronosphere, it's also going to damage the Faceless Void, and that's not damage he particularly likes taking. But you also have to balance this with the fact that you cannot get caught in this Chronosphere. Otherwise, you're just fish food from Faceless Void. You've got very low base armor on Phoenix. You know, he's used to escaping with the Icarus dive, so if he Icarus dives into Chronosphere on accident or he gets caught by Chrono, it's usually just a useless hero.
Yeah, I still remember casting that game. I will never, ever forget that game where it was for the Cat Jammers. One of the last games before they actually got disbanded, where I saw Moon Meander, Icarus dive into Chrono 5 times in a row. And the thing was, the Chrono was in his own team, so that was... yeah, insult to injury, and I was like, please don't ever play this hero again. No, Axe picked up here by Notechies. I like it a fair amount. I think he's one of the harder counters to Void, because Void goes for... I always talk about this, but Void goes for mixed damage. You buy Blade Mail. It's great against the Void for that reason, because he just kills himself. He has no way of mitigating the damage. It's really good against Beastmaster as well, for similar reasons. Of course, for the Blade Mail build. Does struggle against Lion. That insta-hex can be very, very annoying. But for the most part, I think Axe is pretty solid. ET is not the best hero at being able to harass him out of lane either, especially once you get enough levels in your counter helix. Honestly, I'm liking the draft by Notechies. It's pretty good. If they just find a carry that can deal with Void, I think this would be a very solid draft.
Yeah, very true. And of course, just in case you're not aware of the interaction, Faceless Void, he can, of course, proc his own attack modifiers on the time lock bash that he gets, but that means it goes both ways, right? That axe cuts both ways. So if you get a bash and he doesn't proc counter helix on the first, but he might on the second.
Oh yeah, he proc on the second.
Yeah, and that's a big advantage for the axe. Kind of to a lesser degree the same reason why you might like to pick an axe versus a Weaver. A little bit less so, obviously, because Weaver is ranged in the lane, yada yada yada.
But same idea, yeah.
The same idea, exactly. Multiple attacks gives you better chances to spin, and Axe likes that very much, especially versus a Faceless Void who's going to be within melee range. You've got the call as well, going through magic immunity. Very, very good pick here. I like the Axe a lot. I'm really hoping for the day that we see an Axe carry. I really, really want to see an Axe carry by season's end. I don't know if we will, but I think the Manta-style Aghanim Shard Blink Dagger build is just so fun to watch on that hero.
Honestly, dude, I've been having a really good win rate on the hero. Granted, I'm not the level of pro players, but seriously, the hero is kind of legitimate right now. I think if we're going to see it, we need to see a team. I mean, it's just going to be something like OG that tries it. Okay, so they banned the most typical counters of Faces Void. There's the Phantom Lancer, the Medusa. Other counters are Wraith King, also banned by Notechies themselves. You have the Abaddon carry, which has been run in, like, say, South America, and actually in CIS, because Epileptic Kid likes that hero as well. Or
Nightfall.
Sorry, what is it? Nightfall. What generic name did he choose now?
Drow Ranger.
Drow. Okay. Actually decent hero against Void because he kind of like jumps at you and you just gust him away. So there's a lot of power there. Of course, the BKB makes us a bit weaker. Drow's okay. It's never a hero that you'll be super comfortable playing against Void and Beastmaster for obvious reasons.
10 seconds
I can see it being decent though if you're really trusting in your team. And since Hellraiser has no egg hitter, Drow Ranger is also a really, really good hero to protect that egg, especially if used offensively. Axe can be your tank. It's a good draft by Notechies. I like it. I like it.
Although, I'll tell you what tickles my fancy here, and this is, I'm going to preempt this by saying the lane is bad, right? Drow versus ET as a position 3 is not good. But if ET can get that Aghanim and Shard both up on him, he can just immediately zone away the Drow Ranger. There's nothing Drow can really do here, because he's going to be able to instantly close the gap. You're not going to be able to hex him either because of the Aghanim Scepter. And then with that Shard, of course, it allows you to immediately kind of teleport into your Spirit. So not only do you immediately get the Spirit damage and the magic immunity, but you get to teleport. And in this game, having that pseudo blink that you can control that enemies can do nothing about versus a Drow Ranger is exactly what she hates. You can zone her super effectively, but again, the lane's real bad. We still don't need that. You know, ET's not that great of an egg hitter, so I have a feeling we're going to see something else from Hellraisers. Maybe even
Honestly,
a mid lane pick here.
If you combine this with like a Snapfire, I wouldn't be too dark.
Choose your hero.
Oh, not that. Please, not that. I think the ET was fine, by the way. In the what you say, actually, I like the idea that you. No, I'm not a big fan of Darkseer. I mean, I guess you can vacuum them into the Chrono, so it's like, hey, cool, man, are you good with Void? Nah, not really. Okay, I'll pick Darkseer, don't worry. I'll help you out. I don't know. It's a weird pick because now you have 0 egg hitters. I mean, I guess Lion's your egg hitter. All your heroes, except for one, sort of, I guess you can consider Lion being ranged. Not really. All your heroes are actually kind of weak against ranged heroes for the most part. I guess you can consider Beastmaster somewhat ranged in the sense that he throws his axes.
Yeah, it is a mid lane Beastmaster. I will say, though, for X's Vampire, if he can get the Supernova off, big caveat this game, right? Because there's a Darkseer Vacuum to cancel you, Chronosphere, Lion Hex, Beastmaster Roar, right? So you can't really go in for your, like, F22 strafe run and then Supernova aggressively because you're going to get Hex. Someone's going to catch you, right? So it's going to be very challenging for X's Vampire to actually get off a Supernova. And in fact, it's a position for Phoenix. And I suspect this game, he's going to actually go for a Blink Dagger. Because if he can just blink in, immediately pop Supernova, you're right. There's nothing Hellraisers can do here. They have to just pop Surge and run away.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like the draft is really favoring Notechies. I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of cockiness in Hellraiser's draft, and I think the Notechies execution has not been too stellar. They kind of seem to give up halfway through the game a lot of times. But I feel like this is I mean, they look solid. I like this draft a lot. Even though the Drow is kind of a question mark all the time because if they can't finish it with the structure they have, this might be the game where you make it work, particularly when everyone refuses to go for race heroes. We need a Darkseer. The idea is that Surge, of course, you can't really slow anymore. So maybe the idea is you Surge the Void or the Beastmaster or whatever, run into the Drow, and you don't need any blinks like that. That's the idea behind it. But the lane is going to be real bad for the...
Yeah, that's another big concern I have, especially because this is not a lane either where Drow is going to like get level 6 and immediately need to go jungle. I could actually see her just chilling in the lane, the passive, and then just launching arrows at creep, whichever one has the Ion Shell on it, because you can just immediately clear that guy of the Ion Shell. Exactly. So it's yeah, I'm very surprised to see the pick as well. It doesn't really strike me as that great of a Darkseer game. I don't think there's like anti-synergy here because you can vacuum people while they're inside of Chronosphere. So you can set up
Air Splitter, for example, as well.
Yeah. I mean, I see it. I definitely see it, but it's more of the laning stage that I think this pick is going to suffer. And I think we've seen a lot of examples of Darkseers that, if they don't get the ball rolling, just seem to not have that big of an impact in the game.
That's one of the difficulties I have with this hero, that often it relies on you winning early, or at least you winning 2 out of 3 lanes most of the time.
Right.
Or something like that, right? Because the enemy team starts winning, you don't have a force multiplier in the off lane. Lion and Elder Titan can kind of be that. I guess the Chrono can be done like that way, so I guess that mitigates the Darkseer potential. Like, I've definitely seen much worse Darkseer games. This is acceptable. I just thought there would be other better picks, to be honest. I particularly like your idea of the ET, and then you actually combine it with a Snapfire 4, perhaps, to deal with the egg, and also combines with the Chrono.
I mean, that's what I liked. I mean, because ET, even as an offlaner, he likes to go usually, I believe the build tends to be Phase Boots, Echo Saber, and then like another transition item, or just straight into Ag Shard as soon as you can. And having Echo Saber is a huge utility versus even a Supernova. So yeah, I'm a little bit, disappointed that they didn't try it. I believe OG really likes running the ET and a couple of different core roles, right? So they definitely have shown that it is extremely viable, very hard to execute, and again, the laning stage would have been a bit weak, but given a stronger position 4, I think they could have made it work as well. But it's one of those things maybe we'll see next time.
I would still think it's Hellraisers going to win, considering the performance that they've seen compared to the performance. The execution, I think, matters much more at the end of the day than drafts. Yeah, if you have a really big outdraft, like 80-20, sure, you can win against even the best team in the world with a good outdraft. The thing is, they're the best team in the world because they don't get outdrafted this hard. And even if there's some weaknesses that we're noticing, this is not enough to be like 80-20. It's still at best 60-40, let's call it, right? So,
yeah.
With a team that's executing much better here, Hellraisers, again, I don't know if I trust Notechies just yet. They still are unproven as far as I'm concerned in this.
I agree. Again, just to kind of reiterate my thoughts about the draft, I never really gave a prediction, but I do tend to agree with you here. Notechies' lineup is super strong if they're like flawless with their positioning, right? I mean, everyone. Puck, Drow, Shaman, even the Phoenix especially, and of course Axe, right? All these heroes really succeed with excellent positioning. You look at Hellraisers, though, they're an incredibly mobile lineup. Kuma, naturally here with the Time Walk, is very weak to Puck, but, we can talk about that. Lion likes to go for the Blink Dagger, even on the position 5. ET, he's got additional move speed, blah, blah, blah. Darkseer with Surge can buff anyone on his team, right? So it's not a free game, right? And I highlighted this with the Phoenix Supernova, and that's why I really like that they're running it as a 4. So I think
because it's your biggest tool.
Exactly. With good positioning, we can definitely make this draft work pretty easily for Notechies. They can very easily run away with this game if they can get a good start off to the lanes. So far, we're not really seeing that pan out, as it's a decent net worth lead for all 3 lanes favoring the Hellraisers currently.
And you know what's interesting what you mentioned in terms of the Phoenix, that even Notechies acknowledges this, and you can know, because the typical Phoenix player at Notechies, or in general, is actually solo. He loves running the Phoenix 5, very common for him. Whereas XS Vampire is particularly known for the Shadow Shaman because he likes the range supports very much. He likes playing the Dark Willow, the Shadow Shaman, so these ranged 4s are something that he excels at. And the fact that they're running him differently, I mean, granted, I guess you can consider Phoenix a ranged 4, but it's not among this highest pool of heroes compared to solo. You can tell the team did it because they acknowledge the strength of the Phoenix.
They have double Ion Shell here. It's level 2. Vacuum right into Zayak, who's going to be able to hit the Drow with the staple gun. That's going to be first blood here for Rezo. So a very good start here in this top lane for Hellraisers.
Yeah, honestly, the Vacuum can put you out of position. The new build on the Darkseer where you go for the early Vacuum can allow you to get a kill. If only Shadow Shaman could do more in this lane, right? I actually was considering that even if you run the Phoenix 4, you still run the Phoenix with this lane, because Phoenix is so good against ET, right? Because he actually stops the attack speed, so ET can't hit you as hard.
Plus, actually, with Icarus Dive being not an insubstantial move speed slow and not going for the Surge build, you could potentially save your allies here.
Exactly, right? So I think that there was a bit more potential. I think that's also why Hellraiser decides to go ET4. Not only is Zayek's honestly one of his best heroes, the techies, but it's just something that he dominates in the top lane in this game. Solo, the Shackles are not going to do much. The Iron Shell will just finish him off. And okay, this is exactly the dream beginning you want with a Darkseer.
Yeah,
literally.
It's a super difficult lane right now for the Shaman, and because obviously Drow, much like almost every single carry in the game, but especially Drow Ranger, super weak laning stage, right? Very heavily relies on the support to make things happen. Now we actually free up enough time and space for Zayak to TP in, to rotate mid lane. Well, he'll connect the Stomp. He was securing the top rune, Water Rune for Young G. Didn't actually end up claiming it here, but obviously Young G was hoping to snipe away the Water Rune from Dame. Didn't make that happen. But yeah, it's a terrible lane for Shaman here. I mean, again, Shaman excels if and only if he can actually skirmish with people in melee range. But in this lane versus an Ion Shell versus an ET, he doesn't want to be anywhere close to them, and that means he just can't do anything.
Yeah, one of the advantages Shaman has that he is actually really good against range supports, because he just gets in range and then he does so much more damage they can never trade with him, right? Enough range to be able to trade with heroes like, say, Lion or whatever, CM. And against a lot of melees, he actually deals well with them as well, like, say, Earth Spirit. But when you have an ET, he's honestly one of the hardest counters to Shaman in lane. And then you combine this with the Darkseer Iron Shell, they go for solo again. The Stomp hits, Resolution still has the Vacuum, but nice silence. Lamy was forced to go for an early point in Gust, but it's worth it just to save solo. They didn't get the Shackles in time, Tower's not hitting him. Once they realize this, they're gonna let him go.
Yep. Point of inflection down bottom very briefly.
Dire's
Axe now
middle
with the
tower
Ring of
is
Health
under
can
attack.
be a bit more annoying. He's going for the max. He's going 0-2-2 right now. So although we did see a pretty decent lead for Kuman earlier on, I think that's going to begin to change as there's just way too much pure damage, way too much regen right now for this Axe for him to reasonably be able to zone him away from the lane.
We'll see how this works out now for Notechies, who's looking to recover these lanes, honestly. It can't be that you lose the early game by this much, or not even lose, I mean, just tie, honestly. Just tie the early game is not what you were hoping for, because this gives the Beastmaster free 15 minutes to get the Axe. And once you get that, you know it's going to be really tough to match their tempo. So it was now the time that you have to be aggressive. Axe needs to do much more with his lane. He's going for Vanguard, which is fine if he can get the Blink Dagger in time. But if it slows down his Blink Dagger by too much, you're going to have nobody to gank with, really.
Yep.
Puck will have to gank with the supports alone.
Very true, very true. Although Vanguard being a lot cheaper in the lane by 100 gold, which in the early game is, you know, 3-4 CS, it's not insignificant, does help the Axe a little bit. So he's going to be able to play a bit more aggressively, probably looking to be able to boot Kuman out of the lane earlier than Kuman would really like to. He's going to be just having the casual Gloves of Haste in the inventory. I don't believe this is a game where you can comfortably go for the Midas. We'll see what he decides on. But given the fact that, like you said, I don't think they have anyone really too great to rotate here for on the side of Hellraisers. These early chronos aren't going to be too potent unless you really bring in a lot of reinforcements. So I suspect he's just going to go Mask of Madness and maybe then Maelstrom.
Yeah, why not, right? Like, the Void I don't think is... I don't know if the Maelstrom is the best option, actually. I like the Mask of Madness. Maybe I would like to see SNY perhaps more, just because of the threat of the Axe play mail to me. Like, I would never build mixed damage against an Axe.
Do you think this is a game for Manta style?
Yeah, Manta again against the Axe. Yeah, because the Silence and the Drow, it's either SNY BKB, which I would be fine with, or like say a Manta plus something else. I think either or is fine. But definitely not Maelstrom or MKB, just because of how the Axe can kill. I don't think it's impossible to build his items. I don't think it's a bad choice. It's just against the Axe. He wants to dunk him. He doesn't have enough HP right now. There we go. There we go. Dunk range. Oh no, focus! He's slow! Oh, he wasn't actually in dunk range. Never mind.
Escape too far.
Kuman. There's the spirits. Now we should be very close to Chrono. No way Kuman actually gets a kill off this. Oh my goodness. They murder X's Vampire with a Hex. The double Earth Spike. Kuman's still alive. Focus. Can't catch up to him. Too slow on the Culling Blade earlier. Not gonna have enough mana for it now. Focus chasing after Lil. Focus. I mean, he's made a home out of these new trees, but he can't get any kills in his home. There's so many trespassers, and he's just not doing anything. He's just spinning around.
Oh, yeah.
Watching it as everyone that leaves him alone.
You know, it's funny. This was a post on the subreddit, and I apologize because I'm not sure who ended up posting it, but it didn't get much traction. It's funny how, you know, Axe, the man who's literally named Axe, now we see him play without axes, and the Beastmaster now we see him play without beasts and just with the axes these days. It's funny how that works, huh? Back in...
Oh yeah, I did see that post as well. That was a good post, by the way. Kudos to whoever wrote that. Ah, no, dude, I feel like Axe is Axe, right? Axe is the Axe. There's no, he doesn't need to carry an Axe. That's part of the lore.
Oh, Dame is going to be able to snipe a pretty big stack here for himself. That's going to help him out quite a bit. I always thought the lore was that the Axe was like a magical item that he was linked with or something. Rezo is having the Surge active. We've got Dream Coil in 2 seconds. No Chrono, but Kuman is here to try and bully out the invaders. Good damage onto Dame, but no bashes out for him, as the Icarus dive is not going to allow him to get stomped. There's going to be Dream Coil now for Kuman, as they have jumped onto the illusion. Solo realizing he's been juked, is not going to go ahead and get out of dodge, but Zayak and Young G are here. The boar is level 2, so the poison slow more than enough. Actually, the boar getting the kill there, and it's going to be Notechies stealing a stack, but losing their position 5.
Okay, I mean, not great though, to be honest. The stack, I guess, is worthwhile, because that stack was going to go to Beastmaster, so sure. I think that stack is worth a support, but Solo didn't have to die for it. He chose to shackle the illusion for some. No, there was no choosing to that. And you're right, by the way, it's Axe linked to the special Axe, which I think means that it's channeled in his punches, right? He punches you and you, like, stabs you, like punches tree like in Minecraft. Minecraft's actually based around Axe, to be honest.
Oh, it's true. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, so that's why. So that's why he can be naked and it's fine. You know, he's literally the embodiment of Axe. Not the body spray. Let's see. Hellraisers. We have Zayak in the top lane. He has 3 points in Echo Stomp, by the way. Did not go for 3 points Astral Spirit, so he's going for more of a teamfight build early. As they know they can fight early once they get axes. Focus. Fast enough. Can't catch the axe. The Phoenix in the backbench. No Supernova just yet. Lil. Oh, they got vacuumed out of the Icarus dive. X Access Vampire now being chased down by Rezo and also Kuman, who gets the kill on the bird. Power Roar to stop the act. Now together with the illusions. Can they kill him in time? They will. Zayak is barely alive. The Puck gets him with a last little hit after the phase shift as Young G chases after the enemy mid laner. Can he do it in time? He does some of the board. A little bit of a slow. More access for Dame. Dame getting close to the Arcane Rune at least and has an illusory orb, so he should be able to get away unscathed. Solo, not so lucky. Finished off by Rezo and his teammates in the form of illusions.
Yep. That was pretty nice, though. I mean, Solo dies, basically. He draws aggro of both Purple Boys, actually. Kuman's got Chrono. He just catches Dame here. Tried to get out of range with the Waning Rift. Young G's going to jump into Chronosphere. Nexus Vampire trying to slide in here with the Sunray healing, but he committed Icarus Dive, and they know, so they're going to be able to put him down a second time now. That's a very bloody couple of minutes here, favoring Hellraisers. I was about to say Solo doing a great job drawing the aggro of 2, but they actually still come back and manage to finish off the puck. Very nicely done from Hellraisers. They might be able to get a mid-tier 1 tower off of this.
Yeah. Let's see if they can, though. Hellraisers, if they open up the map here, it's going to be really difficult for Notechies to start ganking the Beastmaster really close now to the axe. Oh, the Chrono, Kuman. Sorry, no need. They had the Earth Splitter there, and the Chrono, of course, not available. Zayak does get X'd up. Dame joining in, has the Waning Rift, so at least they get a counter kill against Zayak, right? Yeah. With the Calling Blade, they're going to finish him off.
Was born for this.
They want to go for more.
Maybe Young G too. Yes, the Dream Coil.
Call on 3.
Fair amount of damage, but Young G lasting this. In fact, even thought of killing Soul there. But is he gonna go in? No, Dave not quite so cocky. Instead, Focus walks in and ducks Kuman. No chance for this poor Void as Dame still looking for the enemy mid laner. He's gonna find it. Young G will fall to Dame, and Notechies will be capable of making this back. And this is the right moment to fight before Beastmaster has his axe.
Yes, before he's got the axes going, before he turns into Paul Bunyan and just starts chopping down the entire map here. Lamey, I mean, this is actually, this is what I love about, yeah, it was Johnny Appleseed, right? This is what I love about this Dota patch, is it's so back and forth. Like, we have Faceless Void willing to engage in these fights, right? Normally, if this was the Faceless Void back in the Lycan Dazzle, you know, triple Necrobook patch, right? He wouldn't even be on the map. He would be farming in the jungle, and then he'd only come out when Chronosphere's up, he'd Chrono, and then just immediately TP back and go farm. But it's actually worth sticking around and fighting now, thanks to this patch. But Notechies, I mean, with the ultimates, they are still very strong. Bogus as well, these couple skirmishes. I mean, he's very farmed, actually. He's richer even than Rezo, who's top of the net worth chart here for his team over on the Hellraiser, is closing in on his blink. He's only 600 gold away. The rest of Notechies are going to continue with their aggressive movement through the map. They're not going to find anyone. It's a bit awkward to smoke gank here when the enemy mid-tier 1 tower is still standing, so Solo's just going to drop Serpent Wards, and they're going to be looking to nuke down into the tower.
Yep, yeah, take the tower down mid with those snakes. Easy kill for easy tower for Notechies, opening up the map and again taking away from Beastmaster. Very important. Now is the moment to make plays. The axe. I mentioned this earlier. You know, when you go for the Vanguard play, you want to make sure you can still rotate effectively with your team. Because Dame has been the more impactful hero, they have been able to at least take advantage of these extra stats. So Focus can just tank and play closer to a Timbersaw or Tide Hunter than Axe would do. That's only because they have a secondary source of initiation. I see not many Axe players in the chat that don't understand this interaction. Focus has managed to make the space. Now we'll get the Blink Dagger, and once he does it, he's capable of going all around the map, getting easy kills on the particular Beastmaster, which is what you're going to be hunting, or the Void if you can find it, especially if you go for Blade Mill right after.
Yeah. I wonder if Hellraisers, maybe it would have behooved them a bit more to play a bit more lax, because they are a bit dependent on their ultis, right? With the ultis, I mean, they immediately blew up the Drow Ranger a bit earlier here with Earth Splitter, Lionfinger, Roar as well was ready to be used. But it's just like Axe, he's great at constantly skirmishing, so because he's got the Vanguard, he's even incentivized to constantly skirmish with you. Puck as well, every so often is going to have a ton of burst damage for you. Like, maybe in retrospect, it was better to play for the classic Faceless Void, where you just farm. Oh, I've got Chrono, TP in for a fight, everyone uses their ultis, and then we just dodge fights until the next time Chrono is up. Because this has actually recovered Axe pretty nicely. Dame as well is going to have Blink Dagger, second item relatively soon, as Focus already has Blink Dagger on the way. Solo waiting in the wings with him to go smoke, and this is going to be a pretty important moment here for Notechies. If they can get a kill here with the first couple of blinks here on the Axe, it's going to be, you know, really good start here for them, and a very promising early game.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Now is where you start ganking. That's where you see the smokes. Now when the whole team can join, even Lainey's going to be joining in, because Drow is actually not that slow of a carry if you get his stats build on her. Darkseer in trouble. Nice Hex, but not going to stop him because it's a surge on top of them. There we go. Solo gets the shackle in time, and that will make sure that Resolution cannot get away. With this, you get another kill on the enemy off player. Mighty and find Kuman with a Dream Coil. Weapon waiting for 2 seconds. Kuman has to get away. Dame, Illusory Orb, actually catches him with the silence. Need someone else to jump in. It's gonna be focused. That's the max range of the blink. Catching up to the Void, and Kuman will die.
Yeah, Lil might not be out of trouble here yet. Great dodge, actually. Great juke. Just runs straight at him rather than trying to run away. He knows there's no chance he runs away from an axe and a puck, so he just runs at them instead. It's like, you know, turn right to go left sort of methodology there. Really, really great job. I mean, I asked for 2 really big blinks from Vogus. He delivers quite literally on that. But speaking of delivered, we've just had Young G get the Aghanim Scepter delivered. So he is now going to be looking to be a bit more impactful. He's also actually found the Fairy's Trinkets. So he can really afford to be spamming out these axes.
Yeah, you skip the Soul Ring, which we sometimes see on the Beastmaster mid. In this case, no, because Fairy's Trinket really helps you in that sense, and that needs to be a bit more efficient with the stat or with mana that he's built. But of course, the magic wand that he also has on his inventory. This should be a turning point for Hellraisers. If they can muster it. They need to use the Void for this, though. Who is going to be going for the Manta style build?
It's a small window, though. I mean, we really didn't use any ultis there to get the kill. Of course, Calling Blade, not really a cooldown, right? Especially if you end up getting kills with it. And Dream Coil's back up in 5 seconds. So, unfortunately, I believe they have missed their window here. Fighting into this one, they're going to have all the ultis, full mana, basically full HP for all the Notechies heroes as they look to defend their mid-tier 1 tower.
Yeah. I don't know, though, because with the combo of... I think you can take this fight, honestly, even with a Supernova. I guess the only concern I have is a Supernova. I feel like Chrono, Earth Splitter plus Axis should be tough. Even Axe cannot tank this. And he didn't go for the hood, unfortunately, which means there's nothing to actually stop this. Ooh, that's a waste by Zayak.
He thought he hit someone, unfortunately. He heard the trigger. He's a big ET player, and if you know, you know, right? You can hear the sound. There's a little bit of an animation, and he thought he was going to be able to be in range for the stomp. Unfortunately, he was not. So yeah, we are going to see the rest of Hellraisers, you know, make the best use of their time here. They'll plant a couple of wards in the enemy jungle, farm on their way back out, and I think look for their next opportunity and give it another go.
Yeah, we have Notechies still leading, right? They have more map control right now, and because they rely on much lower cooldowns, you know, down the Air Splitter's down, you can just proceed and try to go ganking people. They're gonna put some pressure in the top lane as the teams seem to trade. I don't know if Hellraisers... Yeah, they don't want to commit too hard to this, though. They have Chrono, but if you commit too hard with that Earth Splitter, you know the enemy team could just Supernova you the Chrono, and then you lose a lot of advantage.
Yep, very true. Real quick, we do also have Rezo having picked up his Aghanim Scepter, so not too far behind his Beastmaster. So now both of these guys' farms is going to increase substantially, not to mention, of course, the lane pushing that both of these Aghanim Scepters bring you, especially Rezo's. Increasing the duration is such a strong buff, especially being able to put 2 on a creep wave and just having it guaranteed that thing is going to push through to a tower is such a strong utility.
Yeah, they're killing Zayak here. Pretty big deal, actually. Yeah, relatively easy kill. They just caught him on the way back, and Hellraisers, okay, they're suffering against Notechies. Notechies are playing a very clean game. Granted, I think most of their early mid games are very clean. It's usually in the late game where I start to see, for the most part, I've seen nice games from them at the beginning. It's weird as well, because you go, what happened like from minute 25 to 30 where something broke? But as long as they keep it this style, I already favored their draft to begin with. I think it's looking really good for them.
Well, I would give them the benefit of the doubt and go, well, 4 new players playing under a captain, right? I think it's going to take some time to really get the shot calling down, right. But no, I agree with you, because there is like a very clear distinction of play level pre-22, 23 minutes and post-22, 23 minutes. I completely agree with you on that observation. So Lil is actually going, not for the Blink Dagger, for the Aether Lens on the position 5 Lion. Kuman is going for Manta style here after the Mask of Madness. Already has the Yasha finished up, so that's going to be his build. Nothing too exciting for the ET, going for the Solar Crest and an Aghanim Scepter next for Young G, as Rezo might be looking for Guardian Greaves, I suspect. We'll see.
Let's see, I don't know. Hellraisers, again, they have the combo, so they're trying to just abuse this, right? As long as they're being given space and farm while they try to force Chrono fights, I think it's okay. Oh, Rezo's gone. On the line, with the Dream Coil on top of it, they caught the Void. It's much more important. There's no way to dispel the science. There's Supernova in the middle of this. Earth Splitter has been used. They need to kill the Void in time. Actually, the egg will fall. They have enough. Dames, he catches the puck as well with a chrono. And it's going to be the counter issue by Hellraisers with a proper roller stopping Delaney. They can catch up to him now. Resolution getting close. A gust giving him more space, but he's just being chased down by Young G's. Axis cannot deal with an Ags. Notechies. Not quite the team fight they were expecting, just a bit too weak against the combination of the Corona, well, I mean the Corona Earth Splitter, the team fight they have in Hellraisers. Too strong, and Supernova maybe a bit too aggressive.
Yeah, again, and that was my biggest concern, right, of Supernova, is if you do put it too aggressively, Chronosphere, I mean, you know, you put it in front of 3 enemy heroes, even if they are melee ranged with level 4 Fire Spirits on top of them, they're probably going to be able to burst through a level 1 Supernova. It's not that strong, and what really hurts as well for Notechies is they're going to lose a tier 2 tower, they're going to lose their mid tier 1 tower, control of the outpost, all while using 2 buybacks on their supports. Very costly engagement for them.
It's true. This is the kind of sim engagement I was actually talking about from Notechies, right?
Yeah.
Where they're playing super patient, they understand how to do this, they're playing around the Ags timing, it was like, okay, great, on the corner, oh, amazing, and then all of a sudden it's like, you know what, fuck it, and they just throw their papers in the air and just walk into a fight like that, which I don't think was going to be that bad. Now they just understand the power level of Supernova, and that it's not indestructible just yet. You need maybe the second level, or potentially a bit more defensive positioning, but that was, they're testing the waters.
Yeah, we're smoked. They know that there's no ultis to fight with here. We've only got Lion Finger ready to go for the Hellraisers as, you know, a bit of a not quite move of desperation, but a strategic move here for Notechies. They're down 4K, but with ultis, they are stronger. His focus is going to actually get a big stack, but Kuman too fast on the blink away. Yeah, I was going to say big stack and the Faceless Void, but Kuman was out of there in time. As look at that, he's even able to dodge out the Gust. Given the time dilation slowed to the Axe, very annoying for him. Nexus Vampire continues to stick around, but we've got all 5 heroes for the Hellraisers ready to repel invaders as they have found a Hex into the Earth Spike here on Nexus Vampire. Echo Stomp again zoning away the Notechies cores as they now find themselves all 5 in the river. Ward on ward action. As they're going to let them know that they got vision there. They're still looking for a fight here. Yet again, Kuman is not going to be caught here.
They have Dreamco though, on the 3. And Supernova on top of this. He bumps him.
Oh, big Gust.
Roar, and burst him down. No, he avoids a finger of death there. With the phase shift, Dane comes back in. Together with the help of the Supernova stun, Young G is going to fall. They also stop Resolution, and they're going for more Kuman. He does have a time walk. Can he get away in time? They have a Waiting Rift close by Dane, but unfortunately the Waiting Rift cannot hit him, and they know they can't chase after him. Regardless, good phase shift there by Dame. Saved his life there from the finger of death last second.
Yeah, beautiful. I mean, Notechies, they were hoping, and then they finally just got the opening that they needed. Kind of a gift, really. A 3, almost 4-man Dream Coil into the 4-man Gust after they kind of got baited by the Supernova. We'll take another look at that. That's how that previous fight was supposed to look. Yeah, exactly. I think it's the message that Notechies is sending.
Look at us, we know how to do a 5-on-5 fight. I mean, this is their strength, right? And I think the position of Supernova was just right there, right? Slightly on the offensive side, but not to the point where they can get close and just surround it and kill like they did last time. Some in middle in between. That's why it's important to test the waters. You're not going to get it immediately on the first try. It's very difficult to get this by feel, especially as you mentioned on a team that's like relatively new. You don't know the strengths of the team yet in the team fights, how coordinated you are. So now it's looking a bit stronger.
Yeah, that was actually, I think, like literally the perfectly placed Supernova, right? Especially considering the context. First one got killed by everyone, and I think Hellraisers were like, let's go get it again, boys. And then they all just held hands and were singing, you know, Kumbaya, and then they all got Dream Coiled, and it was just disastrous for them. But a great fight from Notechies. That's going to put them back right in it here. But, you know, this game, it's a bit like a pendulum. Hellraisers, now they're the ones smoked up, looking to make an aggressive incursion as they got all the ultis. They find a Hex onto the Drow, into the Earth Spike, Echo Stomp, and even the Roar committed. They wanted her dead, and they will find her.
Oh, that was actually pretty funny. Hellraisers could not believe how good Zayak is on the Elder Titan, because Zayak actually timed that so he stomped right as after the Axis hit. So she was still asleep, and you could have just killed him with an Axis. But there, Young G didn't even... I mean, it's not trust, right? It's just, I can't believe how good you are on the ET. Yeah. I'm just going to roar to secure the kill. Because you might as well, right? Definitely don't save the roar if you can kill the carry like that. It's worth it, even if it could have been more efficient per se.
So difficult to jump in. Look, Zayak, he's just zoning them away as well, canceling the Blink Dagger for the Axe. Wall of Replica dropped in. That's going to just about guarantee them this Roshan. ET Earth Splitter is coming. Oh, just out of range, unfortunately.
Very good wall though there, because the best illusion you can get is actually Axis illusion. It also gives you vision, right? So it's a great way to make sure enemy team can get close to you. You know, they can find you. They're going for Axe right now. If it's the blade mail, they also find the puck though, and that's going to be Dane falling. Ooh, they definitely did not want to lose Dame there, Notechies.
Yeah, that's a big death there for the puck. Unfortunately, Dota Plus a little bit broken, so I can't take a look at the fight recap. But just looks like got caught out by the Hex or Spike. Yeah, it's surprising. You'd think that with the amount of catches that Lil's able to find, that he has a Blink Dagger already, but it's really just the Aether Lens and good positioning here. As his jump mid lane on Akuma, not enough spins actually. Bogus in danger of dying as the Line Finger will come through. They're gonna have to sacrifice ET for the kill, who was shackled and controlled, killed off by the Serpent Wards. Rezo looking for revenge. It's a fast Piggy here as the Gus will catch the Faceless Void, who has Chronosphere, and Aegis just ready to go. They're gonna buy back now here. As Axe coming right back in. Phoenix up on the bad spot. Hexed up now inside of the Chronosphere, nuked down. Kuman Mask Man is active, just running at Solo as Focus, along with Lamy getting the kill. It looks like they're about to lose Aegis here as the Hex will drop and the dunk to put him down to the first life. Dame has now returned, just respawn naturally, didn't have to buy back straight to the Gus, but we have at least the match style to get away. Once again, we've accidentally shackled the incorrect Faceless Void. Lamy popping the BKB here just to make sure he can pump in the damage onto the Faceless Void, who's got Time Walk ready, but he's taunted. Almost had the opportunity. The dunk didn't quite connect, but they had the follow-up damage with 4 heroes all focusing onto the Faceless Void.
At this point, I'm convinced Solo has like an anti-cloning manifesto, and he's just trying to work on it because he absolutely hates those illusions.
He really does.
Yeah. So that was an interesting team fight. I honestly cannot explain for the life of me what that Mask of Madness was, because I thought even the initiation was okay, hasty but understandable to some degree. The Chrono was not too bad. He's just like, kill Phoenix, kill Phoenix. That was the only thing on Kuman's mind. But I don't know what the Mask of Madness was. There was no escape once he used that. Okay, we can see it, right? Like he gets the Chrono here just to finish off the Phoenix. You'll see it in a second. And I don't think it's that bad, even if you do cancel Rezo in the process, because he's kind of dead anyway with the Berserker's Call. But then when you activate the Mask of Madness, you're running in the middle of this trying to chase out our Shadow Shaman, who has Hex potentially. That's when I feel like you've lost the plot a bit, and you're just trying a bit too hard.
Yeah, especially because it looks like the rest of the team was simply zoned away by the puck. Beastmaster, Lion, they're like, I guess we're out of here. Like, they did not want to go forward. And again, it is a bit interesting, right? Because they did end up picking Faceless Void into the Shaman, who can be a supremely hard counter, even on the position 5, just with the Aether Lens alone. I think as long as he stands pretty far away from the front of the fight, he can just walk up, get a nice Shackles or Hex off, and he's good to go, especially because there's no BKB on the Faceless Void. As Zayak, once again, is going to be caught just around in the same spot here where they caught him earlier. He's dead for 40. Still smoked up his Excess Vampire with Supernova ready to go, as they are still going to be looking for another kill if Notechies can find it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Shaman.
Because now I think that's actually much easier to land, and you don't have to be as defensive with it. But
he's dropping the illusions. He's like, go on, Solo.
That Manta style truc. That's why he built Manta this game. It has nothing to do with the silence. It's all for Solo, just to bait him out.
It's all for Solo. Yeah.
So I think that Hellraisers is now starting to realize, all right, when we have no Chrono, we can't fight, which they didn't do before. Before they thought they could stand their ground, which is, by the way, the right play if you think you're strong enough, because if you stand your ground, you don't lose map control, despite the fact that you're weaker, and that's like a huge blank because of what it gives you when you're weak. However, now they realize it's a bit too late. If we stand our ground now, we're gonna die if we don't have Chrono up. Let's just play around it like traditional Void players, and that's what they're gonna do from now on. Avoiding team fights, cutting lanes instead. One of the great things Beastmaster can do. And now going for a smoke. Now their ultimates are up again.
Yeah, sorry, just a beautiful moment of support solidarity where Zayak gave Lion the Solar Crest buff, and then they just completely killed off the Golem camp because they wanted to smoke. They were like, Kuman's like, give me the bomb. They're like, no, we're taking this and then we're gonna smoke.
Yeah, okay, that was nice. Can they get a kill here? They're doing the right position.
They scouted the
triangle first.
Notechies they shouldn't fight here. They shouldn't get caught. They've scouted the Hawk with the wards they have.
Oh, okay. So that's a good play there by Notechies. Solo was the only potential kill there, but it's not really worth a smoke most of the time. At least your smoke gives you triangle control, which is still valuable in a way, right? Like you still made the right movement, and you can still fight to this choke point. Focus, however,
really, they didn't leave wards on their way out. I guess they just didn't have it.
Late mail, okay, Focus catches the Void. Can they finish him off in this time? Dream Cold, they probably won't Focus. Focus in trouble. He can't really do much. His Supernova Link will complete. Can they kill the Void in time? He has been silenced. Has no Manta, and that's gonna mean a dead Kuman for Focus. Not too bad for now to trade in favor of Notechies. Almost Lamy has to get away. Nothing to really bring him back. Rezo has a BKB, so it's hard to stop him. And Dame with his Blink Daggers capable of avoiding that Earth Spike. It seems like Notechies still itching for a fight though, as Dame still conserve that double damage, finds the solution and slow him down for the Hex. Surprising Shaman Solo could die. He does go down to Zayak. That Solo Crest dealing way too much damage as the loser orb. Returning back is Dame, trying to kill Zayak along the way. Lamey has been stopped by Resolution. He's too close to the enemy team for comfort. He's gonna end up falling, but in exchange for Rezo as well. And Solo chasing after Young G, hoping to finish off his team wipe, I guess, because Notechies almost win this. But in exchange for a fair amount of resources,
they got him.
They find them. Can the two supports do it? Oh, Dame is here as well. There we go. That's going to be a dead Beastmaster. On top of that, no escape when you go for this Axe build. Unfortunately, the Blink had already been used, and so had the BKB. So Notechies ends up winning the fight with a team wipe now completed.
Yeah, another fantastic Supernova placement that time around. Rezo, man, he made so much work happen in that fight with the BKB, locking down the Drow Ranger, basically taking her out of the fight, giving Hellraisers a real fighting chance to still turn that around. And in fact, they still get the kill onto the Drow Ranger, but they just don't have enough control for the puck. The puck's really now starting to become a problem, especially because not only of the bots making the puck incredibly mobile, but also the Aeon Disc, so they can't burst this puck any longer. It's very, very difficult now. Nice fight there from Notechies yet again, and that's why it was pretty clear, you know, they did take triangle control, but crucially they didn't leave any wards down, right?
Yeah.
So they don't really have the intel they need to confidently go in, confidently take a fight. We don't see a Chronel, right, because they don't know what's coming. And that's, again, why wards win wars, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, they found now Lil. This could be a really good kill for Focus. Who's going to find them relatively easily? I think it should just be the Battle Hunger that kills him. Gale no time to kill a creep. Rezo also in trouble. He gets away with a surge. Nope. Oh, actually, they do have Chrono. Never mind, because they didn't use the last fight. Right, that's true. Dreamco has been committed just for Zayak. The Aeon Disc popped, meaning no more damage from the puck. They have stopped the Void for now. Supernova on the high ground, and they can't get close to it. Nobody to destroy it. Hellraisers is just retreating here. Notechies needs to understand they can't keep fighting this unless Solo catches the shackle with the snakes. He's really eager. He finds the Void as well, but Solo has given his life up. He understands there's nothing he can do to escape the Axe access, but from behind, Solo does catch two with the Berserker's Call. He does dunk one. It's going to be Zayak first. They do find the Void, who has no Manta style, has been silenced, so they have enough damage with a Hurricane Bite. Still Chrono available, gets the Chrono on the two. Kuman gets close to the Drow, blows up a Versal, finishing it off with the Earth Spinner, taking down Phoenix as well, and that's gonna be Hellraisers finally making it back into the game with a good fight. They just have to hold out long enough, and they found the ultimate counter to Phoenix Egg, retreat.
Yeah, just retreat. I mean, Solo just a little bit too ambitious there, I believe. If he's available during that Chronosphere, he completely turns this one around, right? Kuman, he's still continuing to play this one just a little bit greedy, dare I say. Only Manta style, no BKB. He's finally got one queued up, but he actually wants to go for the little peekaboo Aghanim Shard. He's got that queued up first. Fantastic fight here. BKB, Hurricane Pike, just about everything used, but they just can't quite get the procs. They don't have the damage they need, and Kuman has then the Time Walk ready yet again. Great Chronosphere catching two, and like you said, Hellraisers back in the fight. Beautiful job as well. This time it's really working out. I think yesterday we saw Pro Ciesli try this, a very similar draft, I want to say, with the Beastmaster. I don't think it was with the Faceless Void. And this time it's working out.
The Chrono, that was the issue, and their Void went for a Sun, which really reduces damage output.
Zayak is killing it this time around as Youngji with the Blink Dagger looking to see what he can find. Has a 7-second BKB remaining. Rezo still has a 7-second BKB as well. That's Aghanim Shard now delivered for the Faceless Void. We also have a Blink Dagger for Lil, as he's going to be going next to the Aghanim Shard. As Roshan number 2 taken down, Ag Shard is given to Lil. I think this is a fantastic move. Yeah, now it provides you the additional 2 targets to mana drain if you can, and provides a match immunity.
They got the puck, but it comes Focus! Oh, again Focus! Destabilize this situation with a Supernova. They have to hit it, but they can't. Nobody is. It's shackled Young G, which means the only option you have is retreat. But this retreat was not too successful, as you've already lost your mid laner. It's Focus every single time, man. Dame is almost fading at this point, as Focus just finding people left, right, and center.
Yeah, at least this time around, they don't end up losing Aegis immediately, so it's still okay. Fantastic Supernova, just perfect placement in my opinion there yet again from Excess Vampire, forcing everyone to kind of just scatter to the wind as soon as that fight begins to break down. Excellent jump from the Axe, and just a little bit over-ambitious, really trying to burst down this puck. They need to know that with Aeon Disc, it's not really that easy of a task. It's not as easy as just going in with the Hex and following up. You need a little bit more. I think you need Chronosphere, honestly, to be able to actually kill this puck. And they've just overcommitted there a little bit too much. Notechies, are they going to be pushing aggressively here after they've just lost Roshan? Made it be too far though. Coolman has got Chrono with the Hexes out first. Nice vacuum up from Rezo onto 2. The normal punch as well. Punches solo into the Chronosphere. Down he goes, but the Yule Scepter actually stopping the Kuman from doing too much damage to Lamy. The Earth Splitter's not enough, but Kuman right back in. He's going to eat now the Dream Coil off him too, but he's got his kill. He got the Drow Ranger. Now in a little bit of trouble as once again Focus jumping on in, but he could be in trouble instead. The Hex up from Little means he can't get off the Berserker's call, and down he will go. Kuman with 3 kills. Rezo as well, making sure they get the follow-up onto Excess Vampire, and yet again it's only Dame who's able to escape these fights. It's just like a pendulum, back and forth yet again.
Man, what a game though. It's quite an entertaining game. This is truly the European Dota though. Like its essence, if you were to distill it and you made it into the Eastern Dota, this would be what you would watch, honestly. Amazing by both teams, really playing around those team fight timings as well as they can, but also kind of limited because they just need to make some plays when those ultimates are down, and here we've seen the struggles of that happening. I think Kuman really standing out. That Monta-style choice was fantastic, not just to dispel the silence, but also to dispel the spirits, which have been actually a huge annoyance for Kuman, so he can continue hitting in the Chrono. He doesn't really need any extra damage in the Chrono.
He's still not going for BKB, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the point because you already see the Puck having Ags, and you think, well, like I'm not going to stop the Puck Ags or the Berserker's Calm. It's really only BKB for the Hex, and maybe at that point you might rather go for a Lincoln's, you know, because it gives you better stats.
Okay, I don't disagree with you, but so far we have seen, you know, the Yule Scepter, the Hex, the Shackles be a little bit of a problem for him. I actually kind of like the idea of Lincoln's, but hey, so far a lot of damage. Okay, Coil. Dame being a little bit aggressive, but they're just going to turn, and this prop though with the Supernova to back him up. He's going to be A-okay for now. Kuman is not going to get stunned by this either. Granted, that's just in case. Vacuum though into the wall for Solo. Line finger to put him down immediately. But Darkseer, nah, he's totally fine. He's too tanky. Nicely done there. Vac wall combo used. A couple of ultis for a couple of ultis, and Hellraisers are going to go ahead and back off and farm up. I'm not sure what they're going to be looking to farm up here, but they're backing up for now.
Yeah. No, they're just going to wait it out until they get the Chrono ready, right? There's no reason to force this anyway. You're just looking to be able to fight with your full prowess, because you're starting to understand that now the late game team fights are a bit difficult, particularly to catch anyone out, especially with the way Dame is playing. And something I really wanted to point out and really praise Dame for, which is that he went for an out this build very early. Yeah. He's playing the baiting build because of this build, right? Very cohesive with his style. Nice Hex! They stopped the Axe. We spoke about the trap. They normal punch him a bit too far though, but Void still commits to them, and they're gonna kill him with a finger of death. That normal punch almost destroyed them. Rezo didn't know how far he could punch him.
Dude, I thought there was like a Mars in this game. They got kicked so far back.
Yeah, One Punch Man, dude. Quite literally, he's the Anime build.
It got bumped, by the way, guys. It did get bumped quite a bit. Yeah.
Quite a good shot.
Oh, that's just the first life gone. Catching him with the Hex, the double silence as well into the Hex. That's going to be Kuman's first life gone. Another silence into the coil, which is ready again. We're not going to snap. Actually, we have snapped it on both. Earth Splitter, though, to prevent any counter initiations. But the Bogus is in yet again with a 2-man combo. We need follow-up damage. Kuman is going down, but he gets off the time walk just in the nick of time as Youngji is going to be left behind. Gets the roar onto Dame, but there's going to be no follow-up with the team protecting him.
If you keep throwing your axes, you got no axes to hit the snakes with, and that's why Solo just stopped them right in his tracks. Despite his BKB, the Mass Surfer Ward was on point, and has at least got the kill on the Beastmaster, which is, you know, a start for Notechies. They're still losing by a fair amount in terms of net worth. Drow has not been able to outfarm the Void, which in general, she hasn't really gotten space, but Drow is also a bit more impactful with less items compared to a Void, just because how much natural damage she has as well. And once you get Daedalus, that might be enough to be able to burst them down yet again, which is the hope of Notechies, right? They want to be able to kill the Void again relatively easily. Scotty made this almost impossible for them. Maybe with this Drought, Daedalus is going to change again.
Yeah. Tell you what I'd like to see here. I wonder, yeah, Kuman with Minotaur Horn. I was about to say, because we are dropping tier 4 neutral items, and I think the Minotaur Horn is exactly what he's looking for this game.
Sure.
He can use it. He can use it to jump in, because right now we've not really seen much utility out of the reverse time walk here, the little slide whistle, if you will. Aghanim Shard for Faceless Void. And I think having this ability is going to give him the flexibility he needs to use it now. He can go ahead and time walk in, immediately activate the Minotaur Horn. If he likes what he sees, he can stick and fight. If he doesn't, thanks to Minotaur Horn, he can safely back up. Caveat being, yet again, the Dream Coil, though.
Beautiful word. I agree. The Dream Coil is a big deal, and that's why I was saying, you know, that even if you get the Minotaur Horn or like the BKB, which we were discussing earlier, I think there's still tools for Notechies to deal with them, and they just need to adapt their playstyle to this. Now, seeing the Minotaur Horn, maybe you want to reserve the Berserker's Call for the Void, as opposed to using it as a counter initiation. Puck is no longer maybe your frontliner. Maybe you just try to wait in the high ground, maybe even use Phoenix as such, right? Because he has Yosef to dispel things and can always get Supernova off in the middle of a team fight, and then add on to that. Notechies just needs to adapt to this new itemization by the Void to be able to counter him still. Because as you mentioned, Minotaur Horn will stop the hexing, which has been their main way to deal with him.
Okay. Couple big items right now. Just want to point out Axe with the Minotaur Horn, Ninja Gear for the Drow Ranger, Telescope for Shaman, in addition to his Aether Lens. So he's got insane cast ranges. So get ready for some, 7.28 Shaman cast ranges here. Puck still holding on to the Van Brace, surprisingly.
I mean, it's really useful to get the extra damage, the extra magical damage, mind you. Especially because it helps you push faster, right? Which is a big deal right now for Notechies. They need to push out these lanes. They don't want to let Hellraisers fight them so close to the high ground. Because if you have Chrono and like Vacuum and Proud Roar and you're near the enemy high ground with Hawks, of course, it's not that difficult to go.
Okay, well, there they go. Roar onto one. Great force step away from the Earth Spike, though. That's going to stop this fight in its tracks. Fogus is going to be able to escape thanks to the grace of his team. Does not have buyback. Ball back in the last engagement as well, as Drow's going to be caught by the Anko Stomp. But just a bit of Saber rattling here in the mid lane, or is it? As Dane blinking forward, wanting to go for more. Johnson early on the Illusory Orb to nuke the creep wave. 25 already, has gone for the... Oh, hold that thought. Axe calling. 3 heroes into now the Supernova, but they hit the BKB and the Cronus resolve. Axe is dead, but Supernova, I think it's still going to burn. Stunning 2 heroes immediately. Dame with the Aeondis now trying to turn Rezo, dropping the vacuum wall combo, but the Roar has nuked down Alemi. The Earthspike only catching Dame, but that's all the catch they need. Who gets off a short duration phase shift. Will he be able to escape the blink away just in time? And I think he's home free. What a fight from the Hellraisers, immediately just blowing them up. Oh, Lil, he caught the puck.
Did catch the puck, and that's going to be a kill off the puck as well. Lil doing his auto attacks. Of course he gets tipped a bunch of times. He totally deserves it, and now it's Hellraisers going to your high ground, fighting Solo as well, who has to sacrifice himself with the shackles, but there's nothing much he could have done otherwise. What do you do to stop Hellraisers? They're knocking on your door, and Notechies has no answer. They're going to use the Primal Roar already with the Phoenix. They want to kill him off immediately. Montestel is Spell of Silence, Void a bit afraid though. Doesn't want to get caught for the potential Dream Coil. It's coming off cooldown in 15 seconds. So they're just going to settle for the towers for now.
Solo. Okay, we got Lotus Orb on Zayak now, so that's going to be big for him to make sure they can't follow up and immediately just kill the face with Void. Coils up in 4 seconds. Supernova for another 50. I suspect these mid lane of Barracks are not long for this world, Avo.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
I don't think that they're going to be able to take another lane of Rax though, Richie. I think it's going to be the one lane, but maybe if they can secure Roshan on top of this. Is this the third Roshan that we're seeing?
This is going to be Roshan number 3.
So that's going to be either Axe or, I mean, I guess if you get Refresh, I mean, it might be just BGG because double chrono is
a double chrono is bonkers this game. Again, we have ways of dealing damage and stopping the Void through it, but they're becoming more and more limited now, especially because Zayak with the Lotus Orb is going to be super impactful with that. Axes basically throughout the entire time. We've gone for Kaya and Sanj here on the Beastmaster. Getting close to his 25 talent here, so get ready for that wild Axis buff. And you madman? Okay, there's no chrono. There's the little back and forth.
Yeah, a little, what do you call it? Slide
whistle? Yeah, it's a slide whistle.
But it's a Michael Jackson. He's moonwalking on himself.
I mean, he's got the arcade route. He can do it, what, every 2.8 seconds?
He's just showing off at this point. Oh my god, he really is. He almost forced focus to Berserker's Call him. He's on him, waste the chrono. They're gonna fight solo. They were too distracted by the Void. They missed the Dream Coil as well. There's still the chrono here. The Supernova has been used in the middle of this. They don't have enough damage or enough attack speed to actually destroy it. The Axe stops him. They protected the egg, and it might just be Void dying.
Up to the loser again.
He slices him to his death. Young Chi in the middle of this. Rezo has been stopped, but Young Chi still fights against the He might have enough damage. Laney finally gets some distance between him. The vacuum puts him in a bad position, and the Centaur goes stomping both of the enemy cores. Notechies losing their axe in the Drow because of a Centaur conquer. Oh my god. The vacuum into the neutral stomp. The next level play by Rezo.
Absolutely ridiculous team fights. I mean, I can't believe this is the best game of the low division thus far, I think it's safely to say. Oh my goodness, what a match for Monday here. A great team fight there. Resolution jumping on in. It's very unfortunate you do end up losing both the Beastmaster as well as the Faceless Void. And man, I cannot give enough praise to Fogus right now. He is so clutch on these axe calls.
He saved the egg essentially, then he saved the drow on top of that afterwards.
Yep.
Like he is on point this Axe. Gonna get Longsword soon to help him out against this. Phoenix, careful. There's no Supernova on him, but they see the opportunity with the Gust. They might have stopped Resolution. And no punch did get used, but not too effectively. Now the Hex though. Leo, will he give in Resolution the space? Nah, he's still stuck in the Dream Coil. The damage is gonna be too high. And at least they'll be able to get away, but Resolution will not be so lucky. In fact, they're also going, as you mentioned, for Zayak. And let's see if they can finish him off. Dame, alone, doesn't want to continue this. It's a bit too dangerous. They do see the Roshan, and it's with a Refresher.
Yeah, I mean, you could see that they have to do Roche right now. It's got Refresher.
Oh, no!
My God!
Get some DPs! Oh, Notechies is being beaten by
Rezo,
the
why did you tip him? Oh, look. Okay, mind game's gone wrong, folks. Rezo tipped him, and now look, Notechies are like, they have wards here. They have wards here. Get back, get back.
Yes, it's true. Oh my goodness, it's sure to have seen this. The tip reveals their vision. This is best game I've ever watched though.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well now we have Chronosphere back up, right? Just regular Chrono. We are going to have possibly a second Chronosphere. At least Puck is going to be able to TP on back relatively shortly. Reduce cooldowns now thanks to the Octarine core. So a lot tankier as Lemmy just making sure there's no one in the pit here with the Ninja Gear. This game is on a knife's edge. A 17 net worth lead right now for Hellraisers, but it really comes down to execution in these team fights.
Man, he does have the Chrono ready. So right now, as long as they keep the high ground advantage, that's what they're looking for. That's what they're looking here for. You know they have no Darks here, and he doesn't want to buy back at all. He's the Hex as well. He's the insta-stun.
But he can buy back, and they've got a tier 1 tower available, so he can be back in the fight almost instantly.
Let's see. Okay, they catch the Void. They're gonna go to save him again. Supernova's one use, and the Void is in trouble yet again. There's no weapon to pay for the Void to get away. Kuman's once again dead. That BKB does nothing against the Dream Coil with the Axe. Zayak at least trying to stop Dame, but he's been hexed as well. They do get at least the vacuum plus the Earth Splitter. Now trying to finish off Focus, and they do get the kill there. With a waiting grip, Dame trying to finish up the Elder Titan, but the damage is too high. And it's gonna be Zayak alone murdering Laney with a bit of help from Young G. Shackles have been stopped by the Earth Spike. That's gonna be Solo going down as well. And they're looking for Dame next, or perhaps X's Vampire as they all get close to each other. X's Vampire stopped by the second roar. Such low cooldown, and Dame chooses the opposite way to retreat. None of them have buyback right now, Richie. This is really, really difficult.
Yeah, they end up losing the gem there as well. No buybacks, not a single one available here for the side of Notechies as that team fight went so wrong for them. All of a sudden on the turn of the dime, it felt like it was going great up until Puck got hexed that second time after trying to chase away the Lion. But that initial fight was just beautiful. Notechies time and time again, like you said, with this baiting initiation style build on the Puck with the Aeon Disc, it's just so impactful. Really just allowing them to kind of bait Faceless Void, I want to say both times to his death. Hasn't used Chrono once. Now, or in the past 2 fights. Now he's going to have the opportunity to use Chrono 2 times, as they will end up giving Young G the Aegis here. He also has buyback, so up to 3 lives available for him thanks to the Boots of Travel. We have, I believe, Cheese up on... Who took the Cheese? Was it Zayak that took Cheese? So far, I don't see it. I think it's on someone's courier. And of course, they're going to go and give Refresher Shard to...
no, it was Elder Titan. Oh yeah, it does have Cheese.
Yeah, he's going to... I think he's going to give them both. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I presume. Yeah, there we go. At least the Puck got lanes, but you're not in the best positions right now, obviously, because your whole team got wiped there and you lost the Aegis. As you mentioned, that shard is... Ooh, that shard I think is... If it was an Aegis, it would have been okay, right? But since it's a shard, it's just too impactful to let Hellraisers have that. Their team fight is already really, really good. And the Primal Roar with such a low cooldown of 35 seconds is just kind of absurd this game.
Yeah, it is. He's gone, of course, for the Wild Axe damage, so please get your Axe OS Frog Axe spam ready and typed into the chat. Solo.
He's going for Dagon for a bit extra.
Why not? I mean, he's got Dagon 2 finished, I believe. Looking at what he's got already.
I mean, it's funny because this also gets boosted by the ET, right? The actual order already boosts the Axes and the Dagons. And the Axes also boost themselves, and they boost the Dagons on top of that. It's kind of
I think this might be too much, Avo. I don't know, like, how you fight into double Chronosphere. The second life on Beastmaster, I think, is kind of irrelevant, you know? I think Young G, he probably knows that as well. He's just going to put himself, you know, closer to danger, be willing to tank a couple more spells. He's real tanky anyway, has BKB for the second life, Kaya and Sanj, so he's super, super tanky, right? But it's really all about the double Chrono.
It really is. It's all about that double Chrono. Let's see if they get it off, because right now, I guess you leave the Claymore. Yeah, he's like, I don't need a Claymore. I need the Satanic done. There we go. And now the Refresher Shard is the last item here. I wonder what the Chi is going to be used for, though, because I guess you just Then you put cheese just in case, maybe.
Yeah, I would say so.
Idea. Okay, Notechies, you still have a chance though. I don't think even with double corner this is over, but it's gonna be a really difficult fight. And you've already been struggling a lot.
It's real difficult. It faces Void immense. The scary thing is since he does not have Aegis, if he messes up once, the team fight's over. Right?
It's all up to focus. If he can catch him in time, dude, if they can do that again, I think it's possible, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Nice D ward there out from Young G. We have AoE search now for Rezo. This normal punch isn't bad either, guys. I think Rezo is kind of making a case for it here this game. Again, significant buffs on it. Not so much for the damage, but for that stun. They did significantly shorten the distance. They almost halved it, actually, which is super nice. Because before it was like you needed to run across the map to get the full duration stun. Careful here. Both teams with vision.
Young G, they go out from Aurora. Okay, stop Chrono, that's the first one, but he's been hexed immediately. He didn't activate the horn in time. There's the reverse shot used, but he's been stopped with the shackle as well. However, they're still dying inside the Chronos. The Trinkel finally committed with the beginning's activity. He still has Axe, so no big deal. They've lost Lamy, however, to even a Supernova complete, Where's your damage coming from? Just the ball. He has been hexed, but the AOS will save him. In comes the Axe with the Culling Blade. Summon Kuman and lead, and Focus is the big source of damage here for Notechies without the Drow. However, all of this is in vain. You needed your carry for that fight. You've at least managed to defend it somewhat, but you need that extra damage. Lamy can't keep dying in these fights so early.
Yeah, great Chrono number one, straight into the Earth Splitter, just wasting no time whatsoever. Focus yet again with another big jump in. He's the man of the hour, keeping Notechies in these games. Honestly, the past 4 fights, it felt like he's been just such like an impact. Exactly the force, exactly the calls that they've needed. This time actually landing the dunk as well. And not having the second Chrono and having used the Refresher Shard kind of hurts. You'd rather kind of, you know, if I can wait an extra 30 seconds and have Refresher Shard ready to go. Dame, Dagon on Dagon. What's going on? Dream Coil, they're trying to get to the first life. Because there's going to be the Lotus Orb now. Roar is going to be used onto X's Vampire, but they will lose the first life. Echo Stomp for the Phoenix, who does not have Icarus dive. He's got Jewel Scepter ready to go, using it aggressively, but I think he is still going to end up dropping, as there are going to be the short range axes. See you later. Him to live.
At least Dame did not go and try to do the save your buddy syndrome thing, where you get like, you see Phoenix, you go, oh, let me go in, I'll save you. No, let him die. It's fine. It's no big deal. I think Puck would actually benefit right now from winning the shard, honestly. The little knockback might be a really useful thing to keep people away from the Drow. It's a consideration, especially with the combined AoE on the Waning Rift. There's a little combo, and you need something to do because since the Axe now, as you mentioned, has been so impactful, he's been just the initiator. He's the one that's catching people out. Who's defending the Drow? Like, who's stopping Drow from getting caught? Nobody, which is why Lamy keeps dying. And
I mean, it's to some degree, like, it's difficult to do, right? Axes can reach across the map and get you.
It's not a criticism. I'm just saying, like, that's the reality.
It's the nature of the hero. Yeah, you're totally right. And these ET Earth Splitters have just been on point time and time again.
It's true.
He's really only missed the one down here, like, 14 minutes into the game. Drow, level 25 now, did not go for the CDR, went instead for the marksmanship chance.
Oh, interesting.
Axe approaching level 25. Man, I think he takes his Berserker's Call AoE.
Yeah, I agree.
Roar.
Okay, they tried it again with a power roar.
She got buyback.
She has buyback though, so that's important. Yeah, Dream Coil, Axe Call. Now with the extra AoE, but still catches him quite nicely there. How the Chrono, they know
they
the
got
real
solo.
Focus, but he's a bit too tanky. Do they have enough damage to kill the Chrono? They don't. Now with the Hex on top of that Focus, surviving from the very end, finally falling down. But there's going to be the buyback from him immediately as Lamy does the same, trying to finish off her solution, who now has an AoE that activates the BKB, and they all get away. Notechies will not be losing neither the Axe, will be losing the Axe and the Drow Ranger, but at least have buybacks for them. No buyback for the Phoenix, but they don't get any kills in return.
This is it. We're kind of on the ropes now for Notechies. Like, they can reasonably bring this back, right? On the ropes. The Boxer can still, that fight or flight instinct. And they're going to choose flight, actually. They might look to just smoke outside of the base, but there's a great ward here from Hellraisers that's going to be able to scout them just about immediately. Going for the D ward here on solo. He's going to be scouted. Blink Dagger canceled. Zayak don't have to close the gap. Actually has the Aghanim Shard here, by the way. So even himself, without the Ags, can still be able to jump into these fights instantly. And speaking of jumping, Dame blinking forward. Waning Rift there. The Hex onto the Axe. Kuman gonna make the jump in, but a great force staff down to the low ground. Kuman with a quick little slide whistle on back with the coil. Catching both purple boys here. Phoenix is in with the Supernova as well, with the Echo Stomp here. Catching Dame, roll punch as well, but he's got Aeon Disc active, so he's gonna be able to back off safely. Supernova will not catch anyone. BKB activated now all around it to call. He's gonna be able to find Kuman. Can't get rushed down in time. Got right to the one who's just jumping the ground. She's dead immediately. Lion's Finger puts her down. No buyback. Phoenix is the next to go solo, trying to escape, but he is quickly focused. And a normal punch to death. 3 heroes dead, 2 without buyback, as Hellraisers will now freely run into the base and look to close out game number 1.
I think this game, I can't imagine focus. I mean, he's done the impossible until now. The puck is also really low on HP. He's trying to run away from the Lion, who wants to finish him off. Ends up laying down in 1 second. Dane still fighting here to the death as your Ancient is falling. But you just need to waste time. Focus has joined in as well. They might just lose Dane. Back first by Lil again. He's the puck killer this game. Nobody can stop Lil. Look at him trying to use the Shadow Element to get away, but instead, his game resolution is going to help him with a normal punch. Poor Axe Focus does not stand a chance. And these are the last two remnants. The only time you had to actually be able to delay the game. Unfortunately, you lose both, and you lose the game with it. Hellraisers now finally took the last fighting chance away from Notechies. It's going to be an incredible win to Halters, but honestly, what a fight Notechies put up this game.
What a game, honestly.
Yeah.
Holy cow, what a
that
game.
was insane.
So much back and forth here. The fights were so close. It was really like it came down to cooldown management, in my opinion. It was
Yes,
like
I agree.
Seconds remaining.
Look at them! Oh, too bad.
Prepare for battle.
Stopped.
Behold!
The worms will have you. Rolling out.
Dire team ban.
I'm just gonna trust.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
All right, 20 seconds. Draft just started.
You got the heroes from Dota buff, right?
I did. Yeah, I filtered for Notechies more to like the most recent month because a lot of them changed positions and stuff like that.
Pick.
All right, fading the music, losing the.
Dire team pick.
Beastmaster.
Welcome back, everyone, to DTNN2, where we're bringing you the coverage of the ESL 1 Eastern European DPC Lower Division Season 2, powered by Intel, all season long here on the ESL Dota 2B channel. I am Seeking Strike Dota. We have another little bit of a segment here. Draft 2 is about to begin. I mean, game number 1 is just absolutely incredible, so hopefully you guys are just as excited for game number 2, and are also excited as we have Avo Stats here ready to just give you a little bit more information about the players on the field today. So let's go ahead and throw it out over to him so he can break down some stats.
Dire team pick.
Well, guys, thank you, Richie, for that. I'd just like to mention a big shout out to him because he was actually the one who prepared this graphic and looked at the stats. Of course, I just had to memorize them. So here we see the top 2 heroes, not actually in competitive, but according to their Dota buff. So heroes they're particularly comfortable with on the players. Some like interesting things to point out. X's Vampire, I spoke about this earlier. His Earth Spirit, probably his best hero by a long shot. Incredible. He's also really good at the Marana, but recently he's been played a bunch of Lion, which is what this these stats represent, right? The last month of stats. So we've seen X's Vampire and these like particular playmaker heroes. Very different to Zayak's style, a very peculiar style with E.T. Doom. He's been playing the Doom for a bunch, really abusing him, and he likes to play more of these lane-dominating heroes rather than the catch that Axis Vampire represents. So this might be a bit of a difference. Very similar, Lil, a bit more on these more traditional supports, less teamfight-oriented, Solo much more impactful supports, Disruptor, Shadow Demon. So we're seeing a bit of difference here. Then in the offlaners, Rezo, of course, something we would love to see would be his Necrophos. Rezo, of course, comes from the mid lane, usually one of the best mid laners in the world. Also played carry for a while, and Necrophos has followed him pretty much every patch. Back when he was in the mid lane, Necrophos was played as a mid laner, then as a carry for a while, back in the Matumba days, and then, of course, Rezo, when he went to the offlane, Necrophos started getting played there as well. So it's one of the heroes he feels most comfortable with. Some interesting things we see as well in the mid lane would be that Young G likes to play more early mid-game oriented heroes with a big power spikes around minute 15, whereas Dame is looking for the Razor Shadow Fiends, the lane dominators, the heroes that really make you cry, and it'd be a nice thing to see the Razor perhaps in this series. And then, of course, the final comparison, well, more just talking about this, Kuman, if we give them the Morphling, this could be really dangerous, and we could see some cheese, especially considering we've seen the Beastmaster Morph combo before. Double axes, axes on axes on axes, can be kind of a scary thing to deal with, especially with a veteran player like himself. These are the top 2 heroes of both positions. Hope you enjoy these little stats, and let's get right into the draft to see what they're actually going to pick up.
Thank you, Avo Stats, as now we're live here with our draft for game number 2. Guys, jumping in as soon as we could. First phase, nothing too crazy here. I will point out this 2-3 second to third pick combo here Hellraisers are going for. Bringing it back to Zayak, ET, but they are going to be throwing Young G onto the Storm Spirit in the mid lane, as it is going to be the first pick Beastmaster this time for Notechies.
All right, so Notechies will be trying the Beastmaster mid, maybe? We haven't seen it yet for them, right? They've actually been playing a lot of, like, actually the Mars particularly. They really abuse that hero. I don't know if we've seen it offlane maybe for them. I want to say they have played it on focus offlane once this patch or this league particularly. So it might be a bit of a flex pick for them. We'll see. I still think the hero is very strong. However, in Western Europe, we already saw this being countered by the Storm. Probably the best counter to Beastmaster, because as we saw last game, all you need to do on the hero is jump him. You know, that's all you need to do. And burst him down. He's not very good if you're close by, because he has to constantly be turning around. Some of his best assets are his insane amount of range. If you can abuse that, and especially because Ags and usually the build with Ags is very offensive, you don't really have anything to save yourself from someone like Storm or even Void Spirit that can jump you. And of course, we see the AT we just spoke about. Insane player for Zaya. His best hero.
Yeah, I'm curious this game. I spoke last time how it was funny because I spoke last time how Shaman and Lion usually played as the 4. You can switch them over to 5, and I was like, that was an off the cuff comment. I was like, I'm sure we're not going to see that happen this time around. And Notechies and Hellraisers are like, psych, where they're both going to be position 5s. So we'll see what they want to run this time around because I think although Solo had still a very impactful game, I think if you like put the microscope up to his laning stage, he just couldn't really do too much on the position 5 Shaman versus the ET specifically. So I think they're going to be wanting to run the Shaman as a position 4 to try and dodge that matchup because he really did struggle in the past game, sorry, in the lane.
I agree. I would say that Shaman definitely I mean, the difficulty with ET is that Lil also plays that ET. Maybe not as good as Zayak, but he still plays it. So if you do really want that matchup, you can force it no matter what. But I do agree that maybe the Shaman 4, it's also one of X's Vampire's heroes. It's very similar to the Lion that he plays, right? It's kind of the same idea between the Shaman. And you can give Solo something that I would love to see, actually, the Disruptor, which we're mentioning before. Honestly, I think he's the best Disruptor in the world. He was, at least a while ago, when it was a very common hero. He's insane on the hero. It's a great playmaker against particularly elusive heroes like Storm. So it's always an option. And he actually has a good matchup against ET because the Thunderstrike slows him down. So he can't catch up to you as easily.
Snapfire going to be picked out here for the Hellraisers. We kind of dreamed about the Snapfire last game when we were discussing the potential of running the ET as a position 3. And of course, let's keep that in mind. It still could very well be the ET position 3. Would be a bit surprising, but wouldn't be too crazy.
5 seconds remaining.
Reckon, do you think it's going to be a support Snapfire? To be honest, I have not seen a lot of this hero. I think this was one of the heroes that went more or less, I don't want to say underutilized because that implies that there was a utility to be there, but it was just not really played that much in all of 7.28. Are you seeing this hero a bit more in other regions?
I have seen it a fair amount as both 5 and 4 in North and South America, right? Particularly Moose from Thunder Predator abuses this a fair amount. Sorry, I was rethinking. I've seen what North American team was that ran it recently?
5 seconds remaining.
I want to say it was Husky. Well, and they used the new Lil Shredder build, right? So ever since the buff that Lil Shredder got, we essentially picked the Snapfire as you go 1-1-3 and you actually max Lil Shredder because it's just so efficient. The mana per damage is just so good. In fact, Captain the other day called it like literally borderline OP in the panels, and I don't think he's not wrong about it. The extra armor is great because not only does it win you the lane, but it takes down wards super easily, which of course as a 4 is so powerful as a 5. Same idea, right? And it also allows you to push towers because it affects towers or Roche, and you're like, what can Snapfire not do? Pretty much nothing. So in lanes, in places where like this hero is very dominant, is the places where they like to play the lanes hard, particularly South America.
I think, well, I'll touch on this Veno and Faceless Void pick, but the 2 cents I'll add to this Sapphire pick is very similar to the points I made with the Beastmaster last game. I actually think, where you've got a lot of heroes that like to stand in one place and just do things, which is super easy to just spam axes at. It's kind of the opposite now for Hellraisers, right? Snapfire, Shaman, he's got mobility with the blink, but after that, he's not really going anywhere. Faceless Void wants to be in the Chronosphere just hitting one person, and Beastmaster, same story, just wants to be spamming axes. So already we have 3 heroes that stand, they're not very mobile in the team fights. They're not all over the place like a Lifestealer, like a Storm, like even a Veno might be. So I think kisses are actually going to be pretty impactful here, at least until BKB start to come through. So keep your eyes out for that. Another Faceless Void game, but yet again, this time Notechies. It looks like they're reading the playbook here of Hellraisers as they're going for a little bit of the draft swap.
Yeah, I like the Veno as an answer to the Void. He used to be, when Void was in the meta, rather, it was the counter, right? It's when Veno 3 came into the meta, so I do like the idea of running the Veno 3 for Rezo. Also a hero he's quite comfortable with because, I mean, it's very similar to Necrophos, right? You pick Veno when you're like, oh, this is a good matchup. Let me make the enemy carry cry.
10
Game, who cares?
remaining.
It's all about inflicting pain on the enemy, right? And Veno's perfect for that. Rezo does like this kind of heroes. Also very safe, which is Rezo's playstyle most of the time. Not a hero you're going to take risks with. More a hero you're going to either die with and use your Poison Nova or stay far enough that you're always going to be safe. So I like the build by Hellraisers. I think it's a pretty solid. They even played it with Young G, by the way. Obviously, Young G playing on the Storm. And now Notechies will answer with a Warlock, which is more team fight. As opposed to relying on Chrono for the team fight, this just gives you an extra bit of stun on top of that. That's an answer to the Veno as well.
Yeah. My question for you is, and I like the Warlock pick quite a bit too, especially as an answer to the Venomancer. But I feel like usually you want to pick Veno when the enemy is going for something like, I don't know, like a Weaver. Who else is like a really fast core right now? We had him yesterday get picked up as a super fast core, and you said this off the cuff. Luna? Luna, potentially.
Ursa?
Like Ursa, your trolls, right? Like these kinds of heroes. I usually thought you wanted to pick the Veno against those kind of heroes because they're just going to be super slow to their first power spike, and because they peak earlier than most other players or most other heroes, because you're able to delay that, they get less utility out of their power spike timing. To me, the Faceless Void doesn't really strike me as this type of hero. It's still a great lane matchup. I definitely understand that, but my concern is that you're committing the Venomancer pick for this, but too many times I feel like we've seen a Veno, even for players like Rezo, it just doesn't really feel like it does anything after 30 minutes.
That is true. That's a good point. And usually the Veno Void matchup has this kind of weakness sometimes. Hey, I won the lane, and I can sort of hunt him somewhat, and then after a while, yeah. For example, a more impactful hero like Tide just outscales you, right?
Yeah.
Especially because Notechies, they really understand this matchup. It's very impressive. Like, they understand that if they put more damage in the Chrono and you rely on Void initiating properly, it's going to be too tough, right? Veno will make this impossible. If your lane goes badly, you might not be able to fight with Void early. But with Warlock Tide, by being able to extend the Chrono, Void's idea is still strong. You still have the combo with Beastmaster's Ags, but on top of this, you have a kind of a safe mechanism, like safety mechanism, a plan B in case Void gets crushed in the lane. So it's a good answer to the Hellraisers idea of Veno.
Interesting. I haven't seen a ton of Ursa this patch personally, but we'll see how this one works. Great lane versus the Tidehunter. I also do want to comment on Notechies draft. I really like the style that they have going here, right? The first 2 picks, pretty much all single target, right? Single target, tower push, that's all you need. Last 3 picks, team fight, team fight, team fight. Yeah. Team fight, team fight, and it's redundant sources of team fight, right? All synergizing with each other. Well, they all kind of do the same thing. Big AoE team fight stunts.
Sure. Okay.
Right, in that regard, compared to like, sure, their kits are different, right? Obviously, we're not League. All of the heroes aren't the same, but like, there's the mandatory shot at League that we have to do.
Thank you, for the money.
Yeah, thank you. Checks on the way, I hope. But like, I like this style of drafting quite a bit because it keeps it super open-ended till the end of your draft. Last pick, Ursa Warrior, though, is pretty scary here given the lineups, I would say.
I'd say it's a really good answer to what Notechies is running because it kills Tidehunter in lane, so that's very obvious. Right, he carries the Enrage, which in this case is a massive thing, not just because you're going to defend the team fight, but ironically because it dispels the Fatal Bonds. And I feel like Fatal Bonds here is OP, Richie. You're Fatal Bondsing with the Beastmaster Axe, with Ravage, with the control of a Chrono. Like, it's going to deal so much damage in an area, but Ursa's going to be able to get away from that, right? That's a big deal. The Enrage, and of course the new Shard, which is, by the way, OP, that every time you do a little jump, you also become red. Why? Ursa's a really good hero to deal with the Warlock. Dispels, of course, a Shadow Ward. Similarly, will dispel the Upheaval, right? For a second there, while you get out of the zone. I think this is honestly the perfect pick for Hellraisers. They have 2 very different ideas this time, like massive team fight, classic Eastern Europe, you could say, with the new Eastern Europe, which is more located around big flashy plays, playing on your mid laner a lot as a win condition, a lot of pickoffs. So it's interesting to see the generational breach here between Solo and whatever. Whoever's drafting.
Yeah, my biggest concern for this Hellraisers draft is that your team fight doesn't hold a candle to what Notechies have to to you. Sure,
in the 5-on-5, you mean?
Yeah, like sure, we can get the Orchid onto once the Orchid's up on the Storm, we got the Orchid for the Tidehunter to make sure he's not like super impactful in these team fights, weaken him just a little bit. But after that, it still seems like you're going to lack a little bit of control here. Young G mostly built for single target. ET Echo Stomp feels like the best AoE that you guys are bringing to the table right now.
I agree. I mean, that's one of the weaknesses you have. What I will say is that they have good teamfight breakers, though. ET has a counter initiation, so is Snapfire, especially with the Shard, quite strong.
So is Veno.
Yeah, Veno and Ursa are different kinds of teamfight breakers. They just kind of walk in and go, yeah, you can kill me, I don't care, right? Veno doesn't care because he's okay with dying, as long as he releases his poison everywhere. And the Ursa's okay because he can tank most of the damage. And Storm is also a teamfight breaker in a sense because he can be chaotic, jump your backline, stop them. Of course, countered heavily by the Shadow Shaman, though, so there's the little...
It's
lots
true.
of intricacies here. Honestly, it's quite a fascinating game. I think the drafts are leading to a Another good game too.
I agree. A highly execution-based one. I will say, I think the thing that's nice about the Storm in this game, and this is a huge if, right? Because it's like, hey, if you don't get caught by 3 of the biggest AoE ultis in the game, you can just zip across to the other side and kill everyone. But like, you kind of can, right? Because if you can get across like these 3 big buffer zones that Notechies have stacked, you should be able to pretty easily blow up the backliners. Big if, especially because there's not going to be a whole lot of follow-up there and backup for you. As we'll see at the Horn.
I think that one of the advantages Hellraiser has, the biggest one I would say, is the lane. I think they can win, honestly, the 3 lanes. Maybe mid is okay. Like mid is 50-50 because Stormer's not that strong early. But the other lanes I would give it to them. Ursa versus Tide is a really good matchup for Ursa. Veno versus Void is like the matchup for Veno. It's the only reason this hero's still an offlaner. It's just the Void Spirit keeping him there, or the Faceless Void keeping him there. So I think that if you can snowball from there, especially if you take map control against a team fighting lineup that is looking for 5-on-5s, they just won't be able to force 5-on-5 engagements because they won't be able to decide when you fight and when you don't. The enemy team will be able to do that with superior vision. And that's where the, I think, advantage in Hellraiser's draft lies. See, look at the build by Lil, by the way. First point, Lil Shredder, and also the Blightstone. Yep. Same as Essay. I
was just taking a look at mid lane because there's a great block from Young G. Like, it was actually fantastic. He blocked it all the way up to the high ground, so Dame, that's why he was spamming the voice lines and whatnot. He's suffering in this first wave for last hits already.
That's how you know Richie likes Dota.
There's the tips.
Because most Dota casters from Uncle, what a block! I mean, have you just seen that?
I mean,
oh my god!
It's so important though. It's so important. Young G, you know, he's got to get in position with the static remnant. It's easier if he can go up to the high ground. High ground's scary, right?
No, I
he's a
agree,
ranged
dude.
hero, but
I get excited about blocks too. But you know, this is the level of like, you're a nerd. This is a Dota nerd level.
Well. That's why I'm a Dota caster.
Yeah,
not a bodybuilder.
Kuman in the top lane went for Urshock level 1. Usually against the Tide, you consider honestly going for Urseps even, but maybe the Urshock just for extra mobility here. The harassment's not very high until you get the Fury Scepter. Tide doesn't have a bad lane until you can start stacking that passive. That's usually the turning point for, particularly level 3, I'd say. Level 2 Fury Scepter is when you.
Just about impossible for X's Vampire to pull here, especially versus a ranged hero with a pretty generous auto attack range. Nice deny as well from Lil. So he's going to be a bit bothered. Now we see the point and Fury swipes though. I think level 1 overpowered Urshock was interesting. They'll see if we can get him a kill. Cookie is off the mark though, so they're going to be a bit hard pressed. Would have been a kill almost guaranteed, but Kuman's going to be able to commando him. I think Shaman with boots still couldn't run away from that.
That's crazy. Lil with a Blightstone plus Lil Shredder, did you see how much, like, it's just so much damage for the Ursa, even with like a couple stacks of Fury Steps and a measly 52 attack damage, which is what it was enough to chunk the Shaman, honestly. It is level 1 Fury Step. It does not scale that well. Now the Cookie combo works out. Focus in trouble. Again, lack of armor. No cracking shell yet on him, so he can't dispel this. He's gonna die from the Fury Steps. Lil could be in trouble, however. Fighting X's Vampire to the death. He knows he's gonna die here. Tries to get as much damage as possible. Keep the Blightstone up, and X's Vampire will have to level up Hex just to stop Kuman from murdering him.
Yeah, I think he needed to take Hex second in this game, or second in this lane anyway. There's too much sustained damage from really both the Snapfire and the Ursa alike. So having the Hex just to be able to get yourself or the Tidehunter out of a pinch is going to be a bit more beneficial at level 2 compared to a Shackles, which just, you know, gets you lined up maybe for a Cookie, as we see yet again. Hex is ready to go, but another little Urshot to close the gap. X's Vampire getting chunked here, and Focus is going to have to go ahead and concede at least another wave here to Kuman and Lil. Bottom. They're mostly just chilling. Rezo, classic, just 2 points here into the Poison Sting. Brown Boots with the wind delay, so he's just looking to be as annoying as possible. We're down to, I should say, 1 tango for Lamy. Of course, Solo with the points now in Shadow Word with full mana. Yeah, he is gonna have to be just spamming the Shadow Word to keep him healed up. I wonder if like this game, Lamy's gonna feel confident enough not to go for like
top. Focus gonna die again. He just can't. Wow. He literally cannot walk into the lane. Now you have level 3 in Ursa, so the big point of inflection I was speaking about, and Lil Shredder level 2, which just deals more damage, by the way. There's no extra armor. Yep. That plus Blightstone, it just bursts the Tide. He needs a point in Kraken Shell, ironically, just to survive this, and he already took the 2nd point in Anchor Smash. This actually is kind of bad. This is a build where you're gonna be able to recover in the jungle, and that's fine, but I mean, it's not bad that he chose this, it's just that now he's not going to be able to come back into the lane. There's literally nothing you can do. Yep. You need the Kraken Shell to save you from at least that Lil Shredder debuff.
It's all right. I mean, Dame so far so good on the stacks. He's already stacked, I think, actually at every minute. He's not missed one here in his triangles. Obviously, he would prefer to take those, but given how this laning stage is going and we're only 4 minutes in, they may need to consider giving a couple of those to the Tidehunter.
It could be the situation. It could be that you just play around Dame early, right, and just try to get him as fast as possible into the Ags. But I do question if the Ags is going to be so huge this game because of the existence of a Storm, right? Being able to jump him makes it much more difficult to Dame. Talk about Storm. Look at this. He just jumped on Dame. He's not level 6 yet. He wanted to take advantage of this. He even had the extra water rune there for a bit more regen. And he almost killed him there. Of course, doesn't want to overextend. There's no need for you to play aggressive. You're a Storm. You can wait for your Orchid time.
And you know he's level 5 and some change, right? You don't want him to clear a creep wave, get level 6 mid-kill attempt, and all of a sudden just die, because then you're going to be getting 5 tips, and that's just embarrassing.
Exactly. It's more the tipping that scares you than anything else. Because winning or losing the game is secondary to the honor.
Honestly, yeah, I agree. It's like my pubs as well. Youngji, though, having a really good time, though. I mean, 40 and 8.
Bottom. Almost died. There we go. Zayak gets the last hit there with a staple gun. And Zayak's like, nope, nope, nope. Not going to die to Levi. Gives the kill to Solo. Just walks back into the tower, commits suicide. Honestly, worthwhile kill. Just because Solo got the kill there, it's fine. You're just making the life of, or Void's, sorry, Basis Void's life really difficult. Especially really want a solo matchup here.
You really want to call him a Void Spirit, don't you?
Yeah, seriously. I think I've been casting like just the last patch. In the last patch, Face's Void ceased to exist for me.
Last year, if not.
Yeah, true. Honestly,
especially because you're right. Face's Void has been gone. At least you're not calling him like I don't know, like Face Spirit or something like that. That's.
I want to say something like Ice Snap.
That's that. Yeah, imagine that. That's something I would do.
Yeah, so Face's Void here. He's level 5 now. I mean, his lane is not too awful considering you're up against a Veno, but you haven't gotten the easiest lane in the world. Obviously, Ursa's doing much better, and Ursa also got kills with that. This is the advantage for Hellraisers. This small power spike before the... Honestly, I would say like before minute 15 or so, which is when the Ags will happen, and even before minute 20, when people actually bunch up and try to take 5-on-5s.
Whoa. Hold your thought. Zayak has got so much bonus damage right now. He's going to just chunk basically Solo. 100 to 0 there. Lamy might not be safe either. He's going to have to time walk away, but again, Echo Stomp is coming. It's time walk level 1. He's going to take down the poison. Cool guys don't look at their poison kills.
In case you guys didn't know, neither Urn nor Poison Sting will trigger. Oh, actually, they kill...
2 kills mid?
Yeah, they kill 2 kills mid as well. Yeah, so neither the Urn nor the Poison Sting will trigger the sleep because not enough... I mean, unless you add much more damage to it, because there's not enough damage per sec. It's not going to do enough to trigger the sleep. Until you get, you know, the whole Urn essentially off. So it's a great thing to add to that. Urn actually didn't use the trigger at all because it was considered HP removal. Now I think it's actually magical now.
That's correct. Yeah, it's Delta's magic, which means you can buff it and you can absorb some of it with what's it called? What's the active called on the Hood of Defiance and Pipe? Barrier, right? Yeah, it's called Barrier. So you can absorb it through that and still get a blink away. So that's why sometimes if you're like, I hit him with Urn, why did he blink? I might have had Barrier up. That's why. Storm, though, off to a great start with that double kill. He's now farming a big old stack in his jungle. Probably forced out of Orchid. I can't imagine he goes for anything else. But Beastmaster is doing quite literally the exact same thing with a bigger stack and farming it a bit faster thanks to Axis being maxed.
Exactly. That's also one of the advantages of this. You know you're going to be playing static, but at least you're a good static farmer, right? Much like Naga Sirens, like there's a reason the hero works. Why they would have. You're just very predictable, which is of course something that Hellraisers can't take advantage of. And actually, we see Young G. Notice this. He actually went for the Kaya build to be a bit faster early. Not the Orchid, because Kaya allows you to actually gank like between minutes 7 to like 12 or so, and you can get some easy ganks.
Yeah.
Not a bad idea for this game, considering you want to take advantage of this early game lead.
I really like it, actually, because like you said, the early game lead, but also it was kind of buffed a bit. At least Ball Lightning level 1. You're a bit faster, as they're going to be going for a kill onto Access Vampire. Kiss is committed here. Lil already up to level 6, by the way. Access Vampire, the position 4, is only level 4. So a pretty big level discrepancy here, as you can see. Lil just with 7 assists right now. He's got 70% kill participation, 8 minutes in.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, that is dreams for Hellraisers. I can't. If not in the draft, does have issues, right? Like if they can't make this work, this is what they drafted for, essentially. It's either some mechanical issues in the game or the draft which is never made to work, and Beastmaster is too strong, please nerf, right? There's something in the game that decides it. It's like, IceFrog is watching this, taking notes, like, well, they better not be able to come back here. I didn't design it this way.
Uh-oh. Well, maybe if they can get a gank onto Young G, though, they might be able to come back into the Serpent's Dame, pivoting the roar for the damage. Young G just barely going down. They brought in Focus just in case they needed a little bit more damage. Not that like it would have mattered. He would, if he was going to live through the shackles, he would have just zipped away. Nicely done. Making sure that, better to commit the ulti and get the kill, especially when you are playing from behind, than to just risk it and let him go. They're going to try for an Ursa top, though.
He wasn't going to be taking the kill otherwise, I'm pretty sure, honestly.
Yeah,
they go for top here. They kill the Ursa, very valuable as well. Notechies, I mean, you can't let them have this though. You just got really great lanes, a bunch of kills early, and now you just dropped 2 of your most important cores like that. Like there was nothing. Now you're gonna gank bottom, so your spacing will become a bit better. Resolution gonna start setting up the toll booth as well as they go for Solo. There's the Venomous Gale. Solo getting stomped. That's level 3 stomp as well. The build Desire gloves, and Solo will fall for this. If they can take the tower as well, at least they can even this out because the Shaman's already being utilized effectively up top to take a tier 1.
Yep, very true. We're not going to have those Serpent Wards from mid, but they're most interested in giving Focus some room to farm here. I think that's why they commit Serpent Wards, because now this opens up a little bit more of the map for the Tidehunter to play in this kind of top area, whereas before it's a bit too risky given the fact that, well, they can just keep using the same combo they've killed you twice with already to kill you even more times. It's not a free area to farm in, though. As you can see, Lil is skirmishing to keep Focus away. But without backup, there's not much he can do. Right now, Hellraisers is more interested in equalizing in terms of tower pressure and map control, as they'll go ahead and focus onto this tier 1 down bottom.
Yeah, I mean, they need to at least equate the map, right? They can't let you win the early and you don't take as many towers as the enemy at the very least. Right? Kuman can't really join in fights just yet, so he's in the same position as Beastmaster. He's just trying to farm effectively, and I like what Kuman is doing, right? He's trying to farm aggressively, so even though he's not going to be able to fight whatsoever, he'll at least be able to put pressure on the map, push the lanes. Hey, you need to have him active, because otherwise, Notechies will just come online and destroy you early. It's not what you're looking for.
Exactly.
Bottom Resolution will set up camp at bottom, sorry, and I don't think he's going to move from any bottom or mid, either or, honestly. Just go to the lane that you think is the most dangerous, set up your plague wards, and don't let the enemy team come through.
Exactly, yep.
Kuman
is farming, like you say, going for that Battle Fury here this game, whereas our Faceless Void, same builds, different hero, different team, but same build by the looks of it, with the Mask of Madness after the power treads already on the way. What I'd be interested in, though, is I'm going to see... Oh, okay, Young G with a zip forward, time walking away. That's going to cost all the mana of Young G. He's got enough for another zip forward into the kisses now. Lamy, of course, 3 points here, and time walk wasn't going to be enough for him to be able to escape, as they will use the kisses for a second kill. Mid lane Dame trying to TP away, will just barely be able to escape. That Vessel was chunking him. Focus now is going to be a little bit safer without the Vessel ready to be applied from Rezo. That was also actually Poison Nova utilized, so kind of sucks to not get the kill.
You got the kill top against the Void, so I guess it evens out in that sense. Consider this space made, space created. The kill against the Void, I would argue, is more valuable, certainly for early. And if you take this mid tower, you can start going into the jungle, even the triangle, I would say, relatively easily. And that's when you start hunting down the Beastmaster. But he's very close to his axe. Beastmaster's close to getting online in general.
Yeah, very true. Oh my goodness, the damage.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
oh, it's for Javelin. It's the Wind Ranger build.
I was going to ask, is this normally what you see in SA as well?
They don't build Javelin. Oh, they have Chrono. And Mask of Madness, Fatal Pulse and Stomper. Trying to get the Stomp on to stop him, not going to work. Instead, they get the Ravage, and that's going to be much more effective. Hellraisers will lose 2 of their heroes here in the mid lane. And almost stopped there by Zayak, but his positioning was not ideal. He was too close to the enemy team, so he allowed them to hex him. Otherwise, that would have been a pretty good fight for Hellraisers.
It's 3 big ultis used, though, simultaneously, so they do well to try and get this tier 1 tower, especially since we don't have the toll booth set up and no charges in the Vessel. Instead, they're going to try for a kill down bottom, but Kuman's just a bit too fast with the phase boots, so they can't quite catch up to him. I don't know, that might be a bit costly. I think, good to use all 3 ultis, get yourself 2 kills guaranteed, especially utilizing Cronus for basically as soon as it's off cooldown. We'll see here how it's going to work. Is Young G actually considering going for the SNY?
Under attack.
Young G, no, not SNY, mate. Kaya and Sanj.
Kaya and Sanj, sorry, yes.
And yeah, the Kaya and Sanj is the build that we've seen particularly to deal with Beastmaster. His tank ability allows me to jump them early.
Oh, fight breaking out. Kisses on Access Vampire. Rezo got the ulti in 20. Focus trying to prevent him from using it. It's going to be forced away as Kuman running back at him solo. Jumped by Young G. Still alive for a bit longer. There's the roar onto the back lines. They have at least been able to dispatch of Rezo. But Kuman's still fighting. And they're going to buy back here on the Shaman. Yep, Enrage popped as Dame looking to just control a bit longer, running through the Serpent Wards. Flame jumping forward, but is not going to be able to quite catch up to him. Look at the damage, my goodness. Even with the natural order, no, that's not even any points in natural order. That's just Javelin.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, this build is... I mean, I didn't see the Javelin, but I usually see the Medallion, right? But Javelin Medallion, there we go. The full combo for Snapfire to just be to carry this game. It's working out for them. And it's a sizable lead now for Hellraisers, partially because Lil is such a big threat. They can't get close to him. He's just defending wherever they go. Like, almost it feels like Lil is doing more of Veno's job this game. There's no plague boards being set up anywhere. It's just Lil sitting there and blasting anyone that comes close.
Yeah, pretty much, actually. I mean, that would get me away from a tier 1 tower. If someone was riding a giant lizard, you know, wielding a shotgun.
Yeah, and like, she has this accent as well. No. I don't want to stand your ground state.
The CHU. The CHU anti-aircraft weapon as well. Good old casual AA gun in the game of Dota 2. You gotta love it. I think that should do like 1% more damage to heroes with no legs, by the way, but that's just my opinion.
We should ask Bruno.
Yeah.
The Kaya and Sanj, by the way, we were talking about this earlier. So this build is got popularized in NA for Void Spirit in particular, where they really like to run him as a tank, like a tank, and so they start running Kaya and Sanj all the time in Void Spirit. It still was played even though the win rate was
Roar mid lane. Sorry to cut you off yet again. Lil this time is just going to be shot down by the Roar.
So even though the win rate was not super high, whenever they needed a Void Spirit that had to tank, they played this way. And since this game, that's the Storm's role, because all he has to do is essentially stop Beastmaster from being impactful. He needs to tank a little bit more, and he's going to go for this kind of variation, which Timbersaws have already done as well. It's mostly Timbersaws and Void Spirit that run like this. There we go. And I'll finally finish my point as Veno is going to fall. Still either, but he comes to Storm with the Ravage. It's rage in time, so Kuma doesn't get stunned for too long, and Young G's capable of getting away. They burst down Dame, and with a stomp, they reset the team fight, but they have no Earth Flare to combine this with. They'll just use their damage. Excess Vampire does get his shackles off, but not enough to stop Kuman. It's way too quickly. The Anchor's back stopping Kuman, but it's not even reducing his damage that much. It's going to destroy them regardless. It seemed like Focus almost got them with a huge Anchor Smash there, but it seems like Hellraisers have damage to give and sell.
Yeah, super costly there. Huge move by Kuman there, just barely getting able to get off the Enrage before the tentacles reached him. So that stun didn't last too long. Zayak as well with a big old Earth Splitter, basically nuking down all of Beastmaster's effective HP there. And then it was very easy follow-up with Storm having plenty of mana, thanks in no small part due to the Kaya, and he's now got the Sanj completed.
So what really stood out as well was on point on Kuman, right? His Enrage. Seriously, point blank Ravage pretty much, or really close to it, and he actually gets Enraged between it. That's impressive. That actually gave him the time to be able to burst down the supports early and actually join the fights much earlier, because of course standard resistance. And the damage reduction also helped him stay alive towards the end of the team fight, because he did take a fair amount of damage, just survived it thanks to Enrage. Well played in general by Hellraisers. Their mechanical skills unmatched too.
They definitely recognize it, and I'll point this out in case you're unaware.
He's dead. Ooh. Goodbye. I mean, you're in the jungle, there's the Axe Master, you're not gonna fight.
Tower's going to be taken by Lil. He manages to not get it denied. Real quick, the only thing I wanted to point out there is we have 3 big, long cooldown ultis, basically all around 150, 160, 170 second cooldown, right? So if one's up, they're all up. And they recognize if Chrono's out, obviously that means Solo is going to be looking to follow up with the Chaotic Offering. That's what the Ravage just for to try and save him, but he got bursted through regardless. So, you know, that fight's completely different with the Chaotic Offering.
What is Lil doing? He's just running around with the haste. He's just enjoying his animation, but his haste, he didn't calculate it well. He's the TP. Cookie. Excess Vampire nearby. Let me activate the Mask of Madness. They're actually going to leave him alone. They're afraid.
He's gonna turn around.
Oh my god, you can't block the grandma.
He's baiting.
They're coming in with a Storm as well. They're going for the Shaman first. They want to destroy him so that he has no Hex or Shackles. That means Young G is now free to jump on the Void if he sees fit, because Warlock can't stop him.
Yeah, and we have Kisses.
We do have Kisses. Oh no! Lamey, they didn't get caught because it's still nighttime. They don't have enough vision. Now Zayak sees him. They should be able to cookie him. Zayak going for the hard kill as Lil goes for the easy one. Cookie for the easy kill. And they're going to be able to burst down Solo. It's pretty much Lil alone with a bit of help there from the Ursa. Okay. Even not getting Mortimer's Kisses.
I'm not sure why either. I think that was just like a bit of a flex play, as what I'm going to call it.
He had a shift click, that's why. He activated that and he had a shift click immediately. Yeah, that's why even though he didn't see the Ursa land the last hit in time. Cancel it in time.
Well, nice little chase. Lil just baited him with the haste rune. Very risky play to chase that far. I think really as soon as you cross this line, tier 1 towers, especially with a Storm, have to be on the top of your mind. Like, he was there almost, not quite instantly, but he was there very, very quickly. Again, the move speed in Ball Lightning has been buffed overall. Actually, level 2, it's level 2. It was level 2, so it's actually been nerfed by 25. Right. But they've taken Roche in the meantime for Notechies.
Yeah, it was level 1 particularly where it was fun.
Rezo eats a roar, he's got the ulti, gets off the wand, but just permabash there by Lamy. Kuman looking to try and fight here, BKB active, they're going to drop the rock though onto Ursa. It's just going to be able to just consume the golem.
Yeah, well, the best thing you can do, honestly, you disturb the Ursa, that's how he fights back. Like, you can't really chase after that, right? Because you still had Ravage available and your BK was about to expire. Nice golem, though. I still think it was okay to stop him. There's another way, right? Yeah, you can do the 3 Musketeers strat of if you have one ultimate, you have them all. But you can also do this strat of, like, just measuring your really strong ultimates and using one at a time for different purposes here. Finally, the tower mid will fall for Notechies. This is taking them so long.
Yeah, it's not been easy. I mean, just look at Lil. Half HP for Lamy, by the way. This is like playing, what is it? It's like playing Overthrow. Everyone just picks Snapfire, takes the talents, and eventually just one-shots everyone.
You asked me if I've seen that 1 Javelin build. Maybe in North America I've seen it once. Definitely not a 2 Javelin.
Double Javelin.
For years in pubs, we've been trying to convince people not to play this hero as carry, and Lil just threw that into the trash in 1 game. People are gonna watch this and go, oh, so I just can play Javelin carry Snapfire, 6 Javelins, or 5 in boots?
I'm position 4. Why do you have 3 Maelstroms? Don't worry about it.
Lil did it in a pro match, it worked!
Oh my goodness, this is the pub ruining stuff. We already have Beastmaster Axemen to deal with, and now you're gonna hit me with this one.
That's true. That's go key. They don't. Okay, screw it. Oh, they even got the snap as well. And Void is burned, I think Snapfire. Lady Snap is not only more valuable, but harder to kill. Lil, the true position 3, Veno relegated officially for this match. And now, Lil in trouble. They're chasing him with the actives. He goes in with the cookie. He's too cocky. And he gets Lady. That's the age is gone. Kuman walks in. Power more used in time. 4 first kisses. They still want to burst out Damon. They will do so as Lamy has to finish what he started. And he'll actually kill off Lil, but in exchange for his own life. Oh my god, Lil.
Lil is like the mind game master. I don't understand, like, what is going on? I think
the frustration he's causing is better than the impact he's having this game.
It was also him, by the way, last game, not to be mistaken, that tipped the puck as soon as puck got the, like, you know, like, he's just all about the mind games right now. I love it.
Oh my god. Yeah, Lil, I mean, he's always been known as this kind of player. When you get a team that works with that kind of playstyle, it's always wonderful to see. I will never forget the FNG versus Pro beating Secret at TI. What a game.
Zach 4 steps himself forward. He's Access Vampire just running for his life, and his courier's gonna lose.
Did you see what? No, did Kuman just drop the slippers? Look at that. This is my gift. Kuman just went to the bounty spot, dropped his slippers of agility. It's in plain sight. That's BM, right? There's no
where are they still here? Why?
The bounty. Yeah, he just dropped them, dude. And Lamy will be like, wait, what? Why are there some slippers here?
Oh,
he breaks some. Oh, okay. Kuman no longer needs slippers because he's got boots and a blink dagger.
And BKB, he's a scary bear right now, level 18 as well. So he can just about jump onto anyone in range, ready to go. And they may make a play up for the triangle. Orchid now onto the face of Void. My goodness, they just blow up Lamy. They're going for the solo next. Silenced and just killed off. Not a single chance to do just about anything that entire engagement. Kuman looking for more. His Access Vampire able to TP away. Rezo with a second Solar Crest here on the team as Kuman activates the Enrage. Was chasing for more. That is a second Solar Crest, right? Yeah, Lil has also got a Solar. Lil's like, I'm the offlaner. I built the Solar Crest.
Yeah, seriously, Lil is actually having a fight. He's fighting more with Rezo for farm than he is with the enemy team at this point. I wonder what he's gonna build next. 3rd Javelin? Is that the name of the game, Lil? Do you build one into MKB? I genuinely don't know. I've never seen this.
You know, wait, hold on. It's an item that I don't even remember what built into it anymore. Mage Slayer? Does it have a Javelin? It doesn't. Okay, no, never mind.
Not Mage Slayer. It's only MKB or Maelstrom. Honestly, if he built a Gleipnir, I wouldn't even be that sad. That's actually pretty good for a snap.
I'd be happy too. I wouldn't mind the Mage Slayer. It's really quite the crap item, considering it's like 3,800 gold and doesn't. Really, the only benefit it gives you is a little bit of agi, some HP, and of course the magic debuff. I like it because it's going to drastically reduce Beastmaster's damage.
Sure.
By a ton.
That's option one.
Oh,
option two
the
is
chrono missed.
Oh no, and they actually didn't miss it. Hit solo, or solo walked into it, and Kuman's like, wait, solo? And he gets stuck in the chrono. Yes, he did. And they punish him. Let's see when the tips come out because they're gonna go for the 2 support. Shadow Shaman's also gonna die to the soul burn from the Orchid at the Air Splitter. Does hit Lavey. That's not gonna be too good though. The Cookie stop the tide, focused on the Ravage. He can't use it, but they burst on the void before he can. Focus. Has to wait out those BKBs. They'll finally get Ravage them. They have no magic on the void though, which means they're lacking the damage. Ursa still alive for a while. Now finally gonna go down. Has the damage too high, and with the Golem, it seems like Notechies still want to continue this fight, trusting in their team fight, but lacking something to sweep the enemy team down. Solo almost died to the little Shredder. And Rezo is still chasing after Dame. Axis Vampire has died in the backlines. Dame using the Serpent Wars for some protection, but Dame has been stuck in between the Serpent Wars and a stomping Elder Titan. Lil looking to finish off what he started as well. As he finishes off Solo and TPs in the face of danger. That's a team wipe, Richie. Actually a team wipe +2 there because the supports died twice for Notechies.
And there's the
What
tips.
is this?
What a game! What a game number 2. It's a very different game than our first game here, which was a bit closer, a little bit more back and forth. Lil now has more farm than Fogus, and I think Lil's like, well, of course this ability is named after me. Of course I'm going to play around it. As he's going, guess what? Into the MKB. Playing as the core. Great fight, very long fight. And really what Hellraisers do, and this is what they've done all of first season as well, is they will punish mistakes. Like, they're a team that's good enough not only to force errors, but also they know how much they can push after. And I think that is just kind of a masterclass in how much they could really get out of that fight. I don't think we even lost anyone on the side of Hellraisers that entire engagement, did we?
No, we did not. I don't think so, right?
I'm checking no, we didn't.
Not. That's impressive. And they dropped all their ultimates for that. I mean, I don't think even it was fault of Focus because, Axis Vampire, Orchid, my bad. I don't even think it's really Focus's fault because he had to hold up the ramp for so long, right? He just got caught in the wrong position, but you just couldn't save your Void there. That was the big issue. If your Void had not stood his ground, sorry, just decided to retreat in time, it would have been fine. It would have been okay for them to fight that afterwards.
Yeah.
They lacked the damage once the Ravage was out.
And this is exactly the kind of, like, this is what the draft is made for. It's the very divide Dota. Like, literally everyone is playing this style very excellently. I mean, Lil has no shortage of targets to hit with the Cookie, right? Sometimes in some games you're like, I don't really want to Cookie a Warlock, right? Like, he's never going to be a Cookie target. But everyone this game could actually utilize the Cookie. Which is huge utility. Lil almost has MKB complete. He just needs 500 gold, and he's going to have that finished up. Already up to level 16. Once he hits level 20, he's going to be doing bonkers amounts of damage. There's going to be the Chronosphere connecting onto 2. They're going for Lil first, as there's the zip through the Chronosphere. Lamey still cannot get Lil, but finally we'll get the job done. Ursa got off the BKB, but getting roared now as Lamey jumping right onto him. Earthsplitter is coming. Lamey's just dead. They burst him down immediately. Focus with the Ravage. Tried to get in there to help out his comrades, but could do nothing inside it. Force-staffing himself forward with the full protection, getting the damage done. And Dame, he can't even TP out. It's another team wipe. Hellraisers, they've just lost Lil, and that's team wipe number 2 in the past 3 minutes.
Another great fight by Hellraisers, and they're playing with the strengths that I pointed out in the beginning, right? They have so much team fight breaking ability, so many ways to cut the backline, so many ways to withstand the early initiation from Notechies, and because they managed to at least come off well from the early game, which is really their win condition this game, actually do well in the lanes. Now they're in a really strong spot to fight because it's so difficult for Notechies to set up any team fight when Storm is zip-zapping around, killing your backlines constantly, when ET is stomping you the moment you want to try to chase after them, when the Veno is never a good target because he always gets poisoned off before he dies. Like, it's just a really tough team fight to try to engage in.
Yeah, and they're just, right now, Hellraisers, they're just living on the enemy side of the map. They can't even get to their triangle. They can't even get to their jungle. They're just kind of left to farm whatever waves end up filtering all the way through, which is going to be now possible from all 3 lanes, given the fact that Hellraisers have taken the final Tier 2 tower. It's getting bad here. Like I was saying, and like you elaborated on, this is exactly the kind of draft they were working on. As you recall, early game when I talked about the possibility of Storm jumping through a Chronosphere and killing your backliners, you know, it's countered by the Shaman, but not when Shaman is insta-hex, or sorry, insta-orchided. There's just literally nothing he can do.
Because you orchid him in the middle of ball lightning, that's the issue.
Yeah.
You can't hex him before that. Yep.
Yep. And X's Vampire, I mean, he's making the best of this. He's going for like the Oracle versus Storm style of just falling around his cores and giving himself the Shadow Amulet, which is the only thing that's really going to keep him alive up until Storm decides to start carrying detection. Difficult.
And I don't know if it's that bad for him to carry detection to begin with. Like, you put the magic wand off, get dust at this point,
yeah,
right? Like,
of course.
I like the Glimmer Cape idea though, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough. Once you see it once, right, it's just gonna be detection all the time. Zayak might even want to carry detection with him and just put a bunch of sentries at
Roshan number 2. As you recall, the first one actually went to Notechies. It went to Notechies, and you wouldn't really expect it, given the way the game has progressed since then. A 22k net worth lead in 28 minutes for Hellraisers. Roshan number 2, as Lil is just doing insane amount of damage, as they will give the shard, I believe, to ET.
Yeah, because already had his.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That's good. I mean, ET can do the swap to the stomp, right? So he can start hitting Beastmaster even earlier, which is really the only source of damage that now Notechies have.
Yeah. They got all their ultis up, right? And again, their team fight is absolutely bonkers. If Hellraisers just kind of command move up to the high ground and get 5-man chronoed into the, what's it called, into the Fatal Bonds, that's the one, they are going to be dropping like flies. But so far, we've yet to really see that combo be executed, except for the first couple of chronos.
Agree. It's just been really difficult for them though. I don't think that even if they had the perfect execution, it would have been an easy game. Or like, yeah, people see 5-on-5 lineups, they always go, "Oh, this is such a better lineup. They have so much team fight." Yeah, because you think like your pubs were these are super incredible skills, but in pro play, they have enough coordination to sometimes be able to honestly avoid them. Like the joke about, oh, don't buy BKV, I can just avoid the spells. Kind of true at this level sometimes, and you do have a lot of tools here to make sure that these team fights just don't go Notechies' way. It's so difficult for them to get Ravage into Golem, into Chrono, with Fatal Bonds in between.
That's true. I mean, we have a pretty easy to execute team, but that's like step number 2 about like examining professional games. How easy is the team fight to execute, right? Because if it's like impossible, some Magnus RP, Black Hole, you know, into Vacuum, like that's never gonna happen, even in a pro game, right? But like, this team fight, even though it's easy to execute, you have great counter initiators. Look at Young G, he's got him. He's eating the Hex though, didn't get the BKB off. Now, at least with the mechanism, is a bit tankier, has Aegis, but that's the first life gone already. Solo dropping the ulti, we still have Chrono and Ravage ready to go. He'll drop now the Chronosphere. He ate the Earthquake damage, but jumping down the Storm for his second life as Lil trying to nuke him down, but the Ravage is too much damage. Storm has gone down a second time, but Kuma still alive. The bear is very angry. He's woken up after his hibernation, and he's just killed 2. Lil actually taking down Lame after the end of that engagement, and they're even diving up to the high ground. GG. There's the solo GG.
That's the solo GG. This became a meme in the upper division, guys. Any of you guys watching those games where solo would literally GG the moment he saw the games being unwinnable, he would just GG out, no reason to play a losing game, and that's the case here. Honestly, that was a really good effort towards the end, but the Aegis was the ruining factor, right? If it hadn't been the Aegis, that was the one team fight that could have turned things around by killing the Storm, but having to kill him twice was just impossible. It might have not happened though if the Aegis was on the Storm. Just pick a faster carry. Like seriously, you see the enemy team pick a